Having gone through Wyatt's paper on artificial demon cores, Park's mind was blown away. Her gut twisted in regret, thinking that if she had possessed this information in her past life, she could have saved so many lives and even broken through to the Devil realm before Belphegor, even with his support from the Devil Merchant Code. Wyatt's findings were profound, yet elegantly simple. The paper contained details about artificial demon cores that even she, an ex-demon emperor, hadn't known. For example, the dark races claimed that acclimating to the darkness of the artificial demon core was a test to prove worthiness. In her defense, most of her life in the dark realm had been a relentless struggle for survival, leaving little room for deeper reflection. Still, as she read, shame and frustration gnawed at her. She realized she had lived the life of an ignorant fool, blindly accepting whatever the native dark races told her about her artificial demon core. Why had she never questioned it? Why had she never tried to understand it for herself? How could she have been so naive? Her fiery body grew hotter, glowing with a brighter red hue growing with her growing anger. Clenching her fists, she cursed under her breath. Those bastards. They've been lying to us this whole time. Who? Corey asked, confused, tilting her head as she tried to follow Park's train of thought. Park stared at Corey in disbelief, momentarily dumbfounded. Was Corey even reading the same material? Normally, Park would have ignored such a question, but her frustration boiled over, forcing her to explain. The dark races, she spat, her voice trembling with anger. They've been selling their artificial demon cores across the myriad realm, claiming that the darkness in it is a test of the core's wielder. But it's not. It's a side effect. I read that too, Corey replied, her brow furrowed. But didn't you already know that darkness was a side effect of the core? Maybe not in as much detail as Wyatt mentioned here, but you had enough of an inkling to prescribe me poison instead of a cure. Not that I'm complaining or anything. She shrugged, clearly puzzled by Park's intense reaction. Corey, stop whining. Park snapped, her voice edged with irritation. I made one mistake. It wasn't on purpose and Wyatt fixed it, didn't he? I am trying my best, all right. Besides, my conclusion was based on cultivating a low-tier artificial demon core into a tidal demon core. I was too busy surviving to question the garbage they fed us and learn that they were labeling darkness being some test of worthiness, when it's just a side effect with an easy solution. Her voice trembled with the weight of suppressed rage. In a way, Belphegor throwing her into the dark realm to fend for herself without any prior knowledge or preparation saved her from listening to the lies they sell to their slaves and beings across the myriad realms. Her eyes glistened as she continued, voice cracking. You've seen firsthand how many friends I had to put down because their sanity was swallowed by the darkness of their artificial demon cores. I could have saved every single one of them with something as simple as a demonic beast-taming pill. You've been through my memories, you know how many beings have struggled and died because of this, and how many still do. I was one of the lucky ones. Damn it. Her voice broke into a shout. I'm so furious at them. I want to burn them all alive. Park, who was usually the voice of reason among the reincarnator duo, was now so enraged that Corey found herself struggling to respond. She wanted to be the voice of reason, but couldn't bring herself to speak. She had seen Park's memories and understood all too well the depth of her anguish. Settle down, Wyatt thundered, his voice booming with authority, immediately drawing the duo's attention. Park's fiery glow dimmed slightly as she hurriedly spoke, her voice desperate. Wyatt, you have to find a way to share this information with the rest of the myriad realms. It will save lives and make things so much easier for so many. Please, help me with this, I'm begging you. Her eyes glistened with urgency, and she clasped her hands together, leaning forward in earnest. Park fully understood the dark races had purposefully denied that the darkness of the artificial demon core was a mere side effect. They had hidden the fact that a simple, demonic taming pill could ease the suffering of those using it, all to satisfy their pride. She also realized the danger she was asking Wyatt to face, but she knew if anyone could pull it off, it was him. She could only beg him to risk his life for the greater good. Wyatt folded his arms, his expression calm but resolute. I'm one step ahead of you, he said, his tone measured yet firm. I've already bought up all the demon-taming pills with expired patents or those with no patents, and I'm in the process of modifying them. Once that's done, I'll register them with the Devil Merchant Code as medicinal pills designed to help with the darkness side effect of the artificial demon core. However, it'll take time. I need to figure out how to sell them without revealing my identity. We'll be patient and make this count. He paused, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. By then, I'll have come up with a catchy name for the pills. Corey's eyebrows lifted, and Park exhaled, her shoulders visibly relaxing. Yes, Park agreed quickly, nodding. You can't be hasty with this. Too many people won't like what you're doing. She glanced at him with a mix of gratitude and admiration. If you need my help with anything, just ask. I know it doesn't mean much since I'm already your employee for the next century and all, but I mean it. Use me as you like. Her voice softened, and a rare vulnerability appeared in her fiery eyes. She was genuinely grateful for the burden Wyatt had taken upon himself. Although she knew he planned to make money from the pills, she didn't mind. After all, she understood that things given freely were rarely valued. Hey. Corey hurriedly interrupted as Park offered herself to Wyatt. She hysterically made her stance clear. You are mine. You can't go making promises like that. I don't like this. From the looks of it, you wouldn't hesitate to sell me to him if he asked you. Corey, I'm hurt. I would never do that, Park replied, though she had already sold Corey to Wyatt once before without him even asking. Whatever. This turned out to be such a disappointment. I thought I'd be getting a physique or trait like the ones in those videos, or like Aurelia, but my luck is garbage. Corey dismissed Park's words and cursed her luck. She seemed deeply dissatisfied that she wouldn't be getting a physique or trait. Corey, no need to be sad. I wouldn't leave you hanging. After all, you're doing your best to help me date Susan. That's why I spent a year in Sector WS 9909 searching for the perfect trait for you. Take those pills, get accustomed to your tidal demon core's darkness, and then I'll help you acquire that trait. Wyatt paused, noticing Corey's lack of reaction. Instead, her eyes were red and teary, as though she was trying too hard not to cry. Concerned, he asked, What's wrong? You don't want a trait but a physique? That's not worth crying over. No, a trait is fine. But I don't deserve it, Corey confessed, her voice trembling. I never planned to help you date Big Susan. I just wanted to trick her into going out with you one, then take the hourglass relic from you, and kick you to the curb by asking, Who are you? Or something. Park, I didn't understand what you said. I'm not worthy to be a good friend or a good demon merchant. I'm just a selfish monster who won't stop, even at the expense of the people who love her. She began to wail, tears and snot dripping from her reddened eyes and nose. Wyatt was speechless as he watched Corey pour out the truth. All the guilt he thought he had buried came rushing back at once, leaving him paralyzed. His heart grew heavy, and he found it difficult to breathe. But seeing Corey so vulnerable, his gaze hardened, thinking, Not today. He stepped forward and pulled Corey into a hug, resting her head against his chest. Come here, sweetie. I'm sorry. I was just kidding. Okay, he muttered softly. Corey didn't hear a single word. She simply rested her head on his chest, her tears still flowing. Her soft hand slowly clenched his jacket lapel, pulling it closer, as if trying to shield herself from the world with his warmth. Wyatt, with his heightened senses, could feel the depth of Corey's pain, and it only made him feel worse about his actions. He whispered softly, I'm sorry that I wasn't there for you as your friend, your best friend. As if his words had reached her, Corey's wailing softened, and she confided, It's hard, Wyatt. Living is hard, especially knowing that you have to make up for mistakes spanning 2 lifetimes. Her grip on his jacket tightened as she struggled to speak clearly through her sobs. I'm trying so hard, but sometimes I feel like I shouldn't wake up from my sleep. I know I shouldn't have thoughts like that. My life doesn't belong to me. I owe so many people, especially my mother from my past life, but I can't help it. It's too hard, Wyatt, she wailed, pouring out the heavy burden she carried on her shoulders every day. In that moment, Wyatt understood something profound. Corey's origin card didn't need fixing. It was perfect as it was. The problem wasn't the origin card. It was that Corey was a sensitive soul. Her origin card could protect her from the backlash of regaining past life memories, but it couldn't save her from herself. Nothing could truly save someone from themselves. There were ways to delay the pain, but salvation had to come from within. I'm sorry you had to go through all of this alone, Wyatt said, his voice heavy with guilt. He didn't know what else to do but apologize over and over for not being the friend she needed. The more Corey spoke, the more Wyatt remembered the day she had approached him and Susan after Susan's first auction. She had apologized sincerely for the mistakes her family had made. She didn't offer excuses, but shouldered all the responsibility. With remarkable bravery, she even asked Susan to employ her. Most people in her position would have been afraid of retaliation, but Corey wasn't. She apologized with genuine remorse and pursued what she wanted with unwavering resolve. From the moment they met, Corey had been a kind and courageous soul. It wasn't surprising that she would dare to shoulder the debts of 2 lifetimes in an instant. Anyone else would have sought to use those memories to make their life easier, but Corey focused on the mistakes and debts her past selves owed. More importantly, she chose to bear them even when no one was demanding she do so. This was Corey's true self, the brave little girl that Wyatt saw himself in, desperately trying to redeem herself in her own eyes. She didn't seek forgiveness from others. She just wanted to be able to live with herself. Wyatt finally understood why he was so attached to her. Despite all her mistakes, his heart always found room to forgive her and offer her more. She has always been the same Corey, only he failed to see her past her mess. Suddenly, Corey shifted, resting her forehead against his chest. Both her hands gripped his jacket collar tightly, tears and snot still flowing. In a desperate, pleading voice, she begged, "Wyatt, ask me anything but Susan. I'm sorry. I'll get or give you anything in this myriad realm, but not Susan. Please, don't make me do this." Wyatt gently held Corey's head between his hands, lifting it so she had no choice but to meet his gaze. Staring into her teary, red eyes, he promised in a deep, steady voice, "I won't ask you or myself to pursue Susan for you. After all, a bro's mother is off limits. But what if Susan wants to be with me?" Corey, though taken aback by his promise, met his eyes with determination and declared, "I will give her everything she needs and wants. If it's you she wants, then I will give you to her." Wyatt smirked, his tone turning teasing. "So, it's okay for your mom to go after your best friend? Don't I get a say in it?" Before he could say more, Corey punched him squarely in the gut. Then, he burst out laughing. "Ha ha!" She started playfully punching him more on his shoulder. All right, it's starting to tickle. Are you using soul energy?" Wyatt teased, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Corey raised an eyebrow and smirked. "You sure you want me to use soul energy?" she asked, her tone half serious, half playful. Wyatt puffed out his chest, standing tall like he was ready for battle. "Don't underestimate me. I have the thickest skin you've ever seen," he declared proudly, bracing to take Corey's punch head-on. After completing basic combat training, he had gained a better understanding of his hybrid Voltronian defense. Unless Corey used some special martial arts, it would be difficult for her to break through it in her current realm. Corey let out a soft laugh, throwing her hands up in surrender. "I believe you," she said with a smile. Then, with a hint of hesitation, she asked, "But about the hourglass relic, are you still planning to give it to Susan?" Wyatt's expression softened. "I've been saving both the true relics, the hourglass, and the chain tying it to the Worldhog's back for Susan from the start. Yes, I'm petty, but I could never wrong the people that put their trust in me." Ely's voice became quieter, more serious. "I was joking around, but seeing you take the bait, I went overboard. I'm sorry." He exhaled deeply, feeling a strange closeness to Corey now. "However," he added, "I recently started thinking the hourglass relic would be best suited for Clown Mask. Don't worry. If I'm willing to give such a powerful relic to my parents' killer, imagine what I'd be willing to do for Susan and the people who trust me. Honestly, it hurts seeing how little you think of me." Wyatt kept one secret to himself. Park had helped him trick Corey. To his surprise, Park stepped forward, breaking the silence. "Corey," she began, her voice steady, "I knew what Wyatt was doing, and I helped him. I believe the hourglass was better suited for Clown Mask than Susan, and I couldn't wait to see if I was right. I betrayed your trust, but believe when I say this, you are a great demon merchant and a true friend. Don't doubt yourself. I hope you'll forgive me. If you don't want to see me, I understand. I'll go reflect in the darkest corner of the tidal demon core." Corey's eyes softened, and she shook her head. "I knew you were up to something when you tried to hide that part of your memory from me," she admitted. "But I knew you'd never hurt me, so I trusted you. And I was right, you never meant me any harm. Park, when I said I think of you as my elder sister, I meant it. Without you, I wouldn't have made it this far. I'm really grateful for you being there for me every time I needed you. Park tried to deflect with humor, waving a hand dismissively. Well, I'm stuck with you, so I have no choice dash. But seeing Corey's frown, she quickly backtracked. Too soon? Sorry, I'll go reflect in the darkest corner of our tidal demon core dash. That right there, Corey exclaimed, throwing her hands up in frustration. How are you guys able to casually say such things and joke around? How am I supposed to know if you're serious or just messing with me? Her voice trembled with exasperation, but when she noticed Wyatt and Park's jaws hanging open in astonishment to her words, she fell silent, her eyes darting between them. Puzzled. Did I say something wrong? It was too confusing to tell. Wyatt was the first to recover, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. All right, no more jokes, he said with a serious tone, though the corner of his mouth twitched as if still holding back a grin. You guys go ahead and buy Demon Emperor-level demonic taming medicinal pills from the Interrealm network. I need Corey to not only get accustomed to her darkness, but to fully assimilate with it. He paused, his expression darkening. The trait I'm planning to give you will require your full focus. There's a chance that agony might try to take over your body. Corey blinked, confusion flickering across her face. Agony? Who? She asked, tilting her head. Wyatt sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. The undead devil, he clarified. The sentient undead puppet refined from Corey Park's corpse. Her name is Agony. How could you guys forget about her? In a way, she is you. His voice carried disbelief as he stared at them, incredulous. And here I was, patiently waiting for you both to decide what to do with her. Like a fool. Park shifted uncomfortably, crossing her arms over her chest. How could we forget? She muttered, her gaze distant. We've heard about her maybe once or twice, and we've never even met her. I, for one, don't want to remember her. Her voice softened, laced with pain. For numerous reasons. As the remnant ego of Corey Park, she clearly didn't enjoy recalling what had become of her corpse after death. Corey frowned, chewing her bottom lip. It just slipped my mind, she admitted, shrugging. Anyway, she continued, narrowing her eyes. How could she try to take over my body if I'm just acquiring a trait? Isn't she locked away somewhere in this seed world? Wyatt exhaled slowly, his expression softening into a knowing smile. I plan to use her undead flame of agony tidal demon core as an ingredient when helping you acquire the trait, he said carefully. The forest went still, and both Corey and Park narrowed their eyes at him, disbelief clear in their expressions. Wait, what? Corey finally said, her voice cold. Park's arms tightened over her chest as her brow furrowed. You decided what? Wyatt raised his hands in defense, offering a small, apologetic smile. You guys were taking forever to decide what to do with her, he explained. So, I decided to use her to help Corey grow stronger. Wyatt, please don't tell me you've already killed her and dug out her tidal demon core. Corey asked eagerly, her voice tinged with urgency. I didn't, but I was about to, Wyatt replied honestly, his tone steady. He didn't react much to her question, but followed up with his own. Why? Don't tell me you want me to let her live, or worse set her free. Corey frowned deeply, her eyes narrowing. Why would I want that? That itch. Treated Lil Bame like a slave, and tried to kill you. Just let her rot in her prison, she said firmly. Yet, there was a hint of hesitation in her voice, betraying her inability to outright demand Agony's death or forgiveness. Wyatt raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident in his expression. So, let me get this straight. You don't want her dead, but you also want her punished for her crimes. His tone challenged her resolve. Yes, Corey admitted with a nod, her stance unwavering despite his scrutiny. That's exactly what I'm trying to do, Wyatt explained with a shrug. Once I help you manage to acquire a trait, it'll be up to you whether to kill her or enslave her as your undead flame ego spirit. He leaned back slightly, crossing his arms. Imprisoning Agony, in his opinion, was a waste of resources as there wasn't anything in it for him. Wait, you can do that, Park interjected, her voice sharp with disbelief. She leaned forward, her wide eyes revealing her shock. I've never heard of anything like that before. Yes, I can, Wyatt replied, his tone calm but assured. After all, Agony is the spirit of an undead puppet refined from your corpse, Park. The only reason she was born and even managed to reach devil rank was because Lil Bame used some kind of method to revive you as an undead. But since your soul had already reincarnated, it failed. Instead, agony was created, inheriting your body and gaining the strength of a devil. Wyatt paused, gauging their reactions before continuing. However, without you, she's incomplete. That's why she's been stuck at the novice devil rank at best. But her undead flame of agony gives her significant power, so is better than average devils. Giving her to Corey is the same as returning agony to where she belongs. So, Corey, you don't need to feel any guilt about this. Corey's expression softened slightly, but Park wasn't convinced. How do you know all this? She demanded, her voice sharp. Even Lil Bame didn't tell me that. Don't tell me you're closer to her than I am, she added, her insecurity bubbling to the surface. Wyatt sighed, shaking his head. No, she didn't tell me. Relax, Corey. There's no need to be so insecure. You mean the world to Lil Bame. Nobody can replace you in her heart. He smiled faintly, his tone softening as he tried to reassure her. As for how I know all this, that's my trade secret. Wyatt answered without going into details about how he had used his primordial soul pupils to study Agony's soul pathways, their arrangements, and titled demon core. He had discerned traces of power belonging to Lil Bame, which enhanced Agony's undead puppet body to devil rank. From there, piecing together the rest of the story wasn't too difficult, though. He still didn't know what technique Lil Bame had used to try to awaken Park as an undead. Could it have been her innate technique? He wondered silently. Oh, all right, Corey muttered, finally calming down. The tension in her shoulders cased as she reminded herself of her place in Lil Bame's life. Knowing she meant the world to her was an anchor Corey couldn't afford to lose. So, neither of you has a problem with Agony's titled demon core being used as an ingredient to help her acquire a trait, right? Wyatt asked, his gaze shifting between Corey and Park. Seeing them nod in agreement, he pressed on. What do we do with the body? Donate it to me for research or burn it to ashes? Park and Corey froze, staring at Wyatt with wide, incredulous eyes. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. He had the audacity to ask them for their past life's corpse for research? Who even asked something like that to their best friends? They wondered in unison, their shock evident. Wyatt, noticing their stunned expressions, chuckled awkwardly and raised his hands in surrender. All right, I get it. Burning the corpse to ashes it is, he concluded with a resigned tone. Despite their rejection, his mind briefly wandered to his experimental idea, replacing Agony's titled demon core with his primordial calamity daughter gem. With his grimoire upgraded to diamond-grade grimoire, it might be possible for him to refine the corpse puppet into a devil-ranked daughter gem. But for now, he'd have to put that thought on hold until he could procure the other corpse puppet from the Interrealm network. I want the storage card containing the ashes, Corey demanded sharply, breaking his train of thought. Knowing he cannot be trusted when his curiosity is tickled, her narrowed eyes pinned him in place. Don't even think for a second that I wouldn't be able to tell if they're mine or not. Wyatt raised his hands again in mock surrender, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. You got it, boss, he replied, flashing her a thumbs up. Corey huffed, but seemed satisfied with his response. All right, I'll come find you after I've perfectly assimilated my darkness, she said, turning on her heel. Park followed closely behind, casting Wyatt a wary glance before they both headed to their cottage. Whoa, that was tense, Dre quipped, her small form dangling upside down as she peered into Wyatt's eyes. Nestled snugly atop Wyatt's head in his hair, her ears twitched as she playfully teased him. Tell me about it, Wyatt muttered, running a hand through his hair. With a sigh, he summoned Seed to teleport him to his trophy section, specifically to the floating island where the storage card containing Agony's remains was secured. Arriving at the floating island, Dre flew out of Wyatt's hair, her tiny wings fluttering excitedly as she looked around the trophy section. Her wide eyes sparkled with curiosity as she exclaimed, I've always wanted to visit this part of the Seed world. However, her excitement quickly faded as her gaze landed on two unfamiliar figures, Lewis and Redfall. With a sharp gasp, Dre darted back into Wyatt's hair, peeking out timidly. There are people here I've never met, she whispered, her voice trembling. Seeing her sudden retreat into shyness, Wyatt shook his head and sighed. You know you're stronger than both of them combined, right? He said, trying to reassure her. Am I? Dredre asked, her voice filled with surprise. Yet, Wyatt noticed her realm fluctuating, dipping precariously between card emperor and card demigod. If he weren't present to stabilize her, her realm might have fallen even further, possibly to the mortal level or even on the verge of scaring herself to death. Yes, Wyatt said firmly, his tone carrying both authority and encouragement. If you want them to die, they will die, and if you want them to live, they will live because you let them. He hoped his words would bolster her confidence and help her retain her peak realm. Really? Dredre asked, doubt clouding her voice. She stared at him with wide, questioning eyes, unsure whether to believe him. If anyone else had said this, she would have dismissed it as a joke. Yes, trust me, Wyatt replied with a confident nod. Gesturing to the red-haired man, Redfall, he continued, see that guy over there? Point at him and say die aloud, and he will die. Go ahead, try it. Dredre's tiny hands gripped Wyatt's hair nervously as she shook her head. But I don't want him to die, she said, her tone tinged with confusion and distress. The thought of harming someone, even hypothetically, clearly unsettled her. Don't worry, Wyatt said calmly, his voice soothing yet persuasive. You can bring him back to life just by saying revive aloud. But you have to kill him first to test it out. Dredre's expression grew more resolute as she shook her head again. No, I don't want to inconvenience him, she stated firmly. As a pixie, she had a profound respect for the balance of life and death. Not to mention, she couldn't fathom disturbing someone who was diligently practicing in peace. Well, what if he wants you to? Wyatt said, raising a hand to signal Redfall. The red-haired man stood up from his lotus position and gave Dredre a calm, encouraging nod. Dredre looked up at Wyatt, her brows furrowing as she looked down and searched his face for answers. Wyatt, why do you want me to do this? She asked, her tone both curious and concerned. Wyatt's expression remained stoic, betraying none of the inner turmoil he felt. I want you to become aware of your true power. Nothing in the myriad realms can hurt you unless you allow it. You trust me, right? Just give it a try. Dredre hesitated, her tiny wings twitching uncertainly. She didn't understand why Wyatt was pushing her to take such a drastic step, but his unwavering tone gave her pause. What Wyatt didn't let show was how much it pained him to guide her down this path. Dredre was the purest being in his life, a rare soul untainted by the harsh realities of the myriad realms. Yet, he knew it was necessary. To help her achieve her dream of adventuring fearlessly across the realms like her ancestors, the primordial pixies, she had to confront and understand her strength. What kind of friend would he be if he didn't help her achieve that dream? No, let's find someone who's already dead. I'll try reviving them, Dredre said firmly, her small hands crossing over her chest. Her determined tone left no room for argument. While she trusted Wyatt's words completely, she couldn't bring herself to kill someone just to test her ability to revive them. That's too much work. Just kill him and revive him, Wyatt replied lazily, leaning back with a casual shrug. He hadn't truly had no idea whether pixies like Dredre could kill and revive beings with a single word, but he intended to find out. His plan was to use his primordial calamity daughter gem's abilities to trick her into believing she could, then see if she could replicate it on her own without him interfering. Testing her power on one of his daughter gems was crucial. If they went out to find a dead being, it wouldn't take more than a moment for Dredre to realize he had been lying to her. No, Dredre asserted. Her wings twitched in irritation as she narrowed her eyes, standing her ground, not allowing Wyatt to pressure her into killing someone at such a silly reason. Fine. Wyatt relented, his voice laced with irritation. I'll kill him, but you have to revive him. Otherwise, you'll have made me a murderer. He proposed a compromise, and without waiting for her reply, he raised his hand and fired a beam of concentrated soul energy. The beam pierced through Redfall's chest with a searing hiss, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. Redfall collapsed to the ground with a dull thud, his eyes glazing over as the light faded from them. His body grew still, the warmth slowly seeping away, and blood pooling on the ground with every passing second. Dredre gasped, her wings freezing mid-flutter. Wyatt, what did you just do? She exclaimed, yanking hard on his hair in panic. Her tiny voice quivered, and her face was a picture of horror as she hovered inches away from despair. Nothing if you revive him, Wyatt said coolly, his face impassive. He watched her intently, waiting for her to point at Redfall's lifeless form and utter the word, revive, so he could silently signal Redfall to stand back up. In reality, Redfall's consciousness had retreated into his daughter Gem the moment Wyatt's beam hit. Using his myriad devil transformation ability, he shifted his core into a lifeless mass flesh in his body, which was now truly dead, effectively hiding from Dredra's sensitive pixie senses. Dredre took a shaky breath, clutching her hands tightly as she floated higher. Yes, if I revive him, everything will be all right, she muttered to herself, as if trying to convince herself of her words. She raised her tiny hand and pointed at Redfall's corpse, her voice resolute as she chanted aloud, revive, revive. Taking cue from Dredra's sweet yet firm chant, Redfall prepared to restore his daughter Gem to its original form, restructure his cold, lifeless body, and wake up as if he were someone returning from death. However, to both his and Wyatt's astonishment, the golden dust sprinkled by Dredra's wings began to move as if imbued with a will of its own. It shimmered, climbing onto her shoulder, then gently winding along her extended arm. Gathering at the tip of her finger, which pointed unwaveringly at Redfall's corpse, the dust shot forward as a radiant golden beam. The moment the golden beam struck Redfall's body, the gaping hole in his chest healed within a fraction of a second. A surge of power coursed through him, rejuvenating his form and cleansing his soul of the corrosion inflicted by the breath of erosion. His mind widened in disbelief as he felt the malignant force being expelled not only from his soul, but also from his daughter Gem and his entire body. He bolted upright, urgency flashing in his eyes, and yelled at the soul Gem, Master, feed that breath of erosion to your grimoire's card creation page. Hurry, before it returns to the river of reincarnation. Wyatt, who had been closely observing the effects of Dredra's pixie dust beam on Redfall through his primordial soul pupils, was equally astounded. He could see how the radiant beam had not only revitalized Redfall, but had also expelled the breath of erosion. Wasting no time, Wyatt summoned his shimmering diamond grimoire. Without waiting for further reminders, he rushed to Redfall's side, feeding the expelled breath of erosion into the profound crafting array on his diamond grimoire's card creation page. The moment the breath of erosion was swallowed, the bright, gleaming diamond grimoire clamped shut and hovered ominously in the air. Darkness began to creep across its radiant surface, eroding the flawless diamond clarity. The diamond cover and pages blackened, transforming into a void like pitch black. Then, tiny shimmering dots resembling stars began to emerge, their numbers gradually increasing. Soon, the grimoire resembled a starry night sky brimming with constellations. The pattern of the stars had aligned, forming a constellation that mirrored Wyatt's identity QR code on cover. Just as Wyatt reached out for his transformed grimoire, it suddenly morphed into a starry beam and shot into his body, merging directly with his primordial calamity soul, Gem. Within moments, his soul Gem began undergoing a transformation so profound that it surpassed his comprehension. Before he could process the changes, his attention was drawn to Dredre. Her golden wings, once radiant, dimmed drastically as she collapsed to the ground like a withered leaf, unconscious. Dredre, Wyatt's voice cracked with alarm. He darted forward, catching her delicate form before she could hit the ground. Panic gripped him as he instinctively poured primordial energy into her. Gradually, her wings regained their original brilliance and glow. He held her close, whispering with worry etched across his face, Dredre, Dredre, are you all right? Dredra's tiny body trembled, her delicate wings fluttering weakly as she opened her eyes, which glistened with exhaustion. Meeting Wyatt's worried gaze, she softly muttered, I am all right, Wyatt. What about the other person? Is he all right? Wyatt's shoulders relaxed slightly as he gave her a reassuring smile. Yes, he is. You did it, Dredre. You brought a being back to life. You're amazing, so strong and so brave. His voice brimmed with genuine praise, though his gaze lingered on her fragile form, hinting at his lingering concern. However, Wyatt wasn't completely certain Dredre could revive the dead. After all, Redfall wasn't dead to begin with. However, Her pixie dust beam's power to drive away the breath of erosion and heal the damage it inflicted on Redfall's soul left little doubt about her capabilities. Still, he couldn't ignore the toll it had taken on her. If he hadn't poured primordial energy into her, he dreaded to think how long her recovery might have taken. He glanced away briefly, his mind racing with calculations. He silently resolved not to push her like this again. Not until he had analyzed the data his primordial soul pupils gathered and figured out a safer way for her to channel her power without experiencing such strain. Ha ha ha. Deidre's weak laughter broke his thoughts as she slowly fluttered out of his hands. Her movements were languid, but her wings managed to carry her back to her favorite spot nestled in his hair. Settling in with a tired sigh, she said, "I'm so sleepy. I'll take a nap." "Deidre, are you sure you're okay?" Wyatt asked softly, his concern evident even as her body and wings regained their radiant glow. "Yes, I'm fine," she murmured, her voice trailing off. "Just sleepy." Before he could say anything further, her tiny form relaxed completely, her gentle breathing signaling that she had already fallen into a deep sleep. Wyatt reached up instinctively to ensure she was secure in his hair. Then, his attention shifted to his primordial calamity daughter gem. It now resembled a starry, dark gem adorned with numerous constellations. Upon closer inspection, Wyatt realized that each constellation represented an aspect of his physique, traits, runes, enslaved primordial spirits, abilities, and more. At first, he thought these changes were purely aesthetic. However, as he examined it further, he discovered that his soul gem had become sturdier and more refined than before, particularly its outer protective shell formed from the seed of the primordial world calamity tree. The improvements were subtle, so subtle that only someone deeply familiar with the gem, like Wyatt himself, could notice them. It was akin to how a seasoned jeweler could distinguish rare diamonds from ordinary ones. To his surprise, as he turned his gaze toward Redfall, he discovered that these changes weren't limited to him alone. The transformations had extended to all his primordial calamity daughter gems through their shared link. Impressed by the changes Breath of Erosion's refinement had brought, Wyatt couldn't help but murmur, "No wonder it said that the Breath of Erosion can refine anything and everything." Wyatt then summoned his starry grimoire, flipping through its shimmering pages with a nod of satisfaction. Despite its twinkling, almost girly aesthetic, he couldn't deny its unparalleled significance. His grimoire was now of unranked grade, making him the only card apprentice in the entire card world to possess such a treasure. Unless someone managed to find and contract the first unranked grade grimoire that once belonged to demigod Michelangelo's unnamed comrade. This was a monumental achievement, and Wyatt felt it warranted a celebration. His excitement grew at the thought of crafting a ranked grade card. His eyes repeatedly darted toward the altar at the center of the floating island, where the storage card containing the slumbering agony rested. Shaking off the temptation, Wyatt decided to stick to his plan of burning Park's corpse as agreed. However, he also planned to visit Sector DS-0909 in the Interrealm City to purchase a devil-grade corpse puppet. His goal was to refine it into an unranked card while waiting for Corey to perfectly assimilate the darkness of her titled demon core. Deciding to reward himself, Wyatt approached the altar. Picking up the storage card, he equipped it, using the imprisoning array to extract Agony's titled demon core. He then incinerated her corpse to ashes. Carefully placing the titled demon core in his personal storage card, he unequipped the storage card containing Park's ashes, intending to hand it to Corey at their next meeting. As Wyatt prepared to assume the Lotus position and enter the Interrealm City, he noticed demigod Redfall waiting nearby. Raising a brow, he asked, "What is it?" "Master, I wanted to inform you that thanks to Madame Deidre's power, I've recovered my divinity. I should fully restore my runes within a day at most," Redfall politely replied. Wyatt nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that this update was Redfall's way of helping him plan. Redfall clearly intended for Wyatt to make time in his schedule to assist him in acquiring a grimoire, traveling to his mother's secret base to revive her using whatever measures she prepared for such an event, and looting her belongings, such that Wyatt could confirm that the complete surrender of a Calamity Daughter gem was what made them worthy of inheriting Wyatt's bloodline. "Great," Wyatt responded, After helping Corey acquire the trade I have in mind, we can get to it. This wasn't all Wyatt had planned during their excursion to the card world. He also intended to confirm whether Clown Mask could use the Hourglass relic, as he and Park had previously theorized. Understood, Master. I will contact you once I've fully restored my runes, Redfall said with a respectful bow before departing to his floating island to continue his recovery. With his plan set, Wyatt decided to seize this rare moment of free time to indulge in experimentation and satisfy his curiosity. Lately, he had focused solely on growing stronger and amassing abilities and cards, leaving little room for intellectual pursuits on his whim. Assuming the Lotus position, he immediately entered the Interrealm city, eager to explore his ideas. Dear Demon Merchant, welcome to Sector DS-0909. Note: Behave. Arriving at the fountain pond, Wyatt's senses were greeted by the lively bustle of a crowd. Seeing this, he couldn't help but miss the tranquility and order of Sector WS-9909. Ignoring it, he studied the sector map by the pond. He memorized the route to his destination, the Chaos Dwarf District, where all the guilds and workshops belonging to the Chaos Dwarves were situated. If he was going to make a purchase, he would go to the best, and the item crafted by Chaos Dwarven race was among the best. Most importantly, the Chaos Dwarven race had built their reputation on earning the trust of their customers. To this day, no one had ever accused them of dishonesty in transactions. Unlike others who looked down on weaker clients and wouldn't hesitate to cheat them if it served their interests, the Chaos Dwarves were different. They treated all clients equally, with their characteristic bluntness and scorn, born not of malice but of pride in their creations, knowing their items would never fail their wielders. The Chaos Dwarves worshipped their craft, and their pride wouldn't allow them to produce anything less than their best. They would sooner die than create something subpar, and they outright refused to sell anything that didn't meet their standards. This pride ensured that they never cheated their clients. Instead, they sought to hear their customers sing praises of their items, even after those items lost their durability. Their ultimate goal was to ruin their clients for other crafters. Once someone had a Chaos Dwarven item, no other craftsman's item could ever satisfy them. In the Chaos Dwarven district of Sector DS-0909, every demon and devil merchants could shop with ease, knowing that regardless of what they purchased, they would get their money's worth. Such was the trust in the craftsmanship of the Chaos Dwarven race. This trust was sustained because the Chaos Dwarves were not to be trifled with. Their clients, demon and devil merchants, notorious tricksters, respected the Chaos Dwarves' reputation. The fact that the Chaos Dwarves could run a business built on trust in such an environment was a testament to their power and influence, which rivaled even that of the Infinity Library. However, their prices reflected their unparalleled quality. For the average demon or devil merchant, owning an item crafted by the Chaos Dwarven race that suited their realm was little more than a dream. For Wyatt, however, money wasn't an issue, as long as they had what he wanted. Soon, he reached the Chaos Dwarven district. Unlike other districts, it was unadorned and utilitarian. The Chaos Dwarves didn't waste time decorating their workshops or advertising with banners or flashy displays. They believed their items alone should draw clients. If a demon or devil merchant walked into their workshop, it was because they were genuinely interested in the craftsmanship, not because they were lured by the appearance of the workshop or superficial marketing. Walking into the Chaos Dwarven district, Wyatt felt overwhelmed. There were too many choices, and each one seemed like the best. He couldn't make up his mind. Every workshop appeared similar, offering no clear way to distinguish one from another without analyzing their items individually. Each workshop belonged to a Chaos Dwarven guild, all renowned for their craftsmanship. The Interrealm network was no help either. It offered little to no information to differentiate the workshops. Wyatt specifically wanted to find a workshop skilled in refining corpse puppets, but the network provided almost no relevant details. While he understood the Chaos Dwarves' disdain for gimmicks, he couldn't help but think they could at least list what they sold and who excelled at what. The lack of guidance was frustrating. Half of Wyatt's enthusiasm for creating a corpse puppet daughter gem had already faded. With no other options, he decided to choose a workshop at random and see what surprises fate had in store for him. As he ventured deeper into the district, a workshop in a back alley caught his attention, and he stepped inside. Inside, Wyatt found himself in a dimly lit hall shrouded in eerie darkness, with a faint red-amber light glowing at the far end. With no front desk or attendant to greet him, he walked toward the light. As he moved forward, the part of the hallway he occupied lit up, revealing items displayed on the walls to his left and right. With his first step, a sword appeared on the right wall, and a spear on the left. When he took another step, the displays changed, a lance on the right and a round hammer on the left. Curious, he stepped back, and the sword and spear reappeared. Without even using his soul pupils, Wyatt had realized he was inside an array and solved it. Patiently, he continued walking, waiting for the walls to display what he sought, a corpse puppet. After a while, the wall on his right showcased a humanoid corpse puppet resembling a human. This confirmed his suspicion. The array tailored its displays to weapons and items suited to his form rather than those specialized for other races. Despite finding this mildly interesting, he felt it was an inefficient use of time. Still, he stepped toward the wall with the humanoid corpse puppet, which transformed into a door. Opening the door, Wyatt stepped into a brightly lit, massive hall that resembled a superhero's lair, complete with displays of weapons, costumes, and trophies. However, in this case, the displays featured various humanoid corpse puppets. As he approached one, he was startled to hear information about the puppet whispered in his ears. It became clear the workshop operated without any attendants. Customers had to figure things out and help themselves. Wyatt found this method of service both inconvenient and impractical. To many, it reflected the Chaos Dwarves' immense confidence and pride in their creations. However, Wyatt felt as though the workshop owner was indirectly telling him, or any customer, that they weren't worth their time. The owner would rather focus on refining their craft than waste effort on customer service. Wondering if the Chaos Dwarf would maintain the same indifferent attitude toward him, Wyatt summoned his unranked grimoire and retrieved a seemingly ordinary red stone, about the size of a basketball, from his storage. Holding it in his hand, he continued to slowly gaze at the puppets, awaiting the result of his little social experiment. He didn't have to wait long. The grandiose ceiling of the hall morphed, transforming into a massive eye that peeked into the room and locked its gaze onto the stone in Wyatt's hand. Taking the cue, Wyatt calmly returned the stone to his storage card and resumed studying the humanoid corpse puppets, ignoring the eye above, which now seemed to be staring directly at him. The corpse puppets all resembled humans, though some had pointed ears or noses or sharp nails resembling claws, while others appeared larger, almost giant-like, compared to the average human size. They looked decent, but their levels ranged only from the Demon Grandmaster realm to Demon Emperor at best. Higher realm puppets weren't on display, nor were there any puppets crafted for other species with different shapes and sizes. Wyatt couldn't help but wonder, was the array simply assuming his preference based on his physical build and realm, or was it just being outright racist? Considering this was a Chaos Dwarf's workshop, Wyatt concluded it was likely the former, but that realization only deepened his disappointment. He had expected a Chaos Dwarf to implement a more sophisticated system, especially if they were too busy or unwilling to hire staff to attend to customers. Wyatt had tried to find a way to communicate with the array managing the workshop to specify what he wanted, but no such function existed. The array was rudimentary, riddled with flaws, and utterly lacked a decent customer interface. While the concept behind it was sound, the execution was abysmal. He should have known better than to expect much from a workshop that didn't even have a name. Yes, the Chaos Dwarf responsible for this workshop hadn't bothered naming it. Even the Devil Merchant Code referred to it as unnamed. No, it wasn't as though they named it unnamed intentionally. They simply hadn't chosen a name at all, leaving the Devil Merchant Code to fill in the blank with Unnamed Workshop 10101, showing that this Chaos Dwarf wasn't and last to do this. Fed up with the array and seeing that the Chaos Dwarf who ran the workshop still wasn't willing to appear, even after Wyatt had drawn out a precious or that caught their attention, he decided to cut his losses and try his luck at another workshop. His experience here solidified his belief in the importance of marketing and a strong online presence for any brand. Had this workshop invested in such efforts, the bad reviews and negative customer feedback might have warned him in advance, saving him from wasting his time entering it. However, just as he headed out without purchasing anything, Instead of finding himself back on the streets of the Chaos Dwarven district, Wyatt appeared in a plain, white, seemingly endless hall. Before he could process the abrupt change, a young dwarf with bare torso and leather skirt materialized in front of him and demanded, "Mortal, take out the Orbiumite." "Who the FCK are you? Why would I show my Orbiumite to some stranger?" Wyatt snapped at the unknown dwarf. Looking around in panic, he hysterically yelled, "Why am I not outside but here? Where's this? Did you kidnap me? Are you planning to steal my Orbiumite? I'll appeal to the Devil Merchant Code right away." Hearing Wyatt accuse it of being a kidnapper and a thief, the Chaos Dwarf's rage surged, and it was ready to explode. However, upon hearing Wyatt mention an appeal to the Devil Merchant Code, its arrogant, prideful, and enraged expression immediately deflated. The dwarf hurriedly begged, "No, don't. Don't make an appeal. My workshop is one appeal away from being blacklisted." Wyatt raised an eyebrow at this revelation, wondering what kind of mess fate had dumped him into. For someone to be one step away from being blacklisted by the Devil Merchant Code, a notoriously profit-driven and lenient entity, they must have committed repeated egregious offenses. It was common knowledge that the Devil Merchant Code only blacklisted individuals or entities when their actions became so atrocious and frequent that no amount of offerings could sway the code's judgment. To think, of all the Chaos Dwarves in this district, Wyatt had stumbled upon the black sheep of the Chaos Dwarven race. He could only conclude that fate was playing a cruel joke on him. "What does that have to do with me? You F-King kidnapped me, and now you're trying to steal my Orbiumite. I will appeal to the Devil Merchant Code and get appropriate compensation for my troubles," Wyatt said, indirectly hinting that the Chaos Dwarf could compensate him to avoid an appeal. "Compensation? For what? All I did was take some of your time to view your Orbiumite. Besides, I'd rather make an offering to the Devil Merchant Code than compensate you for nothing," the Chaos Dwarf retorted. Its tone made it clear that it wasn't joking, it meant every word. A thought crossed Wyatt's mind. Don't tell me the only reason this workshop is one appeal away from being blacklisted is because this lunatic refuses to offer the Devil Merchant Code anything to overlook the previous appeals. "Fine, just send me out without wasting any more of my time," Wyatt replied, abandoning the idea of making an appeal. He realized he had little to gain from the situation. The quirky Chaos Dwarf he had encountered was simply unhinged. This fool was brazenly trying to fight the Devil Merchant Code on its own turf. Wyatt was surprised the dwarf had lasted this long. Perhaps it had a strong backing. Not that it mattered to Wyatt. He already had enough insane people in his life. He didn't need to add this one to the list. "Not until you show me the Orbiumite," the Chaos Dwarf asserted. Wyatt was momentarily speechless, feeling more and more like he had been genuinely kidnapped. The Chaos Dwarf's lack of fear toward the Devil Merchant Code made Wyatt question the entire situation. Something about this felt deeply wrong. "FCKU, shorty," Wyatt growled before submitting a detailed appeal to the Devil Merchant Code against unnamed workshop 10101. He had decided to teach the Chaos Dwarf a lesson. "Who are you calling shorty, you freak? I am normal for my race, but you, what race are you even? Don't tell me you're from some no-name race in a backward part of the Myriad Realms. If you don't want your realm to be destroyed, show me the Orbiumite," the Chaos Dwarf threatened Wyatt. Wyatt, however, didn't believe the dwarf could follow through on its threat. After all, the Chaos Dwarves weren't interested in destruction or conquest, they were creators at heart. They would rather spend their time and resources improving their craft than waste it on obliterating an unknown realm. Besides, while well-preserved Orbiumite ore was rare in the Myriad Realms, it wasn't valuable enough to justify going to war. "Go ahead, try it. I'll find your tribe, chop every single one of them in front of you, and feed them to you raw," Wyatt countered, testing the Chaos Dwarf's resolve. He wanted to judge if the dwarf's threats were serious based on its response. "Oh yeah? I'll do the same," the Chaos Dwarf retorted, its rage blinding it to the lack of originality in its threat. The response was clearly empty, merely an attempt to provoke Wyatt into revealing the Orbiumite. Wyatt smirked in disdain at the Chaos Dwarf's hollow words. At that moment, he received a reply from the Devil Merchant Code regarding his appeal. Without warning, he was instantly teleported out of the workshop and onto the street in front of it, awaiting a formal hearing. Refusing to let the prior events affect his mood, Wyatt continued toward another workshop, this one situated on a main street, and appearing far more larger in size. To his surprise, the Chaos Dwarf followed him, complaining, "You said you wouldn't make an appeal. You lied." "I didn't lie," Wyatt replied coldly. "You didn't appreciate the chance I gave you. Instead, you threatened me. You deserve the blacklist. You've made me lose all the trust your race has worked for millennia to build. You're a stain on the Chaos Dwarven race." He berated the Chaos Dwarf in the middle of the crowded street, drawing the attention of passers-by. Unhappy with how things were unfolding, the Chaos Dwarf yelled back, "Show me the Orbiumite, or I'll have you banned from the Chaos Dwarven district. Of all the millions of Chaos Dwarves in the world, why did I have to run into this F-cur?" Wyatt exclaimed in exasperation. Turning to face the dwarf, he added, "You don't have to ban me. I don't plan to visit the Chaos Dwarven district ever again." With that, Wyatt headed out of the district and decided to visit the popular corpse puppet seller recommended by reviews on the Interrealm network. He wanted to run into another eccentric Chaos Dwarf. Besides, with Clown Mask on his side, he didn't need to worry about being duped. He could simply purchase a corpse puppet from the most reputable boutique in the sector, knowing it was the best deal he could get. However, to his astonishment, the Chaos Dwarf appeared in front of him yet again, blocking his path. "No, you aren't allowed to leave the Chaos Dwarven district until you show me the Orbiumite," the dwarf shouted. Wyatt hardened his gaze at the Chaos Dwarf and said, "For FCK's sake, make up your damn mind. Do you want to ban me or keep me in the Chaos Dwarven district?" "Give me a second," the Chaos Dwarf replied, thinking hard about what exactly it wanted. Just as Wyatt was about to move around him, the dwarf stepped in his way again and yelled, "All I want is to see your Orbiumite or..." "Why the FCK would I show you my Orbiumite or when you've been nothing but a pain? Get out of my way. Or do you want me to get you blacklisted like I did with your workshop?" Wyatt warned the Chaos Dwarf. He didn't actually have the power to do that, nor did the Chaos Dwarf seem to care about being blacklisted by the Devil Merchant Code, or anything else, for that matter. The dwarf clearly had a few screws loose. A crowd was beginning to gather around them, and the demon and devil merchants were starting to misinterpret their conversation and the dwarf's pestering. Did he just say he got that Chaos Dwarf's workshop blacklisted? That's not possible. The greedy Devil Merchant Code would never blacklist a Chaos Dwarven workshop. But that's what he said, and the Chaos Dwarf didn't deny it. Well, if you're from a ruler class force, it's possible to get someone blacklisted with enough evidence and a good offering. Whatever. I'm just happy someone finally taught these damn Chaos Dwarves a lesson. We spend a fortune on their items, but they treat us like trash. That might be true for a small, no-name workshop, but to get a Chaos Dwarf's workshop in the Chaos Dwarven district blacklisted, the force behind that demon merchant must be top tier, even among ruler class forces. You're right. Every time I buy something from them, I lose all the excitement I had about getting a new item and just feel sad. Still, I do end up getting a lot of practice done that week. Which force is powerful enough to get a Chaos Dwarf's workshop in the Chaos Dwarven district blacklisted? That demon merchant's appearance doesn't match anyone I know from a ruler class force. Are you guys seriously gossiping about someone from a ruler class force and a Chaos Dwarf right behind their backs? Unless you're from a ruler class force yourselves, you're courting death. The surrounding demon and devil merchants had only heard part of the conversation, but that didn't stop them from wildly exaggerating their gossip. The dwarf, however, didn't seem to care. It was as if he couldn't hear them at all and continued pestering Wyatt. Though the Chaos Dwarf didn't appear to fear the Devil Merchant Code, he seemed well aware of its rules and was exploiting them to harass Wyatt without giving him a valid reason to file an appeal. Even though the dwarf was blocking Wyatt's path, every time Wyatt took a step forward, the dwarf would step backward, maintaining a minimum distance between them. It looked less like the dwarf was blocking Wyatt and more like he was walking backward in front of him. This tactic meant Wyatt had no grounds to make an appeal to the Devil Merchant Code. As for public nuisance, the spectators didn't mind the spectacle. In fact, they hurried to clear the way to avoid getting involved. Wyatt could just show the Orbiumite or to the Chaos Dwarf and get it over with. But if he caved to its antics now, what if it later demanded that he give it the Orbiumite, or should he just hand it over to make the dwarf stop pestering him? That wasn't going to happen. Yes, he was beginning to regret taking out the Orbiumite, but he was not about to let this Chaos Dwarf walk all over him. Besides, a properly preserved Orbiumite, though a conversation starter, wasn't worth the trouble the Chaos Dwarf was putting him through. He blamed his luck for stepping into such a Chaos Dwarf's workshop in a district filled entirely with Chaos Dwarf workshops. Fine. How about this? You're interested in buying a corpse puppet, right? How about I show you the best corpse puppet I've ever crafted in exchange for you showing me your orbiumite ore? The Chaos Dwarf finally proposed, offering a compromise instead of simply demanding or threatening Wyatt to show his ore. I've seen the corpse puppets displayed in your workshop. They're not worth my time, Wyatt rejected. So what if the Chaos Dwarf was starting to be reasonable? It was Wyatt's turn to give it a taste of its own medicine. Not to mention, if he were to quickly agree to the dwarf's first compromise, he'd look desperate. How dare you? The Chaos Dwarf glared at Wyatt in rage and then demanded, "Take that back." "Why should I? You've displayed the crappiest corpse puppets I've ever seen and tagged them with exorbitant price tags. Have you no shame? Even though I haven't crafted a corpse puppet before, I think I could do a better job than you." "Good ingredients wasted in a fool's hands," Wyatt snapped, deciding to vent his pent-up frustration on the stubborn Chaos Dwarf before him. As Wyatt finished speaking, the crowd around them gasped, while the Chaos Dwarf grinned. Did he just issue a corpse puppet crafting challenge to the Chaos Dwarf in the middle of the Chaos Dwarven district? Yes, he did. He just issued a challenge to a Chaos Dwarf. Holy SHD. I can't believe I'm lucky to witness this. No matter who wins, I get to see someone put a Chaos Dwarf in their place, or a ruler-class brat learn the cruel reality. It's been a millennium since anyone dared to challenge a Chaos Dwarf in the Chaos Dwarven district. FCK? I knew it. He must belong to a top-tier ruler-class force. Even though I hate to agree with you, that's the only explanation. Otherwise, who would be stupid enough to challenge a Chaos Dwarf in the field of crafting? I don't know. There are plenty of forces that aren't semi-ruler or ruler-class level, but still manage to craft better corpse puppets than the average Chaos Dwarf. But those are experienced crafters who've spent millennia developing their skills. This demon merchant doesn't even look a century old. The dwarf's grin morphed into manic laughter, fueled by the crowd's misinterpretation of Wyatt's words. He heroically declared, "So be it, mortal. I accept your challenge. If I win, you will hand over your orbiumite or mine to me. And if I lose, what do you want, mortal?" Wyatt, who was preparing to clarify that he had not challenged the Chaos Dwarf, couldn't help but nod in realization as he listened to the dwarf demand that Wyatt give him his orbiumite or mine if he lost the corpse puppet crafting duel. Finally, he understood why the Chaos Dwarf was pestering him. As he had guessed, a well-preserved orbiumite or by itself wasn't worth all the trouble the Chaos Dwarf was going through to view the one Wyatt had. However, a mine of well-preserved orbiumite or was a different story. It was something worth going to war over. Wyatt had underestimated the Chaos Dwarf. Just by glancing at the orbiumite ore, the dwarf had guessed from the red color patterns on its surface that it had been mined recently from a massive orbiumite or reserve. "Orbiumite or mine. This is just one orbiumite ore I happen to have on me," Wyatt lied. The Chaos Dwarf didn't believe him and retorted, "From the pattern on the ore's surface, I can tell not only that it was mined less than a week ago, but also that, except for the 2 mm crust, the rest of the orbiumite ore is in an extremely pure state, indicating it was mined from a huge reserve spanning several miles. You've hit the jackpot, but unfortunately, you didn't know how to hide your wealth. Had you not insulted me, I would have compensated you properly for the mine's location. But you dared to call my crafted corpse puppet trash and challenge me? I'm going to crush you and take your mine as my winnings. I don't know about a orbiumite mine, but I trade the orbiumite ore I have from a Chaos Dwarf demon merchant named Ezra Fulhar," Wyatt calmly asserted, using his alias as a cover. He even dared to look at the Chaos Dwarf as if he were watching a fool pretending to be the smartest person on the street. No way. No self-respecting Chaos Dwarf would ever sell such a pure orbiumite ore to an ignorant mortal like you. The Chaos Dwarf said in disbelief. Why not? I had something he wanted, and we agreed to a trade. Not every Chaos Dwarf is a crazy nut who tries to kidnap and steal from others like you. Wyatt continued with his fabricated story. However, the more the surrounding people listened to their conversation, the more confused they became about Wyatt's identity. Why does the Chaos Dwarf keep calling that other demon merchant immortal? Is it because of his low realm? No, I think it must be something deeper than that. Chaos dwarves are difficult to talk with, but they don't differentiate between others. To them, we're all the same trash that doesn't deserve their items. No, I think it's because that demon merchant is a non-native demon merchant from an unknown realm. Yes, I think so too. I don't recognize any ruler class force with someone who looks like that. As if you've seen every demon merchant of every ruler class force. Buddy, if you want to fart nonsense and accept you say it smell fragrant, then you are at the wrong place. Go fart somewhere else. I too feel he is just a non-native ignorant demon merchant. Then how do you explain him getting the devil merchant code to blacklist the Chaos Dwarf's workshop? Maybe he morphed his appearance to blend in with the crowd, not wanting to be disturbed. Forget that. Didn't you hear the Chaos Dwarf say that demon merchant has a massive orbiumite or reserve? Even if he isn't from a ruler class force, he's as rich as the kids from those forces. Wipe your drool. It's still not our turn to covet that mine. The Chaos Dwarf clearly has his eye on it, and from the way things are heading, it looks like he'll get it. Ruler class or not, I believe that young demon merchant isn't simple. Look at his posture and how he's handling that difficult Chaos Dwarf. Oh yeah? Want a bet? Place your bets over at Forever Bets Realm Network. Place your bets over at Jackpot Bets Realm Network. Unnamed Chaos Dwarf versus unknown demon merchant. Wyatt frowned as he listened to the crowd. Because of the unreasonable Chaos Dwarf, his business was now all over the street, and he didn't like it. Fortunately, he had paid for the highest level of privacy one could buy from the Devil Merchant Code. These demon and devil merchants could not uncover his information unless they had some peculiar privilege gifted by the Devil Merchant Code. Even so, they would need to satisfy specific conditions to learn Wyatt's identity. Listen here, asshole. I never challenged you, nor do I have an orbiumite or mine. However, if you're challenging me to a corpse puppet crafting duel, I'm not one to back down. So are you challenging me? Wyatt's frustration was evident. He genuinely wanted to find the Chaos Dwarf's physical body and subject it to a torture so severe that it would strike fear into any being across the myriad realms that heard its screams. Ha! The Chaos Dwarf broke into maniacal laughter once again upon hearing Wyatt's words. Then it said, "Fine, let's say I believe your little story. Give me the contact ID of this supposed Chaos Dwarf who traded that orbiumite or with you." Why should I? I don't owe you anything. If anything, you should be apologizing to me for being such an inconvenience, Wyatt replied. He had no intention of giving the Chaos Dwarf the contact info for Ezra Fulharnot because he was afraid his cover would be blown, but because he had no obligation to do so. Besides, his eyes were on a bigger prize. You're a bold one, aren't you? You know what I think. You don't want to give me that Chaos Dwarf's contact ID because you're lying through your teeth to save your ass. The Chaos Dwarf accused, trying to read Wyatt's reaction to determine whether he was lying or genuinely unwilling to share the contact information. What need do I have to lie to you? Let's say I do have a massive orbiumite or reserve as you claim, what can you do about it? If I have an orbiumite mine, what are you possibly going to do? Keep following me around sector DS0909? What if I go to another sector or just return to the physical plane? Then can you follow me? Wyatt retorted with exaggerated annoyance, emphasizing to the Chaos Dwarf that he had no reason to lie. He genuinely didn't want to give Ezra's contact info to the arrogant, stubborn dwarf. Wyatt's words forced the Chaos Dwarf to confront reality. Other demon and devil merchant only feared it because of its race and the items its kind crafted, but beyond that, there was no reason for the masses to fear the Chaos Dwarfs. Not to mention, Wyatt had declared he wouldn't buy any items from them. He truly had no reason to. Lick. Finally, the Chaos Dwarf decided to make things official. Issuing a formal challenge to Wyatt, it demanded, "Fine, I challenge you to a corpse puppet crafting duel. If I win, you will give me that Chaos Dwarf's information. And if you win, what do you want? Liar. Dwarf, stop trying to provoke me. Didn't I already say I would accept your challenge as long as you follow the proper due process? However, I need a few hours to learn about corpse puppet crafting," Wyatt said, his tone calm and composed despite being accused of lying by the Chaos Dwarf. To a demon or devil merchant, being called a liar was perhaps the highest compliment. Wyatt, therefore, could not help but look at the dwarf with a mix of bemusement and curiosity, wondering if the comment was meant as a provocation or a peculiar form of flattery before he replied. How shameless can you be? If you don't know anything about corpse puppet crafting, how dare you call my corpse puppet a waste of resources? The Chaos Dwarf snapped, glaring at Wyatt. Suspicion clouded his face as he refused to believe Wyatt's claim. To him, it seemed like Wyatt was merely toying with him, with no intention of accepting the challenge or providing the contact information of the Chaos Dwarf who supplied the orbiumite ore. I have a special talent for appraising items, Wyatt explained, rubbing his temples as if to soothe a growing headache. Be that as it may, let us sign a devil merchant contract for this challenge so that you can be assured I've never crafted a corpse puppet in my life. He then casually picked at his ears, clearly annoyed by the exaggerated murmurs and assumptions spreading among the crowd of demon and devil merchants surrounding them. The crowd, much like Wyatt, seemed perplexed. Was the Chaos Dwarf complimenting Wyatt by calling him a liar and shameless, or was he insulting him? The confusion was palpable. It became increasingly apparent to the onlookers that while the dwarf might be an exceptional craftsman, he was sorely lacking in social graces. Otherwise, he would not have caused such a spectacle in the middle of a crowded street in the Chaos Dwarven district, of all places. Wyatt, however, viewed the situation differently. He had noticed that the Chaos Dwarf, despite his bluster, was treading carefully. The dwarf understood that Wyatt was not intimidated by his Chaos Dwarf identity. He made it clear when dared to falsely make an appeal to the Devil Merchant Code, calling it a thief and kidnapper, and get its workshop blacklisted, blowing a minor incident out of proportion. It was clear to the dwarf that it couldn't rely on traditional intimidation tactics to cow Wyatt as he might with other demon merchants. Instead, the dwarf seemed to have adopted a subtler approach, pestering Wyatt just enough to provoke him into action, but not enough to give him a reason to make an official appeal to the Devil Merchant Code. The Chaos Dwarf was walking a fine line. He ensured his actions didn't escalate to outright threats, particularly now that Wyatt had made it clear he knew his rights. If he chose to leave the sector or the Interrealm city, the dwarf could do nothing to stop him. Desperate to secure the only lead on a potentially massive orbiumite or reserve, the Chaos Dwarf did his best to coax and corner Wyatt into revealing what he wanted, knowing full well that Wyatt wouldn't do so willingly after the disrespect he had put him through. Devil Merchant contract? That sounds doable. Fine, the Chaos Dwarf finally said, though hesitation lingered in his tone. At first, the challenge had been about redeeming his glory as a crafter and obtaining information about the orbiumite or mine. However, upon learning that the demon merchant he was challenging had never crafted a single corpse puppet in his life, the dwarf began to doubt whether any glory could truly be reclaimed by defeating such an opponent. On the off chance he were to lose, he knew it would seal his reputation as the black sheep of his race. Still, his greed for the orbiumite or mine ultimately triumphed over his other concerns, and he begrudgingly agreed. I have signed the contract stating that we will have an official corpse puppet crafting duel in the Devil Merchant Code's dual realm in an hour. Since you're the challenger, you will be paying for everything, from the venue to the resources we use. Also, make sure to carefully read the other clauses before you sign it. I don't want to hear you whining to me about them after I win, Wyatt said, producing the signed Devil Merchant contract scroll he had prepared. He handed it to the Chaos Dwarf, his gaze steady as he cautioned him to carefully review it before signing. Wyatt had his reasons for proceeding in this manner instead of using the Demon Merchant Code to draft the contract and declare the crafting duel in Dual Realm. While it was tedious, this approach allowed him to ensure he wouldn't accidentally reveal his identity. In fact, he had even added a clause to protect the identities of both contenders. However, he also included a sneaky clause to reveal the loser's identity to the winner, confident that the overconfident dwarf would overlook it. As for the reward he demanded, you must be out of your mind if you think I will accept such a wager. The stakes need to be fair, the Chaos Dwarf shouted, his voice breaking Wyatt's chain of thought. Why? As the one accepting the challenge, I get to set a higher stake. If you have a problem with that, you can choose to cancel the challenge now. Nothing is official yet. Besides, what are you so worried about? Don't tell me you fear losing the duel. Other than that, I can't think of any reason why you'd be so concerned about the stakes I'm demanding as compensation, Wyatt countered, his voice calm, but his words sharp as he pressed for the hefty reward outlined in the contract. I don't mind you setting a higher stake or me paying for the duel, but how dare you ask for my workshop in the Chaos Dwarven District? Are you out of your mind? Do you take the Chaos Dwarves for a joke? The dwarf roared, his face flushed with a mix of anger and disbelief, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. Going through the contract drafted by Wyatt, the Chaos Dwarf's face darkened with fury. It was enraged. Known for being a miser, it despised the idea of spending even a single penny unnecessarily, let alone paying offerings to the Devil Merchant Code for something it deemed frivolous. It would rather let its workshop be blacklisted by the Devil Merchant Code and rely on the Elder Chaos Dwarfs managing the district to pay the fine for removing the blacklist status. After all, maintaining the reputation of the Chaos Dwarven District took precedence for the Elders. So, how could it sit idly by and let Wyatt not only make it cover the duel's costs, but also demand its workshop in the Chaos Dwarven District as the duel's reward? It would rather be buried alongside its entire wealth than allow such an outcome. Driven by its innate weakness for greed, it decided to take a page out of Wyatt's playbook, blow the situation out of proportion, and draw the attention of the Elder Chaos Dwarfs. With their privileges granted by the Devil Merchant Code, the Elders could intervene and teach this unknown demon merchant a harsh lesson. Even if Wyatt fled to another sector or left the Interrealm city entirely, they would track him down and bring him to justice, to preserve the Chaos Dwarves' reputation in the Interrealm network and the Dark Realms. Hey, buddy, slow your roll. I'm not demanding your workshop for myself, Wyatt interjected, his voice calm, yet deliberate, as though addressing a tantruming child. The workshop will go to our guild's deputy guild master. He's a Chaos Dwarf, just like you. He'll receive my winnings in my place. If I win, you'll transfer the rights to your workshop to our deputy guild master and clear all those fines you've been piling up. Wyatt's words were calculated, his expression impassive, though his sharp gaze hinted at his understanding of the dwarf's inner turmoil. He knew well that workshops in the Chaos Dwarven District could only be traded between Chaos Dwarfs and not to other races or species in the Myriad Realms. With Primordial Myriad Devil Transformation skill, Wyatt and his primordial spirits could assume any number of forms, mimicking various species. Even the Devil Merchant Code who had brought him to the Interrealm city would need to inspect his body in the physical plane to discern his true race. This detail was precisely why Wyatt had avoided specifying in the contract scroll that the winnings would go to the so-called Deputy Guildmaster. It was all part of his plan to pave the way for Ezra Fulhar's entry into the Chaos Dwarven District. Ezra would ultimately debut in Sector DS-0909 as the best crafter there ever was, or ever would be. Wyatt was thinking beyond international. He was thinking interstellar. The Chaos Dwarf, who had believed it had Wyatt cornered, suddenly found itself at a loss for words. It hesitated, its mouth opening and closing as it processed the unexpected explanation. However, its stubbornness refused to let it back down entirely. A Chaos Dwarf is your guild's deputy guild master? It sneered, trying to regain the upper hand. I find that hard to believe unless. Don't tell me it's the same Chaos Dwarf who traded Orbiumite or with you? The dwarf's voice dripped with suspicion, its narrowed eyes scanning Wyatt for any sign of deceit. Yet, Wyatt stood unmoved, his composed demeanor only deepening the dwarf's frustration. That doesn't concern you. Are you going to sign the contract or not? If not, just return the contract scroll, and I'll be on my way, Wyatt remarked, his tone calm but firm. His posture and the slight wave of his hand toward the scroll emphasized his readiness to leave, causing the Chaos Dwarf to panic. Fearing that pressing further might drive Wyatt away, and with him the only lead to the massive Orbiumite or reserves, the Chaos Dwarf relented. Fine, I'll sign it. I'll see you in the dual realm in an hour, it grumbled, its frustration evident in its furrowed brow and clenched jaw. As the Chaos Dwarf signed the contract scroll, it shimmered briefly before vanishing, saved within the Devil Merchant Code. Now, neither Wyatt nor the unnamed Chaos Dwarf could break the contract without facing dire consequences. The dwarf's confidence in its crafting skills and the knowledge that Wyatt had never refined a corpse puppet in his life gave it the blind courage to finalize the deal. In its mind, it was already victorious and began plotting how it would teach this unknown demon merchant his place. How dare he defy a Chaos Dwarf? With the agreement sealed, Wyatt and the Chaos Dwarf parted ways. Meanwhile, the onlooking crowd did not disperse. Instead, curiosity got the better of them as they accessed the Dual Realm network to confirm if the duel between the unnamed Chaos Dwarf and the unknown demon merchant had indeed been scheduled for an hour from now. Did any of you find the duel between the Chaos Dwarf and the unknown ruler-class forces brat? No, there are just too many duels scheduled. I didn't know there were so many duels in the happening Dual Realm every minute. That's because many demons and devil merchants think it's better to resolve their issues through a duel than to appeal to the devil merchant code, only to get ripped off by it, and end up with a conclusion that benefits no one except the devil merchant code itself. Damn, the devil merchant code is the biggest bully of all. I wonder what it does with all the offerings it collects. Someone said it's preparing to break through to transcendence. But seriously, it's been so many millennia, and it still hasn't gathered enough resources? I assume it failed all its previous attempts to transcend and keeps trying, which is why it needs so many resources. I found it. I've posted it on my personal realm network. Scan my Demon Codex ID to check it. Aren't you a shameless demon merchant? Fine, let me scan it. If I have free time, I'll check out your personal realm network. Thank you, boss. Dual Realm, as the name suggested, was a realm specifically designated for conducting duels, whether in combat, crafting, intellectual challenges, or aesthetic competitions. All forms of duels were possible in this unique realm. Over the millennia, the Devil Merchant Code spell had perfected the dual realm into a place where anyone could duel over any aspect they preferred. The parameters for judging these duels varied greatly depending on the preferences of the participants, making each duel unique and subjective to the eye of the beholder. However, for combat and crafting duels, the parameters were simpler. Only the strongest fighter or the creation closest to perfection emerged victorious. There was another reason why the dual realm was its own independent realm under the Devil Merchant Code's reign, and not just a sector within the inter-realm city or a district in one of its sectors. Those who chose to duel in the dual realm often sought the ultimate prize, the blood of their opponent, as their winnings. Materialistic rewards were rare in such duels, as seen in the case of Wyatt and the Chaos Merchant. Fortunately, both of them had been scholars, experts in their respective fields. Otherwise, if one had been feral or had a blood feud with the other and demanded the death of their opponent as the stakes, nothing could have stopped them except the other contestants' resistance. True death, however, was a complex matter in the inter-realm city. While weak mortals might have faced permanent demise, stronger beings often had an array of tricks up their sleeves to evade certain death. Additionally, the fairness of duels conducted purely in the spiritual plane was often contested, as some species were stronger in their spiritual forms while others were significantly weaker. To address this, the Devil Merchant Code, with its infinite wisdom and power, had consumed a realm from an unknown corner of the myriad realms and transformed it into a place that existed between the physical and spiritual planes. This allowed the Devil Merchant Code to let dual realm function with the same absolute control and dominance over the demon and devil merchants that it exercised over the inter-realm city. Most importantly, in the dual realm, both demon and devil merchants could enter in their complete forms, both spiritual and physical, ensuring fair duels without complaints about bias. This design offered another critical advantage. Contestants no longer needed to pay exorbitant fees to the Devil Merchant Code spell to convert their weapons, resources, and items into spiritual form for use in spiritual plane or in the duels. Wyatt, for example, had never encountered this issue. He rarely brought anything to the spiritual plane apart from his grimoire and cards, which were unique in their ability to exist in both the spiritual and physical planes. This capability allowed card apprentices to summon their grimoires in the physical plane only when needed it. Additionally, Wyatt's ability to manipulate soul energy had enabled him to craft spiritual items like clothes, etc. for his needs without relying on external resources. Eventually, he had gained dual existence, the rare ability to exist simultaneously in both the physical and spiritual planes. This had rendered him largely independent of the Devil Merchant Code's functionality, which was essential for others who required their physical resources in the spiritual realm. Leaving the Chaos Dwarven district, Wyatt returned to the seed world to take advantage of the temporal difference between the Dark Realm and the Card Realm. He decided against heading to Sector WS-9909, where 1 month would equate to 1 hour in any other sector, because he wanted to avoid running into Maymay. He still hadn't been able to completely rid himself of the disgust he felt toward himself for what he had done to her. Moreover, if he returned to the study room, he doubted Maymay would let him leave. Now that she had learned his compiled knowledge on how to arouse him and experienced her first withdrawal symptoms, her addiction to him would likely only intensify, and she wouldn't leave him until she had sucked him dry. While he could avoid the study room and head to a gym instead, he had a nagging feeling that if he entered Sector WS-9909, she would find him. Such a scenario was unheard of, but not impossible, especially considering her claim that the librarian didn't restrict the freedom of elder pixies as much. Waking up on one of the floating islands in the trophy section in the seed world and finding Dre still resting, Wyatt used his Demon Merchant Codex to access the Infinity Library's personal realm network. He searched for and borrowed the books he needed to learn everything about corpse puppet crafting. Although 1 hour in the Dark Realm corresponded to nearly a day in the Card Realm, Wyatt had roughly 20 hours to master knowledge that would typically take years for most beings. Fortunately, he had 1,024 primordial spirits with whom he could share the workload, along with the assistance of the Hive Spirit. Initially, it was challenging to distribute tasks, as all the primordial spirits had to familiarize themselves with the basics of corpse puppet crafting. However, once they grasped the fundamentals, they divided the workload based on the various branches of the field. Thanks to their extensive experience in learning foreign and dark languages while searching for Corey's perfect trait, they saved significant time decoding the original texts. To Wyatt's surprise, he and his primordial spirits, aided by the Hive Spirit, compiled the study material on the fundamentals of corpse puppet refining within 18 hours. This left Wyatt 2 hours to study the anatomy of various beings across the myriad realms, as well as techniques and methods to address the challenges involved in refining their corpses into puppets. It would take him years to digest such vast material, even with the help of his primordial spirits and Hive Spirit. However, Wyatt, possessing the primordial soul pupils, didn't require extensive study of anatomy of various beings across the myriad realms, as his primordial soul pupils could reveal all the secrets of a being with a single glance. Nevertheless, he had his primordial spirits copy the texts into the Hive Spirit as a precaution, ensuring he could refer to the techniques and methods mentioned whenever needed. He didn't bother studying the material in depth, but stored it in the Hive AI for future reference. As the time for the duel approached, Wyatt called Daly and Seed, entrusting them with the still-asleep Dre. Using his Demon Merchant Codex, he instructed the Devil Merchant Code to transport him to the venue of his duel with the unnamed Chaos Dwarf in the Dual Realm. As one of the prominent dark races in the Dark Realm, the Devil Merchant Code, and the Myriad Realms, known for their unparalleled skills and mastery in crafting, the Chaos Dwarfs faced numerous challenges from beings who believed they could craft better than the Chaos Dwarfs or make a name for themselves in the Devil Merchant Code by defeating a Chaos Dwarf in crafting. As such, the Chaos Dwarfs, a semi-ruler class race, partnered with the Devil Merchant Code and opened their own Colosseum, the Chaos Dwarven Forge, in the Dual Realm. Here, they would face challengers who wanted to prove themselves by defeating a Chaos Dwarf. The partnership between the Chaos Dwarfs and the Devil Merchant Code was similar to one between streaming platforms and influencers back on Earth. The Devil Merchant Code provided the Chaos Dwarfs a platform, and the Chaos Dwarfs provided excellent content. They split the profits from all official betting, ticket sales to the Chaos Dwarven Forge duels, and fees for streaming the duels through Demon/Devil codices equally, with a 50:50 division. This split was generous and available only to those who could meet the quotas of duels, popularity, and revenue set by the Devil Merchant Code. As such, the Chaos Dwarfs, who once became enraged at challengers daring to think their crafting skills were on better with theirs, let alone challenge them, were now full of smiles. They actively sought crafting duels, as these not only helped them gauge and improve their skills, but also allowed them to make money and earn fame for their crafting skills at the same time. As for what the Devil Merchant Code gained from this, if it wasn't obvious already, Its initial goal was to promote the dual realm among demon and devil merchants. Now, with everyone having tasted the sweet nectar of fame and wealth gained by selling viewing rights to their duels in the dual realm, all participants wanted to duel exclusively there. Some even used the dual realm as the reason to duel others. With the growing popularity of the dual realm, the Devil Merchant Code shifted its focus from promoting it to extorting as many resources as possible through it. The burden of promotion had been transferred to demon and devil merchants, who now saw the dual realm as an easy way to earn a lot of fame and money. The Devil Merchant Code could do this because it had no competition in the myriad realms. Even if one were to arise, the demon and devil merchants would eliminate it to protect their source of revenue. The Devil Merchant Code transported Wyatt to the entrance of the Chaos Dwarven Forge. As he stepped in, he found an invisible barrier preventing him from going further. It wasn't just him. Other challengers were also waiting at the entrance. Seeing the number of challengers, Wyatt could only shake his head in dismay. The fame of the Chaos Dwarfs in the crafting field was unparalleled. Soon, he heard the barrier whispering to him in a female voice, "Your dual registration number, please." Wyatt narrated his dual registration number to the barrier. Moments later, a female Chaos Dwarf dressed in a golden corset and skirt, appearing to be staff of the Chaos Dwarven Forge, approached him with an urgent look. She hurriedly said, "Contestant, please hurry. Your duel is set to start in a few minutes. If the judges arrive before you, they will not hesitate to declare you lost if you're even a second late to the venue." Wyatt nodded and stood next to her. The female Chaos Dwarf then used her Demon Merchant Codex to teleport them to his designated duel venue. Arriving at the venue with a minute to spare, the dwarf sighed in relief. "We made it in time. Next time, please arrive half an hour before the duel." Wyatt indifferently nodded, only to hear the Chaos Dwarf continue. "You're lucky the judges aren't here yet. Otherwise, they would criticize you for being tardy." Scanning the venue, Wyatt found that it resembled the Greek Colosseum back on Earth, with the only difference being that it was far grander and capable of holding a significantly larger audience. To his surprise, it was almost full house. He realized that he had underestimated the popularity of crafting duels among demon and devil merchants. Wyatt was pleased to see such high attendance because contestants received 5% of the overall revenue from the viewing rights of the crafting duel that the elected Elder Chaos Dwarf body managing the Chaos Dwarven Forge make. This was also why the unnamed Chaos Dwarf did not resist too much when Wyatt insisted on it bearing all the costs of their competition. After all, as a Chaos Dwarf, it could use this venue free of charge. Wyatt hurriedly mobilized his soul energy manipulation to obscure his face, crafting a spiritual mask, and used the myriad devil transformation to subtly morph the tiny details of his appearance, just enough to hide his identity from any potential spectators affiliated with the Seven Princes of Hell, but not enough to make it difficult for the Devil Merchant Code to confirm he was the original contestant of this duel. Looking at the arena in the center of the Colosseum, Wyatt noticed it had 2 open workshops for both contestants to use, allowing spectators a clear view of the crafting process. Wyatt nodded, thinking it wasn't much different from what he had read and seen in images on the Interrealm network. On the opposite side, Wyatt saw the unnamed Chaos Dwarf waiting for the judge just as he was. However, the Chaos Dwarf was surrounded by elder and young Chaos Dwarfs cheering him on, unlike Wyatt, who only had the female Chaos Dwarf staff member attending to him. Just like the group of elected Elder Chaos Dwarfs who managed the Chaos Dwarven district of Sector DS-0909 in the Interrealm City, there was a group of elected Elder Chaos Dwarfs who ran the Chaos Dwarven Forge. They were responsible for maintaining the forge and ensuring it met the quotas set by the Devil Merchant Code. Unlike in the Chaos Dwarven district, where dwarfs looked down on marketing gimmicks, here the Elder Chaos Dwarfs embraced a little of marketing to promote their various crafting competitions, and only for that purpose. Because what use was of winning a competition if one could not brag about it? Besides, they didn't need to rely on other promotional events, as their reputation as crafting kings made their crafting competitions some of the most popular events in the entire dual realm. This was mainly because crafters from other races could compete and learn from the Chaos Dwarfs in these competitions. For many, just earning a rank in these competitions was considered an honor. Not to mention, The Chaos Dwarfs also rented their forges for other duels. As a result, business was flourishing for the Chaos Dwarfs in the dual realm. When are the judges going to arrive? Wyatt asked the staff, perplexed by the delay. He'd heard of contestants being late, but never the judges. Date: unspecified time, unspecified location, myriad realms, Lil. Red Storm, Seed World, Trophy Section, Dual Realm, Crafting Sector, Venue, Chaos Dwarven Forge. The judges are believed to be the original natives of the Dual Realm, who became subservient to the Devil Merchant Code when it conquered their world and transformed it into a realm existing simultaneously between the spiritual and physical planes, dual real. In fact, they were the only beings, aside from the demon and devil merchants, ever employed by the Devil Merchant Code. However, it is widely believed that the natives of the dual realm willingly worshipped the Devil Merchant Code as their god to prevent them being erased with their old world during the creation of the dual realm. Some theorize that the Devil Merchant Code chose this realm from the myriad others specifically because of its natives and their innate ability to compel opponents to speak only the truth. Regardless of the reason, the judges became the Devil Merchant Code's heralds in the dual realm, ranking above both demon and devil merchants just in dual realm. They were granted special privileges, allowing them to preside over and judge all duels on behalf of the Devil Merchant Code. Thanks to these privileges, the judges could render even ruler-class beings immobile or sentence them to death within the dual realm, making them the most feared entities in that domain. Demon and devil merchants had little to fear from the judges as long as they operated within the laws and rules set by the Devil Merchant Code. Nevertheless, the judges occasionally lorded their authority over these merchants, engaging in minor mischiefs like making them wait unnecessarily. However, they were careful never to misuse their power, as anyone could file an appeal against them to the Devil Merchant Code. Is this your first duel in the dual realm? It must be, or you wouldn't have asked me that. A female dwarven staff member warned Wyatt. The judges are already here. They're just waiting to make a dazzling entry. Be patient with them, or you might lose your duel before it even begins. The staff's warning was unnecessary for Wyatt, who had already studied the dual realm's rules, regulations, and, of course, the judges and their peculiar antics. However, the bit about their dazzling entry was news to him. The more he learned about the judges, the more they seemed like attention seekers. Considering that demon and devil merchants treated them as trashy slaves of the Devil Merchant Code outside of duels, Wyatt figured their willfulness during duels might be their only outlet. As the staff member spoke, Wyatt used his primordial soul pupils to scan the Colosseum for the judges. He soon spotted an entity resembling a foot-tall stuffed plush dinosaur, a velvet T-Rex, to be precise. Its vivid expression clearly indicated it was alive and not a mere toy. This made the judge appear all the more endearing. Even Wyatt felt an urge to run his hands over its velvet skin. Just then, as if sensing Wyatt's gaze, the plush-like entity turned its head in his direction, and their eyes met. Wyatt casually glanced away, feigning indifference, as though he hadn't noticed the judge. His reaction was flawless, yet the judge had already sensed something and marked him as their next target. Suddenly, Wyatt turned to the female dwarven staff member standing beside him and asked, "I didn't catch your name." "That's because I didn't tell you," she replied with a smirk, her tone brutally honest. "I didn't want to bother giving you my fake name, so I skipped the introduction. But if you insist on a proper one, give me some time to think of a cool fake name." Wyatt, unbothered by her bluntness, nodded in understanding. "Say no more." The female staff, monitoring Wyatt's expression out of the corner of her eye, was surprised to see that he appeared completely unaffected by her harsh words. She began to wonder if he had no ulterior motives and genuinely wanted to know her name. Feeling a pang of guilt, she added, "We're advised not to give our real names to contestants. Some people use them to track us down in the Interrealm City or the Dark Realm with tracking curses. Others try to get close to use on the pretense of being acquaintances and hound us for help crafting or for pointers on specific items. To avoid that, we use fake names, but I'm having trouble deciding on one. There are so many cool names out there. How about Chatty Cathy?" Wyatt interrupted, his tone tinged with annoyance as he cut her off mid-ramble. His sudden outburst wasn't entirely aimed at the talkative dwarf. Most of his irritation stemmed from the stuffed plush dinosaur, a velvet T-Rex, that had been staring directly into his eyes. Hovering right in front of his face using its stealth skill, it occasionally made faces at him, edging dangerously close to his eyes before pulling back. Wyatt was certain the judges had realized he could see them and were trying to provoke him into acknowledging their presence, despite their supposed stealth, which was considered omniscient in the dual realm. Wyatt's predicament worsened when he realized he could still see the judges even after deactivating his primordial soul pupils. He believed this was because their stealth skill must be conditional. Perhaps it failed against someone who had already detected their presence. Rather than dwelling on the mechanics, Wyatt chose to ignore the plush doll, though its mischievous antics and undeniable cuteness made it increasingly difficult. Desperate for a distraction, Wyatt turned back to the dwarven staff member, but her incessant chatter wasn't helping. "Chatty Cathy? That's catchy. What language is it from? Is it your native tongue? What does it mean?" the dwarf asked, her curiosity piqued. Stuck between the playful plush doll and the overly talkative dwarf, Wyatt sighed and helplessly replied, "It means you talk a lot." Wyatt's brutal honesty was intentional, hoping she would extend the same courtesy to him that she seemed to expect for herself. He wasn't in the mood to coddle her feelings, especially not while dealing with the mischievous antics of the judges. The silent dance between Wyatt and the judges continued for quite some time. The spectators and chaos dwarfs waited patiently, as though such delays were a common occurrence. Meanwhile, the female dwarven staff attending to Wyatt occasionally threw sharp glares in his direction, her expression growing increasingly sour. She seemed to have taken offense at being called talkative. "I don't talk a lot. I was just trying to be considerate of your feelings," she finally blurted, crossing her arms in indignation. Her tone was defensive, but her natural chatterbox tendencies made her words spill out rapidly. "Uh-huh," Wyatt replied, the sarcasm dripping from his voice. He barely glanced at her, his focus still on ignoring the judges. He knew he could simply acknowledge their presence and move things along for everyone's benefit, but where was the fun in that? Smirking at his own mischief, he decided to prolong the game. Turning to the female dwarf, he said, "Contact the other contestant. I want to discuss the distribution of the income we get from this duel." The request startled her, and she blinked, momentarily caught off guard. It was standard for the winner of a duel to receive 3% of the income, while the loser got 2%. But Wyatt wanted it all. Of course, greed played a part. Who didn't like more money? Yet, his true intentions ran deeper. He wanted to teach the unnamed chaos dwarf a lesson it would never forget, especially considering its obsession with wealth, seeing how it wouldn't pay offerings to Devil Merchant Code. Moreover, it served as a perfect distraction from the judges, who were testing his patience. He planned to see how long the judges could keep up their antics. After all, he knew they couldn't harm him as long as he adhered to the dual realm's rules and regulations. "You mean Uncle Big Old? Oops." The female staff's eyes widened in horror as she clamped her hands over her mouth. "I wasn't supposed to say that. It seems I do talk a lot." She stuck out her tongue sheepishly, then clasped her hands together in a pleading gesture. "Contestant, please don't tell him I told you his name." Wyatt's disbelief at his attendant grew. His eyebrows rose as he stared at the staff member, his lips pressing into a thin line as he activated his primordial soul pupils to analyze her. The revelation surprised him. She was only 33 years old. By chaos dwarven standards, that was practically a child, considering their extended lifespans. Realization dawned on him. It now made sense why a chaos dwarf would willingly work as an attendant instead of crafting, their most cherished profession. The chaos dwarfs had likely devised a way to exploit their younger members, perhaps assigning them tasks in name of gaining experience akin to unpaid internships back on Earth. Maybe that's the price they pay for getting the demon merchant tokens. Wyatt's lips curled into a faint smirk, a mixture of amusement and mild disdain. Shaking his head slightly, he muttered under his breath, "Figures. Yeah, sure. Ask him if he's willing to agree to let the winner of the duel take all 5% of the income distributed to the contestants by the Chaos Dwarven Forge." Wyatt instructed the female dwarf, deliberately choosing to overlook her quirks on account of her youth. He might appear as a 17-year-old human boy, but his actual age far exceeded that of the female dwarf. "Yes, right away," the female dwarf chirped, quickly summoning her demon codex. She fumbled with it for a moment before managing to connect the call. When the line opened, she hurriedly blurted out, "Uncle Big Old, your opponent is asking if you'd agree to change the terms of splitting the income from the duel to a winner-takes-all arrangement." From the other side of the call, Big Old's voice boomed with indignation. "Damn it, Duelist. Did you just reveal my name to that unknown demon merchant? Now he knows my name too when I don't even know his race and native realm." Duelist froze, her eyes darting nervously as her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Panic overtook her, and she began to stammer. "And no, I didn't," she denied quickly, shaking her head as if to convince herself. But Big Old's irritated response came with proof. "Look in front of you." Duelist hesitated, her confusion evident as she frowned. Slowly, she lifted her head, only to see her uncle glaring at her from across the Colosseum. Her jaw dropped, and she immediately slapped her forehead in realization. "Switch to mental conversation mode, you fool," Big Old barked, waving his arms dramatically to emphasize his point. Mortified, Duelist scrambled to adjust her codex, her fingers fumbling over the controls. Meanwhile, Wyatt stood to the side, watching the chaotic exchange with mild amusement. His lips curled into a small, sardonic smile as he shook his head slowly. "I suppose not all chaos dwarfs really as smart as their race's reputation in the myriad realms," he wondered, his mind replaying the dwarf's blunders. After being thoroughly scolded and lectured by her uncle, Duelist finally got a definitive answer. She hurried over to Wyatt and reported, "The other contestant has agreed to the winner-takes-all arrangement for the income from the duel. I've made the changes. It's now official. You can't change it without the other contestant's agreement." "Thank you, Duelist," Wyatt said, teasing the young dwarf. Duelist looked at him with wide, pleading eyes. "Please, don't ask me to help you with your crafting. I really can't be much help to you, especially since you're challenging Uncle Big Old. I mean, the other contestant." "Don't worry, I won't," Wyatt replied with a smirk. After a brief pause, he added, "However, if you ever need someone to help you with your crafting, you know how to find me." His tone was light, but his mind wandered to the thought that if the Chaos Dwarfs didn't fully appreciate the potential of their younger generation, perhaps he could. "But I really don't," Duelist exclaimed, frowning. "I have no idea who you are, or even what race you belong to, let alone how to find you." "Don't worry, soon you will learn my new address," Wyatt said with a confident grin, his tone laced with definite assurance. Everything was set. Now, if only the judges would stop wasting time pestering him and show up to commence the duel, it would be perfect. He adjusted his stance, his fingers lightly drumming against his side and whistling a tune, as if he was in no hurry. "You can see us in our stealth form, can't you?" The foot-long, plush-like velvet T-Rex suddenly spoke, their voice crisp and startling. With that, their stealth spell shattered, instantly revealing their presence to everyone in the Colosseum. A ripple of gasps and murmurs swept through the crowd. Duelist gasped in astonishment, her eyes widening as she found the judges had appeared right beside her. Wyatt, on the other hand, froze momentarily, his expression shifting subtly as he registered the T-Rex's words. He wanted to deny the claim but found, to his dismay, that he could not utter the word no in any of the languages he knew, and he knew a few thousand of them. His mind raced. Interesting, he thought, a flicker of intrigue crossing his features as he silently experienced the judge's innate ability for himself. He quickly realized the power was amplified by the Devil Merchant Code, making it harder for him to resist. Clenching his jaw, Wyatt subtly mobilized a tiny bit of primordial energy. His eyes narrowed slightly as the faintest shimmer of power radiated within him. It worked like a charm, negating the judge's effect and breaking free of its hold. He straightened his posture and smoothed his expression into one of neutrality. "I don't understand what you're talking about," Wyatt replied with practiced nonchalance, feigning ignorance. The judges exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in confusion. They had clearly felt his gaze on them, yet he denied it so easily. Their innate ability, enhanced by their lord's power, should have compelled him to speak the truth. No tricks, neither half-truths, withheld information, clever wordplay, nor even self-deception could bypass its reach. Even ruler-class entities were not immune to its effects, so the notion of a mortal like Wyatt overcoming it seemed inconceivable to them. "Really? This makes us feel stupid. Anyway, our bad." Let us not delay the duel any longer. Contestants, take your positions, the judges announced, their voices firm yet tinged with a hint of embarrassment. They flew gracefully to the center of the Colosseum's arena, their commanding presence drawing the attention of the crowd. With their proclamation, Dulaz stepped forward, summoning her demon codex with a casual flick of her wrist. Her tone was light but encouraging as she said, "Don't worry about the rules of the duel. The judges will announce them soon. Good luck, contestant." A faint shimmer surrounded Wyatt as she teleported him into one of the open workshops in the arena. The crowd, which had waited long enough, erupted in a deafening cheer, their voices blending into a wave of enthusiasm that reverberated through the massive Colosseum. Wyatt adjusted his stance in the workshop, glancing briefly at the roaring crowd. Noticing Big Old, a faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips as he saw the latter acting as if he had already won the game. Meanwhile, the judges, basking in the energy of the spectators, raised their tail to silence them. "Now, that's the energy. Here we go," the judges declared, their voices amplified and resonating throughout the Colosseum. Their authority instantly reclaimed the spotlight, and the crowd's roar subsided into an eager hush. The judges began to explain the duel's rules, their words crisp and deliberate. "Let me see. This is a corpse puppet crafting duel, so the rules will be pretty simple." The judges gestured broadly, as if conjuring images of the rules in the minds of everyone present. "I will randomly select a species and a realm. The contestants will have to refine 3 corpse puppets, each of that species and realm, within the stipulated time limit. Then, the contestants will use their puppets to fight a 3v3 rotation elimination duel. That is, contestants can swap their corpse puppets in and out during the duel, similar to a tag team system. The goal is to completely eliminate the opposing contestant's corpse puppets. Once a contestant loses all 3 corpse puppets, they lose the duel." The judge leaned forward slightly, a sly smile on their face as they added, "Simple and clear-cut enough, right? Now, who wants to see some gore in action?" The crowd, mesmerized by the judge's innate ability, erupted into a primal cry. Their raw anticipation for the duel between the unnamed Chaos Dwarf and the unknown Demon Merchant filled the air, echoing with an almost tangible energy. Infected by the crowd's energy, the judges, on a whim, decided to add a twist. They, with a mischievous glint in their eyes, announced, "You know what? We feel like it would be better if someone in the audience got to pick the species and the realm of the corpse puppets the contestants should craft. So, which one of you should I choose? Raise your hands." As the judges' words echoed through the Colosseum, the crowd's excitement surged to new heights. More than 80% of the spectators shot their arms into the air, their voices rising in a cacophony of cheers and pleas. Many jumped up and down, waving eagerly to catch the judges' attention. Smirking, the judges lingered, soaking in the crowd's fervent display. They seemed to revel in the attention, their egos swelling with each passing second. Finally, after deeming the crowd's reaction sufficient, the judges decided it was time. Them vanished in a flicker of light and reappeared before a cloaked figure seated near the edge of the arena. The chosen figure froze in place, visibly panicking under the sudden spotlight. As the judge stood before them, the figure's hood fell back, revealing a stunning face. Her blue skin and eyes were radiant, with symmetrical features that seemed sculpted to perfection. Snow-white hair cascaded down her back in a long, neatly tied braid, and her pointed ears immediately caught the attention of everyone nearby. Gasps rippled through the crowd as all eyes fixed on the cloaked beauty. "Frostling species and demon emperor realm," she declared with surprising confidence, her melodic voice cutting through the murmurs of the Colosseum. She spoke before the judge could even finish asking the question. The judge tilted their head, their expression shifting into one of mild irritation. "We did not ask about your species and realm. We asked—" "I know," the female Frostling interrupted sharply, her tone unwavering. "I want the contestants to craft corpse puppets of the Frostling species and Demon Emperor realm." Her firm assertion left no room for argument, and her calm, yet commanding demeanor caused a ripple of surprise to sweep through the arena. The judges' irritation deepened, their face darkening slightly as they resisted the urge to argue. Why did we pick her? They thought with a twinge of regret. Still, bound by their own rules, They had no choice but to abide by her choice. They straightened, clearing their throat before announcing in a clipped tone, "The species will be Frosling, and the realm will be Demon Emperor." Their bad mood grew as they relayed the information to the entire Colosseum. The crowd, however, cheered wildly at the announcement, entirely oblivious to the judge's irritation. The cloaked beauty simply folded her arms and watched, a faint tension hanging at frowned brows as the spectacle unfolded. Even Wyatt was surprised by the choice made by the female Frosling. His brow furrowed slightly as he considered her motives. Does she hold a grudge against her own race? He wondered, tilting his head in confusion. He couldn't think of a better explanation. However, he also knew the tragic history of the Frosling race. They had been enslaved and their realm destroyed by the abominable snow demon race. This only deepened the mystery for Wyatt. Why would she ask us to craft corpse puppets using the bodies of her own people? He thought, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the edge of his workshop table. If anything, shouldn't she be demanding we use the corpses of the snow demon race instead? The contradiction gnawed at him briefly, but he soon dismissed it with a shrug. It wasn't worth dwelling on. It was just an afterthought, after all. He refocused his attention on the judges, waiting patiently for them to announce the time limit and the list of ingredients for the crafting section of the duel. Meanwhile, the judges, still visibly irked by the female Frosling's rudeness, quickly glanced at the contestants. Their tail flicked slightly, betraying their irritation. Seeking to shake off their bad mood, they raised their tail high, signaling for the crowd to quiet down. The noise gradually subsided into an expectant hush. The judges, regaining composure, cleared their throat and announced, "The time limit for the crafting will be 3 days. As for the ingredients, contestants may use their resources to purchase what they need from our Lord and Savior, the Devil Merchant Code. This arrangement is intended to balance the tight time limit." They paused, their gaze sweeping over the contestants before continuing with a stern tone. "Contestants, please do not abuse your access to buy ingredients from the Lord to cheat. The list of ingredients you purchase will be shared with the spectators and broadcast on the Dual Realm Network stream. Should any viewer raise a legitimate concern about irregularities, we will step in immediately. Using the privilege granted to us by the Lord, we will judge if you have cheated and, if found guilty, sentence you appropriately. This could include, but is not limited to, automatic disqualification by default." The judge's tail swished sharply for emphasis as their eyes locked on the two contestants. "Have we made ourselves clear?" Both Bigold and Wyatt nodded solemnly, their expressions grave as they agreed to the judge's conditions. Wyatt, his mind already spinning with strategies, adjusted his stance, his fingers brushing lightly against the edge of his crafting tools as he mentally listed the ingredients he needed to craft 3 Demon Emperor rank Frosling corpse puppet. Bigold, on the other hand, crossed his arms tightly over his chest, his jaw clenched with grievance. His furrowed brow and slight shake of his head revealed his sense of injustice. Feeling wronged by the judges, he finally broke his silence. "Judges, this is unfair," Bigold protested, his voice tinged with frustration. He gestured toward the judges with one hand, while the other remained curled into a fist at his side. "I am the one covering the cost of the duel. Following your rules, my opponent can order any number of rare ingredients for the duel, create better corpse puppets, or even just pocket the ingredients. Please, I beg you, reconsider this arrangement." His tone softened toward the end, a desperate edge creeping into his voice. The judges glanced at Wyatt, who was lost in contemplation, their frowns deepening as they considered Bigold's argument. Their tail wagged with the wind rhythmically, as if weighing the options. Finally, they spoke with an air of finality. "Fine. All the ingredients bought, but used in the crafting will be sold back to our Lord, the Devil Merchant Code. Additionally, if the total cost of the ingredients purchased by both contestants exceeds the income the contestants stand to earn from this duel, the contestants will equally share the difference." Their sharp gaze shifted to Bigold. "Is this fair enough?" the judge added, their tone firm, as though challenging him to argue further. "Yes, judges," Bigold replied through gritted teeth. He wanted to refute further, but he noticed the slight flicker of irritation in the judge's eyes. There's a limit to their patience, he thought, swallowing his words. While not ideal, he reasoned that this arrangement was better than nothing. He exhaled sharply through his nose, nodding curtly in reluctant acceptance. Good, the judges replied, their tone regaining its usual neutrality. If the contestants are ready, we will activate the time-space isolation array formation and commence the duel. With a sharp snap of their fingers, a shimmering barrier began to materialize around the arena. It pulsed with energy, growing brighter as the formation completed. The judges waited, their eyes scanning the contestants, their tails still. Once both Wyatt and Big Old signaled their readiness, they began the timer and the array, and the duel officially commenced. The time-space isolation array formation separated the arena's time and space from the rest of the Colosseum. A shimmering barrier encapsulated the arena, its surface rippling faintly with an otherworldly glow. Within the arena, where Big Old and Wyatt were crafting, time flowed 24 times slower than in the rest of the Colosseum. That meant if Big Old and Wyatt spent 3 days inside, only 3 hours would pass for the spectators outside. Thanks to the intricate recording arrays embedded throughout the Colosseum, the spectators had complete control over their viewing experience. They could individually watch the crafting duel at a speed convenient for them, whether in real time or by rewinding, changing the angle of view, or even fast-forwarding to skip to catch up with the progressing duel. The arrays allowed them to focus on specific moments with just a thought. The same functionality extended to viewers streaming the duel on the Dual Realms Realm network via their Demon or Devil codecs. The Colosseum buzzed with excitement as the eager audience eyes glued to the display. Inside the arena, Wyatt stood unfazed by the judges, the spectators, or even Big Old. His focus was razor-sharp, his expression calm yet determined. Without sparing a glance at his opponent, he began purchasing the ingredients he needed through his Demon codex. No stray thoughts or distractions lingered in his mind. He did not even consider indulging in the argument Big Old had raised to force the judges to amend the ingredient procurement rules. Wyatt had already moved past that, immersing himself entirely in the task at hand. Big Old, in contrast, cast a sidelong glance at Wyatt before turning his attention back to his own preparations. His expression betrayed lingering irritation, his jaw tightening slightly as he begrudgingly accepted the situation. Yet, he too began to focus, purchasing his own set of ingredients with his Demon codex. Froslings, the Frostborn younglings, were a unique offshoot of the Snow Elven race, native to the icy realm of Frosel, known as the Frost Hell. Their peaceful existence changed forever when the Devil Merchant Code selected a young Frosling warrior to become the first of her kind to ascend as a Frosling demon merchant. Driven by unyielding ambition, she was willing to sacrifice anything to achieve her goals. Upon discovering the artificial demon cores, she abandoned the traditional power system of her people, a system where reaching the Devil Realm was little more than a distant myth. Embracing the Dark Realm's power, she forged her path to ascendancy, ultimately achieving the rank of Devil Merchant. With her newfound power, she subdued her entire tribe, gifting them artificial demon cores, introducing them to the Dark Realm's power system. This marked a dramatic shift for the Froslings of Frosel, as they adopted the Dark Realm's power system. Empowered and unified under her rule, she marshaled her demon core-imbued army to conquer the Frosel itself. From every corner of the realm, she extracted its resources, channeling them into exchanges with the Devil Merchant Code. These trades fed her insatiable hunger for power, propelling her closer to becoming a ruler-class being. However, she soon realized the limitations of her native realm's bounty. The wealth of Frosel could only take her so far. Resolute in her ambitions, she turned to a darker path, the trafficking of her own people. Exploiting the uncanny resemblance between Froslings fused with demon cores and the Snow Elves from Dark Realm, she began selling them as slaves across the inter-realm network. Snow Elves, prized for their rarity and beauty, commanded astronomical prices, and her scheme thrived. Her slave trade became a monumental success. The first Frosling demon merchant grew infamous, becoming one of the most sought-after and feared dealers in the inter-realm network. Yet, fame bred enemies. The Snow Elves, appalled by what they saw as a betrayal by one of their own, launched an investigation to uncover how a supposed snow elf could stoop so low, and more importantly, where she was sourcing so many slaves. Misidentifying her as one of their own, They placed a massive bounty on her head and initiated an unrelenting hunt to bring her to justice. Since the first Frostling devil merchant did not originate from the Dark Realm, her pursuers were unable to corner her within its surface. That was, until one fateful day when her rival slave traders and the vengeful snow elves orchestrated an elaborate trap. Under the guise of brokering an unprecedented deal, they lured her into the Dark Realm and marked her with a powerful tracking spell, intent on hunting her down once and for all. Choosing to cut off from returning to her native realm, unwilling to expose the secret location of her personal farm of artificial snow elves, the first Frostling devil merchant made a desperate decision. She sought refuge in the Winter Valley, one of the 13 deadliest places in the Dark Realm. The Winter Valley, a perilous mountain range perpetually gripped by the harshest winters, was a forbidden zone even among the Dark Realm's boldest denizens. Its frigid expanse was infamous for the glacier plague, a snowborn illness that thrived solely in the valley's extreme environment. Any being that dared to tread there inevitably succumbed, frozen into lifeless ice statues. Even mighty ruler-class beings had attempted to plunder the valley's secrets, resources, and treasures, but few ever returned, and those who did brought only tales of death and despair. Thus, it was a tremendous shock to the Snow Elves when they discovered that the elusive slave trader, whom they believed to be one of their own, had not only survived within the Winter Valley, but had endured long enough for the tracking spell to expire. This revelation caused a stir among the Snow Elves, particularly as they, natives of the Dark Realm, knew full well that even their kind could not survive the glacier plague. The mere idea that someone with their appearance could resist the valley's deadly curse was nothing short of extraordinary. Word of this immunity quickly spread across the Dark Realm, thanks in part to the rival slave traders who collaborated with the Snow Elves. Soon, the entire realm buzzed with rumors of a snow elf immune to the glacier plague. The hunt for this anomaly intensified as curious and greedy factions vied to uncover the truth. Simultaneously, owners of enslaved snow elves began conducting tests, hoping to determine whether their slaves shared this remarkable immunity, a discovery that could turn their slaves into treasures of unimaginable value. As a result of these discoveries, the dark races learned that all the fake snow elves sold by the first Frostling devil merchant were, in fact, immune to the glacier plague. Upon interrogating these slaves, they uncovered a memory band spell that had altered and suppressed their recollections. Determined to uncover the truth, the Dark Realm's most brilliant minds worked tirelessly to break the spell. When they succeeded, the full story of the Frostlings and their immunity came to light. The revelation triggered a frenzied race among the dark races to claim ownership of Frosel, the Frost Hell, from the Devil Merchant Code. However, one race emerged victorious, the abominable Snow Demon race. Ruthless and calculating, they moved swiftly to secure their prize. The reign of the first Frostling devil merchant came to a decisive and brutal end as the abominable Snow Demons enslaved the remaining Frostlings and obliterated the realm of Frosel within a mere 48 hours. This rapid destruction ensured no other factions in the Dark Realm could challenge their claim out of greed and competition to unravel the secrets of Frozel's unique immunity to the glacier plague first. To placate the other dark races and avoid criticism, the abominable Snow Demon race auctioned off half of Frozel's realm fragments and a portion of the enslaved Frostlings to the highest bidders. Yet, despite countless experiments and studies, no one was able to uncover a definitive cure for the glacier plague. However, it was observed that individuals who used Frozel's realm fragments displayed immunity to the deadly plague. This led the dark races to conclude that the Frosling's immunity was not an innate racial trait, but a blessing derived from their homeland, Frozel's will. Overnight, the value of Frostling slaves plummeted, and many were freed, stripped of their once prized research significance. Having lost their native realm, the displaced Frostlings had no choice but to make their home in the harsh and unforgiving Dark Realm. Fortunately, they were welcomed by the Snow Elves, who saw in them kindred spirits, if not equals. While the Snow Elves offered the Frostlings a refuge, they stopped short of treating them as peers. Nevertheless, the Frostlings found themselves fortunate to have a place of shelter amid the Dark Realm's hostility and dangers. Ingredients. Frostling Corpse, Demon Emperor, female. Frostling Demon Core, Demon Emperor. 25L Winter Plague, SSS rank. Clampedo's Demonic Pearl Bomb, top tier. 250L Liquid Frost Rule Power, Frocel Realm Rule Power. Winter Weaver's Core, SSS rank. After recalling the history of the Frostlings, Wyatt swiftly procured 3 sets of 6 ingredients, carefully selected for refining his trio of Frostling corpses. With a clear vision for the direction of their crafting, he wasted no time in gathering what he needed. However, his short ingredient list quickly drew the attention and suspicion of the spectators. The absence of the basic components typically required to prepare a corpse for crafting into a corpse puppet was glaringly obvious. Wyatt's peculiar selection of ingredients, combined with the already rampant speculations about his identity, made him the center of the crowd's gossip. Conversations buzzed with theories and conjectures, each more outlandish than the last. Some claimed he must be a rising prodigy, while others dismissed him as a reckless fool courting disaster. Among the murmuring crowd were self-proclaimed genius corpse puppet crafters who loudly derided Wyatt's approach. They sneered at his methodology, declaring that the unknown demon merchant had no understanding of the intricate art of corpse puppet crafting. Everyone knows that frostlings, like snow elves, are inherently frail. Their weak physiques make it essential to use specific ingredients to enhance the durability of their corpses for crafting proper corpse puppets. Yet this so-called demon merchant didn't buy a single one of those crucial ingredients. It's obvious he doesn't have the faintest idea what he's doing. What a waste of my money buying tickets to this duel. Perhaps, but look at him. He looks like he knows exactly what he's doing. Maybe he has an alternative method. Rumor has it that he's from a ruler class force. That might explain it. Ruler class or not, the rules of corpse refining are the same for everyone. You can't just skip the essentials and expect to create something better. From where I stand, this brat reeks of inexperience. He doesn't belong to a ruler class force. He's just some bumpkin from the backwaters of the myriad realms. Is that so? Then explain how this bumpkin managed to convince the Devil Merchant Code to blacklist a Chaos Merchant's workshop, and in the Chaos Dwarf District, no less. Keep throwing that at me all you want, but we don't know the full story. I'm willing to bet there's some missing context. Wait, what is he doing? Is that soul crafting? Now tell me, who's the real bumpkin here? The one using soul crafting, or the one making baseless claims with nothing to back them up? Excuse me, what's soul crafting? Soul crafting, also known as soul pathway crafting. Wait, if you don't even know what soul crafting is, why are you here? Who let you buy a ticket to this duel? Ignore this fool. Crafting supremacists like him are always looking for someone to belittle. Soul crafting is an advanced technique where items are crafted at their very essence, using the soul pathways of the ingredients themselves. Only those with immense spiritual power can even attempt this method. There are alternative approaches, of course, like using array formations. That's exactly what this demon merchant is doing right now. And look at his precision. He's converting the ingredients into soul pathways seamlessly, without damaging a single one. That's no small feat. Is there really an advantage to using soul crafting over traditional methods? Advantage? There's an enormous advantage. Items created through soul crafting are vastly superior in both quality and durability compared to those made with traditional methods. Traditional crafting is riddled with limitations, while soul crafting is virtually boundless. That's why all renowned crafters rely on it. Even I use soul crafting, though only on materials I'm deeply familiar with. Altering or editing the soul pathways of new ingredients without thorough knowledge risks damaging them beyond repair. To master soul crafting, one needs not only immense spiritual power, but also profound knowledge of the intricate soul pathways in every resource and ingredient they handle. That explains it. The rumors about him being from a ruler class force must be true. It's still too early to make such claims. Let's watch and see how this unfolds. Yes, especially since the unnamed Chaos Dwarf is using soul crafting to refine the ingredients needed to prepare the corpse for crafting a puppet. It's clear he's not as well versed in soul crafting as his opponent, but he's a seasoned corpse puppet crafter nonetheless. Whatever. It seems the arrogant Chaos Dwarfs have finally met their match today. Honestly, making the trip to watch this duel in person feels even more worth it now. I can't wait to see the despair on that unnamed chaos dwarf's face when he loses. Who even registers as unnamed in a competition? These chaos dwarfs act like they value only their craftsmanship and nothing else, but they're no different from attention-seeking whores. The only distinction is that others sell their flesh, while these chaos dwarfs sell their so-called masterpieces. I'm so done with their hypocrisy. You're not wrong. This entire Chaos Dwarven Forge and their annual crafting competitions are just proof of how much they crave validation through their crafting skills and crafted items. They try to act superior, but in the end, it's all about showing off. Are you guys aware you're sitting in a coliseum owned and operated by Chaos Dwarfs? And should I be scared? I said what I said. Good. Then why don't you march over there and tell them to their faces instead of whining to us? Honestly, I'm sick of hearing your jealous rants. If you have such a problem with them, take it up with them directly. The Frosling, the arbiter of this crafting duel, listened intently to the clamoring crowd and the spectacle unfolding before her. Her gaze, keen and discerning, fixed upon the contestant of unknown race, whose every move hinted at a hidden potential. A craftswoman herself, she recognized a kindred spirit, a soul capable of fulfilling her mysterious purpose. Looking at the three tall, slender, silver-haired, ethereal blue-skinned, and well-preserved corpses of female Froslings, Wyatt shook his head at the peculiar choices dictated by the Devil Merchant Code. Each corpse resembled a vivid ice sculpture. They were indistinguishable from the regular Snow Elves' corpse. Yet, for some reason, the slaves and corpses of Snow Elves were 3 to 5 times more expensive than those of Froslings. Some female Snow Elf corpses even fetch prices 10 times higher than their Frosling counterparts. This price disparity stemmed primarily from the buyer's obsession with lineage and prestige. If the slave or corpse had been a royal Snow Elf, its value was treated like a true relic, skyrocketing to unimaginable heights. Once dead, however, royal and regular Snow Elves were virtually indistinguishable. In fact, they could easily be mistaken for Froslings. Yet, the significant difference in cost persisted. Such was the market. People were willing to pay exorbitant prices if they believed there was a good enough reason. This crafting duel was Wyatt's opportunity to provide the demon and devil merchants watching with a compelling justification for the high value of his services. However, that could wait until after he opens his workshop in Chaos Dwarven District. At present, he focused on winning the crafting duel at hand. Wyatt, with help of his primordial spirits, divided his mental strength so they could simultaneously transform 3 sets of 6 ingredients into soul pathways and stored them in the crafting page of his unranked grimoire, which appeared to the audience as an ordinary demon codex. Inside the crafting page, aided by his 1,000+ primordial spirits, Wyatt began modifying the soul pathways of the 3 Frosling corpses simultaneously. First, he used 50 liters of frost rule power drawn from the sector of Interrealm City, to which the Frosel realm belonged to strengthen the soul pathways of the corpses, reinforcing their physiques. This process reactivated and enhanced their realm's blessing that granted Frosling their immunity to the Glacier Plague. Next, Wyatt utilized the remaining 100 liters of frost rule power combined with 25 liters of Glacier Plague to modify the soul pathways of the Frosling corpses. This modification allowed the corpses, once turned into corpse puppets, to produce bodily fluids containing an enhanced version of the Glacier Plague. After enhancing the corpses, Wyatt turned his attention to the 3 artificial Frosling demon cores, which had been cultivated to the Demon Emperor rank. These cores had been fused with Froslings and had been painstakingly cultivated to reach their current state. Wyatt planned to integrate them with the soul pathways of Clampedo's 3 demonic pearl bombs to create artificial demon cores specifically tailored to the soul pathways of the 3 Frosling corpses. Once the modifications were complete, Wyatt and his primordial spirits fused the soul pathways of the enhanced Frosling corpses with the modified Frosling demon cores, creating 3 complete and highly modified Frosling corpses. Finally, Wyatt used the soul pathways from 3 demonic Winterweaver cores to extract the soul pathways of Snow Silk skill and incorporate them into the modified Frosling corpses. This enabled the corpses, once animated as corpse puppets, to generate Snow Silk using their bodily fluids. Wyatt didn't stop there. He further enhanced the snow silk skill with the glacier plague present in the corpse's bodily fluids, transforming the skill into glacier silk skill. Once they had prepared the soul pathways of the frostling corpses to their specifications, the primordial spirits, guided by the knowledge of corpse puppet crafting they had acquired before the duel, began animating the 3 modified frostling corpses into corpse puppets. Meanwhile, Wyatt and his hive spirit focused on creating 3 artificial wills for the frostling corpse puppets. These artificial wills functioned like 3D printer AI software with various previously installed designs for various weapons and mechanical armors, programmed using the soul pathways of the corpse puppets' cores as they were being animated. Both the themes worked on their respective tasks simultaneously. This coordination was crucial to achieving a crafting cry, a miraculous phenomenon that occurs during the creation of an item, causing it to emit a resonant hum. The crafting cry has often been compared to the cry of a living being at birth, symbolizing that the crafted item possesses the potential to give rise to a spirit of its own in the future. Thanks to the hive spirit, Wyatt and his primordial spirits displayed unparalleled coordination, allowing them to complete their tasks simultaneously. As a result, they heard 3 distinct hums as they animated the 3 frostling corpse puppets simultaneously. The 3 crafting cries echoed within the time-space isolation array, jolting Big Old awake and breaking his concentration as he was preparing to animate his first corpse puppet. Big Old's initial reaction was rage and frustration, but as he realized what the hums signified, his expression shifted. Slowly, he turned to glance at his opponent's workshop, where 3 shimmering, blue-armored frostling corpse puppets stood in a row. Seeing that his opponent had already crafted 3 corpse puppets while he was still working on his first, left Big Old utterly stunned. His astonishment deepened when he observed the 3 armored frostling corpse puppets kneel before their crafter in a display of respect and surrender. This act revealed that his opponent's corpse puppets had already begun to develop their own spirits, or, at the very least, had been animated with advanced artificial wills. He must have compromised the functionality of his corpse puppets, limiting them to a few combat-oriented abilities and skills to reduce crafting time. That has to be it, Big Old reasoned, unwilling to let the overwhelming realization sink in, that his opponent had crafted 3 corpse puppets in just half a day of a 3-day crafting duel. Big Old wasn't alone in his reaction. Many in the audience shared his thoughts, especially when they considered Wyatt's comparatively short ingredient list. Yet, none dared to question the quality of Wyatt's corpse puppets. The crafting cries alone were proof enough. They indicated that the corpse puppets were of the highest quality possible for the ingredients used. Wyatt looked at the 3 frostling corpse puppets kneeling before him and nodded in satisfaction. He was pleased with his creations, even though he had deliberately held back to conceal his secrets. In this crafting, Wyatt had refrained from using his breath of erosion to refine the soul pathways of the ingredients. He had also chosen not to use his Calamity Daughter gem as the core of the corpse puppets, nor did he dare incorporate his knowledge of crafting a Voltronian core to grant them invincible bodies for their realm. Additionally, he avoided giving them mental-type physiques or traits and other advanced abilities and skills. Wyatt had held back significantly this time due to the audience observing the duel. However, he fully showcased his soul crafting expertise by incorporating a dangerous ingredient like the glacier plague into the crafting process. He also displayed creativity by leveraging the Frosling's natural immunity to the glacier plague to grant them the unique glacier silk skill, a powerful ability whose full potential could only be revealed in the upcoming combat matches. Ultimately, Wyatt managed to demonstrate his exceptional crafting skills without exposing any of his deeper secrets. Yet, as always, there were skeptics among the audience, haters who doubted or dismissed his work. Despite this, Wyatt was confident that when the time came to pit his frostling corpse puppets against Big Old's, their performance would silence many of his detractors. With his crafting complete well ahead of schedule, Wyatt chose not to rest. Instead, he decided to use the remaining 2.5 days to help his corpse puppets familiarize themselves with their primary skill, glacier silk, in addition to their racial and undead abilities. Big Old and many in the audience weren't wrong to observe that Wyatt hadn't given his corpse puppets an extensive range of functions and skills. However, they were mistaken about his reasons. Wyatt hadn't limited their abilities to reduce crafting time. Instead, he believed the glacier silk skill alone was more than enough to ensure his corpse puppets could triumph over any card Emperor Realm corpse puppets. Moreover, Wyatt was aware that being too flashy in this duel, by adding numerous rare and unique skills to his corpse puppets, could attract the wrong kind of attention. He needed to leave a lasting impression on the audience while maintaining a level of moderation that wouldn't make him a target. Hive Spirit helped them get familiar with using their skill Glacier Silk to perform 3D printing, and show them how to utilize the 3D weapon and armor designs they inherited during their animation in combat. Wyatt ordered the Hive Spirit, eyeing the shimmering blue armor covering the 3 female Forsling corpse puppets. Wyatt had not added armor to the Frosling corpse puppets during their crafting. Yet, when they were animated, they appeared clad in high-quality armor. This was thanks to the Glacier Silk skill and the 3D printing software and designs he had programmed into their artificial wills. Without any explicit instructions, the corpse puppets covered their naked bodies in glacier armor, 3D, printed using Glacier Silk. This action not showed they maintained their dignity, but also indicated that their spirits were already beginning to develop. Even more impressive was the nature of the glacier armor itself. It functioned as a mechanical exoskeleton, transforming the Frosling corpse puppets into walking and fighting glaciers. This was precisely why Wyatt hadn't focused on strengthening the physical bodies of the Frosling corpses. The Froslings, being naturally unsuited for close combat, excelled instead in ranged combat due to their affinity with the ice element. Strengthening the physique of a Frosling corpse for crafting a corpse puppet would have been akin to increasing the strength stats of a mage-type character in a game. What use is physical strength to a mage whose abilities are primarily elemental spells? Recognizing this, Wyatt instead gifted the corpse puppets with the Glacier Silk skill and programmed them with 3D printing capabilities. To understand how the Frosling corpse puppets were able to 3D print mechanical glacier armor using Glacier Silk, it is essential to understand its foundation, the Snow Silk skill, and the working principles of the Glacier Plague. The Winter Weaver, a half-humanoid, half-spider demonic beast, secretes bodily fluids that transform moisture and snow from the surrounding atmosphere into a type of icy silk called Snow Silk. The Glacier Plague, on the other hand, infects its target by causing thin layers of snowflakes to form on their skin using their body heat. Over time, these layers build up, gradually increasing until the target can no longer generate body heat and is ultimately transformed into an ice statue. The layered snowflakes mimic the formation of glaciers, hence the name Glacier Plague. Thanks to Wyatt's ingenuity, the Frosling corpse puppets could now produce bodily fluids capable of creating snow silk imbued with the Glacier Plague. When used together, these two components formed Glacier Silk, a superior material created by combining fine moisture, snow, and heat from the environment. This silk was significantly more durable, as its threads were composed of compactly layered snowflakes, strengthened and tempered by the immense pressure of their combined weight, much like the formation of a glacier. Wyatt applied the concept of additive manufacturing, a process from his past life that creates three-dimensional objects from a digital design, to enable his corpse puppets to use Glacier Silk for 3D, printing glacier armor and weapons. With Wyatt's order, Hive Spirit helped his corpse puppet to get used to using Glacier skill to create 3D print of various armor and weapons to use in combat, while he planned to monitor the puppets with his soul pupils as they practiced to determine further ways to improve them during the remaining time. Meanwhile, the entire audience and the judges were taken aback by Wyatt's actions. The judges, in particular, felt they could learn a thing or two from Wyatt about how to command attention and become the center of everyone's focus, effortlessly overshadowing one's competitors. That's time, contestants. Off your workshops, the judges announced, their voice amplified across the Colosseum as the time-space array formation deactivated while they gestured with their tail to emphasize the end of the time to the contestants and the audience. The audience, however, was engrossed in a heated discussion, completely ignoring the judge's announcement. They were animatedly debating the bizarre skills the unknown demon merchants' Frosling corpse puppets were demonstrating with their strange silks. They were pointing at the puppets, gesturing to each other while exchanging excited whispers. This obviously soured the judge's mood. They glanced over the audience before grudgingly turning to eye the unknown demon merchant, who had been teleported back to his corner of the Colosseum along with his corpse puppets. They narrowed their eyes at him. However, there was nothing they could do now. The rules were set. The crafting duel was set. All that was left was overseeing the match. Unless they were courting death, the judges weren't going to create problems for the unknown demon merchant. So they let out a sigh under their breath and shift their tail in resignation. However, they were still the judges. Without them, the duel wouldn't progress to its second phase, the combat match between the corpse puppets crafted by the two contestants to decide the winner. As a consequence of being ignored, they decided to make the audience wait until they had everyone's attention. The judges stood tall in the air above the Colosseum, their arms folded, looking expectantly at the crowd. Seeing the unknown demon merchant return to his corner with his 3 frosling corpse puppets, Doulas curiously eyed them. Their icy armor piqued her curiosity the most. As a chaos dwarf, she was no stranger to mechanical armor, but she was surprised to see one made entirely of snow. She analyzed their frame, armor plates, joints, etc., and found that the ice used to make the armor displayed properties similar to SS rank black steel, from tensile strength and toughness to ductility, weldability, malleability, formidability, durability, and general strength. The more Doulas analyzed the armor, the more she realized its material was superior to SS rank black steel. Multiple very thin layers of snow fused together to form the armor plates and the softer armor for the joints, significantly enhancing their strength and durability. Not to mention, the entire ice armor had thin threads woven into them forming an array. This was when she realized the mechanical armor was more like a golem made of glacier, with the frosling corpses serving as their core. Thoroughly mesmerized, Doulas wanted to touch it, but the oppressive power emanating from the corpse puppets stopped her. She reached out a hand, but a little hesitant to touch it out her fear. Just then, she heard the unknown demon merchant's voice warning her. If I were you, I wouldn't try to touch them. Unless, of course, you want to be infected by a particularly lethal form of glacier plague. Doulas hurriedly held her breath and stepped back in fright. She gasped and stumbled back, covering her mouth. Seeing her reaction, Wyatt shook his head and said, "Don't worry, the glacier plague is controlled. You won't get infected just by breathing the air they've touched." Releasing her breath, she took a deep, satisfying inhale and then curiously asked, "Did you give them the ability to control the plague? Considering the Frosling's natural immunity to glacier plague, that would be a lethal skill for a corpse puppet to have." Nah, glacier plague's lethality varies depending on the environment. In an environment like this, it can barely survive without support, let alone be weaponized. It would function better as passive additional damage along with the main damage, like frostbite or freezing. The items created by these corpse puppets, and the puppets themselves, have passive additional damage called glacier bite. The best thing about it is that it stacks. Meaning, if the corpse puppets land enough clean hits on their targets, they will be frozen solid. Wyatt gestured towards the puppets as he explained, encouraging Doulas's curiosity and admiration for his corpse puppets and their 3D printed weapons and armors. I saw them while they were practicing their skills and sparring with each other. How are they able to create what are clearly SS rank items in such a short amount of time and use them in combat? It takes me half an hour to create an S rank item through soul crafting. I can't help but envy how your corpse puppets can create SS rank weapons and armors in under a fraction of a second with their will. Doulas looked down and fidget with her hands while admitting her envy to the unknown demon merchant, seeing him be so open and willing to answer and explain his creations to her. It's technically not crafting, but more of a skill or spell, if you will. Like how one can summon a mud wall, or a bone spear, or a wind blade, or a fire arrow, etc. Those glacier weapons and armors these corpse puppets create are only effective as long as they supply the soul power. Once they stop, those glacier weapons and armors will be like regular glacier, just shaped into weapons and armors. So, you have nothing to be envious of. Besides, in my books, being able to craft an S-rank item in half an hour using soul crafting is very impressive for someone as young as yourself. I bet your uncle must be proud of you. Wyatt consoled Doulas a reassuring smile, who was doubting her crafting skills, while also subtly raising an eyebrow as he mentioned her uncle not missing the opportunity to sow a seed of doubt in her mind. Glacier weapons and armors with the glacier bite effect. Now those are some cool names. I'm never able to come up with cool names for my items. I bet you can't relate to that since you have a good naming sense. Unlike me, who can't even decide on a cool fake name. Dula shrugged and said with self-doubt, showing Wyatt that her uncle and elders had certainly done quite a number on her confidence and self-esteem. Believe me, I can relate to you. When I first crafted an armor of my own design, I didn't know how to name it coolly, so I gave it a name that was too long, making it a mouthful to speak. Whenever I think of it, I get embarrassed, Wyatt said, rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment, recalling the name of the armor he had created to rescue Ronnie from the Zhang financiers. Really? What was it called? Dulas asked him, leaning forward with a hopeful expression. She had come to admire the unknown demon merchant after watching him craft the 3 Frostling corpse puppets. She couldn't help but get excited to share a common trait with him. Poison Blaster mounted full-body rainbow-scaled armor, Wyatt said, shaking his head slightly at the memory, reminiscing about the armor. He created it taking inspiration from a hit movie franchise back on Earth. He recalled giving that armor card to Susan to feed it to her origin card. Does it mean something? It doesn't matter. It sounds so cool. I knew you were just saying it to console me, Dulas said with youthful enthusiasm, her bright eyes glancing at Wyatt with admiration. You think that's a cool name, kid? Clearly something is wrong with your naming sense, Wyatt replied, smiling gently and shaking his head, finding Dulas's childlike innocence both cute and heartwarming. Contestant, aren't you afraid I will share all this information with my uncle to help him? Dulas asked suddenly, looking downcast and fidgeting nervously. She realized that the unknown demon merchant was more supporting and kind to her than her own uncle, who seized every opportunity to call her an idiot or an incompetent fool. She knew she wasn't as skilled as her uncle when it came to crafting or anything else, but every time he called her those names, it hurt deeply. She couldn't help but wonder, why can't Uncle be more like this unknown contestant? That's because of 2 reasons. Firstly, I trust my craft and have confidence in the items I create. Secondly, I trust you, Wyatt said sincerely, looking directly at Dulas. However, he had already appraised Big Old's corpse puppets with his soul pupils while crafting his own and concluded they posed no threat to his creations. That fool, Big Old, had completely ignored the racial advantages of the Frostlings, instead focused on increasing their strength and durability while teaching their artificial wills various ice elemental martial arts. To put it in game terms, he had taken the corpse of an excellent ice elemental mage and turned it into an average ice elemental fighter. Big Old's skills as a crafter were indeed worthy of pride and arrogance, but as a corpse puppet crafter, he was just a novice. He had crafted the Frostling puppets into corpse puppets as though they were like any other. If the chosen species for the duel had been sturdy ones, such as dragonoids, giants, behemoths, or leviathans, his approach might have resulted in excellent corpse puppets. However, this wasn't the case. This glaring misstep highlighted Big Old's limited knowledge in crafting corpse puppets. Now Wyatt understood why he could only find corpse puppets of species with humanoid shapes and sturdy physiques in Big Old's workshop. It wasn't because the workshop array was determining his preference based on his race, but because these were the best of Big Old's work. He realized he had overestimated Big Old, mistaking his arrogance and pride for the mark of a truly skilled craftsman. He had fallen victim to the exaggerated reputation of the Chaos Dwarves and their crafts. Listening to the unknown demon merchant's words, Dulas suddenly felt a surge of inspiration. She wanted to be like him, confident in her craft to the point where she wouldn't have to worry about anything else. She imagined letting her work shoulder all her worries and risks, allowing her to move forward without letting the world bend her to its will. Instead, she wanted to carve her own path, growing unhindered, with a one-track mind focused on her goals. Her eyes glimmered with newfound determination as she clenched her fists slightly. So, if you don't mind giving me your contact info, I will contact you if I need any help with crafting. I won't impose on you. You don't have to help me unless you are free and willing to, Dulas said shyly, her voice tinged with both hesitation and hope. She fidgeted with the edge of her sleeve as she awaited his reply, her heart racing at the thought of learning from someone like him in the future. Sure, let's exchange contact info after the duel, Wyatt replied with a sly grin, his sharp eyes glinting with amusement. Watching the naive girl eagerly step into his trap was almost too easy. However, his ambitions were greater than just her. Doulas alone wasn't enough to satisfy his appetite. He needed her to bring her friends along too. As he studied her with a calculating gaze, Wyatt couldn't believe that a genius capable of crafting an S-rank item using soul crafting in under half an hour was being relegated to the role of an attendant at the Chaos Dwarven Forge. Clearly, the Chaos Dwarves had too many talented crafters if they didn't mind delaying her growth by decades, Wyatt thought, his grin deepening. Well, that's their loss and my gain. He was more than willing to take ambitious talents like Doulas off their hands and turn them into valuable members of his crafting assembly line. Great, but you can't tell this to my uncle, Doulas exclaimed suddenly, her enthusiasm bubbling over as she bit her lip nervously. Her hands wrung together as she lowered her voice to a conspiratorial tone. He doesn't like it when I learn crafting from others. He thinks it's disrespectful, but he doesn't teach me anything. All he does is order me around. Doulas, do this. Doulas, do that. Ugh. She puffed her cheeks in frustration, crossing her arms tightly over her chest. Doulas paused, glancing at Wyatt, and then continued venting with her talkative quirk in full swing. I swear, when I become a true crafter, I'm going to teach him a lesson. He acts like I'm just some tool for him to boss around, but I'll show him. Just wait and see. Wyatt listened, his smile softening slightly as Doulas poured her heart out without holding back. Her passion and innocence were almost endearing, and he could see the fire of ambition burning in her. Perfect, Wyatt thought to himself. The more frustrated and undervalued she feels, the easier it'll be to mold her into exactly what I need. With time, the Colosseum grew quiet as the audience realized their mistake. The once boisterous chatter dwindled to murmurs, and then to silence, as uneasy glances passed among the spectators. In their heated debate over the unknown demon merchant's frostling corpse puppets, they had touched one of the taboos of the dual world, ignoring the judges during a duel. Slowly, heads turned toward the judges, who hovered above with their expressions veiled, their eyes fixed on the unknown demon merchant and his chaos dwarven attendant. The two, oblivious to the scrutiny, shared a light laugh, their postures relaxed, as though they were immune to the tension thickening in the air. Thus, the judges observed the unknown demon merchant contestant under the patient but simmering gaze of the audience. Noticing this, Bigold's face twisted with worry as he fumbled for his demon codex. His fingers trembled slightly as he connected the call. Doulas, you fool. Didn't I warn you about socializing with the contestants, especially this one? Now look what you've done. The judges are angry and are purposefully delaying the duel. His voice was sharp, but beneath it lay an undertone of blaming, which made him rub his temple in frustration over his niece's incompetence as he paced. Reminded by her uncle's scolding, Doulas stiffened and glanced upward. Her brows furrowed as her gaze met the piercing eyes of the judges, their expressions unreadable yet oppressive. She clenched her jaw and ended the call without a word, her grip on the codex tightening briefly before she recalled it. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she turned to the contestant. Sorry, it seems I've gotten you into trouble, she said, her voice soft but tinged with guilt. Her eyes darted upward briefly, subtly signaling toward the hovering judges. Wyatt raised an eyebrow and smirked, leaning back slightly as if to emphasize his lack of concern. Ignore them. You didn't get me into trouble, nor did I by talking, he said calmly, his voice laced with indifference. His gaze flickered to the judges briefly before returning to Doulas. They just overestimate their value as slaves to the devil merchant code. He waved a hand dismissively, as though brushing away their presence. To him, the judge's delay was nothing more than a child's tantrum. The crowd shifted uneasily, their anticipation mingling with a growing impatience. A little drama makes a duel a lot more fun, but too much drama could ruin it. The judges could only afford to be moody as long as it didn't harm the profits of their lord, the devil merchant code. Their occasional displays of authority served as entertainment for the stream viewers, who chuckled at their antics and even placed unofficial bets on how long the judges' moods would last. On the other hand, the live audience squirmed in their seats, their expressions ranging from annoyance to resignation. After all, they had paid to watch the duel unfold, not to endure the judge's temperamental delay. The judges, hovering above the arena, glazed at the unknown demon merchant who was deliberately ignoring. Their faces impassive, but their gestures deliberate. Fingers or tail tapping, arms crossed, or the occasional tilt of a head. They served as both props and precedents for the duel, their actions carefully calculated. Yet, there was a limit to how temperamental they could afford to be. Too much drama risks becoming monotonous or even irritating, whether for the audience or the stream viewers. Such a shift could directly affect the profits of the Devil Merchant Code, a reality that the judges understood all too well. Even so, their occasional mercurial outbursts often went unnoticed in the grand scheme of things. With hundreds of thousands of battles happening across the duel realm, viewers could easily switch to another if one duel grew tiresome. As for the live audience, they were accustomed to the risks of disappointment when purchasing tickets for matches between two unknown and unnamed contestants. Many shifted in their seats, their faces resigned as they realized this duel might take longer. The only reason the viewers in the audience continued to stay was their anticipation of seeing the unknown demon merchant's corpse puppets in action, displaying their remarkable skill in crafting icy weapons and armors of SS rank in no time. Despite the judges' scrutiny, occasional murmurs and hushes would ripple through the audience, accompanied by the occasional sound of someone shifting in their seat, unable to contain their excitement. Many were utterly intrigued by these three frostling corpse puppets, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. Most of them were crafters themselves, and knowing the ingredients used to create the puppets, they wanted to figure out the mystery surrounding the extraordinary skills these corpse puppets displayed. It was like an unsolvable riddle calling out to their competitive and ambitious nature. Like doulas, the audience wanted desperately to uncover how the unknown demon merchant had crafted his frostling puppets to enable them to forge armors and weapons of SS rank in mere fractions of a second, an ability that seamlessly integrated crafting into combat. Some leaned forward in their seats, their brows furrowed in thought, while others clutched their codices tightly, jotting down frantic notes about every observation. They had the ingredients list the unknown demon merchant had used, but as they puzzled over it, frustrated sighs and muttered exclamations of disbelief filled the air. They decided they might as well use the delay to quench their mental thirst. But even with the ingredients laid bare, the connection between those raw materials and the puppet's abilities eluded them. Some scratched their heads, while others exchanged whispered theories, their faces etched with a mix of awe and greed. Unable to piece the puzzle together, their curiosity and avarice kept them rooted in their seats. The viewers at home were no different. Their eyes were glued to their demon or devil codex, fingers hovering over screens as they rewatched the puppet's every movement. Desperation to grasp the secrets of the unknown demon merchant's crafting recipe made the tension in the Colosseum grew. The judges noticed the sudden shift in the audience's attitude. It was impossible not to. A shared obsession with uncovering the secrets of the unknown demon merchant's frostling corpse puppets gripped the crowd. The collective hunger for secret knowledge bound them in an uneasy silence, broken only by the occasional creak of a chair or the faint hum of a codex. Heads tilted, whispers faded into murmurs, and tension filled the Colosseum. If not for the duel, they would have swarmed the unknown demon merchant, their hands clutching demon codex and theories, eager to share their findings or ask questions. Yet they refrained, restrained by both circumstance and an unspoken rule. All of them were crafters, and they understood the ultimate taboo, asking another crafter about their trade secrets. Respecting this, they found themselves caught between their reverence for his craft and their burning curiosity. The unknown demon merchant had, after all, made it somewhat easier by openly sharing the ingredients he used to create his frostling corpse puppets. That small gesture fanned the flames of their intrigue, yet their pride wouldn't allow them to grovel or beg. Instead, they hoped for an intellectual exchange, constructive debates where both sides could gain something valuable. Others, however, were less honorable. Among the crowd, a few unscrupulous onlookers watched with calculating eyes, weighing their options, scheming ways to corner the demon merchant and wrest his secrets by force. Wyatt stood calm and collected amid the rising tide of admiration and envy, his face unreadable. He had deliberately held back most of his abilities when crafting these frosling corpse puppets, yet even his restraint hadn't stopped the puppets from drawing the wrong kind of attention. Wyatt didn't spare these petty schemers a second thought. To him, they were insignificant, wannabe crafters with no real talent, seeking shortcuts by preying on the weak. His cold demeanor and steady posture made it clear that their interest, no matter how malicious, was beneath him. The audience and viewers weren't alone in their shock and awe. Big Old, too, was captivated, though for him, it was bittersweet. His jaw tightened as a painful realization dawned on him. His corpse puppets were no match for his opponents. His brow furrowed deeply, and a bead of sweat trailed down his temple as his gaze fixated on his opponent's frosling corpseling puppets, their massive mechanical armors gleaming under the arena's harsh lights. A pang of intimidation rippled through him. Even if his puppets somehow managed to breach the daunting armors, he knew it would be futile. The froslings had already demonstrated their ability to repair or craft entirely new armor in under a second during their practice sessions. Big Old's hands clenched at his sides, his nails digging into his palms as he realized the hopelessness of his situation. It was excruciatingly clear that, even combined, his corpse puppets wouldn't stand a chance against a single one of his opponent's creations. The weight of impending defeat pressed heavily on him. He scanned the audience, their rapt attention no longer on him, or even the judges, but on his opponent's puppets. Their anticipation couldn't more obvious, not for his performance, but for the secrets they might glean from watching the unknown demon merchant's corpse puppets in action. In their minds, he had already lost. Their only reason to stay was the faint hope that the match might offer them more insights into the enigmatic frosling corpse puppets. Big Old swallowed hard, his throat dry and tight. The bitter truth gnawed at him. The audience didn't care about his struggle or his craft. To them, he was a mere stepping stone in the unknown demon merchant's showcase, a sideshow to the main event. As this realization sank in, Big Old's previous arrogance and pride melted away, replaced by the cold grip of panic. His mind raced as he dived into crisis mode, desperate to think of a way to salvage the duel. Beads of sweat formed on his brow as he clenched his fists, his breathing shallow and erratic. He had to act quickly, otherwise he would lose his workshop. Regret began to claw at him, his thoughts bitter with self-reproach. Why had he been so stubborn? Why had he been at odds with the devil merchant code over mere spare change? He should have just paid those fines. If he had, he wouldn't be facing this nightmare now. Big Old's lips tightened into a thin line, and his hands trembled slightly as he tried to suppress his growing anxiety. Just then, one of the elder chaos dwarfs approached him with measured steps, placing a firm hand on Big Old's shoulder. Leaning in, the elder whispered something into his ear. As the words sank in, Big Old's eyes lit up with newfound confidence and arrogance. A faint, almost smug smile crept onto his face as he nodded sharply, his posture straightening with resolve. "Don't bring shame to our family," the elder chaos dwarf warned in a low, gruff voice, his piercing gaze lingering on Big Old for a moment before he turned and walked back to his seat. For chaos dwarfs, there was no greater disgrace than losing a crafting duel to another race, especially one from a backwater corner of the Myriad Realm that no one had even heard of. The rest of the Dark Realm and Myriad Realm might eventually forget such an incident, but the Chaos Dwarven race would never let it go. Big Old and his family would carry the shame for generations. Understanding the weight of the warning, Big Old's expression hardened with determination. He straightened his shoulders and declared firmly, "Don't worry, Elder. I would sooner die than bring shame to the family." Without hesitation, he rushed to the edge of his corner of the Colosseum, his steps echoing with urgency as he called out to the judges. "Judges, I have an appeal to make." The judges, still simmering with annoyance at the unknown demon merchant's audacity in stealing their spotlight and ignoring their authority, turned to Big Old with sharp, irritable expressions. "What is it?" one snapped, their tone dripping with impatience. "Judges," Big Old began, his voice steady but tinged with urgency. "I propose that for the upcoming match, we have demon and devil merchants from the audience use our corpse puppets to fight. This way, the last standing puppet will not only prove to be the strongest, but also the most user-friendly. After all, shouldn't user-friendliness be a key parameter in deciding which of our corpse puppets is the best?" His proposal hung in the air for a moment as murmurs rippled through the audience. Big Old stood firm, his chest puffed slightly with confidence, as though daring anyone to question his logic. The judge's lips curved into knowing grins, their earlier irritation giving way to amusement. As if seeing through Big Old's ploy, they chuckled softly and turned to glance at the unknown demon merchant. Their gaze was sharp, almost taunting, as they grudgingly responded, "Yes, I think your argument has merit." Corpse puppets were tools of war. Deadly and handy, they were also notoriously complex to use. Consequently, they weren't everyone's cup of tea. Unless one had prior training or experience in handling similar tools, wielding a corpse puppet in combat for the first time was an uphill battle, likely disastrous. Thus, randomly plucking someone from the audience to operate a corpse puppet in a fight was absurd, if not outright foolish. Yet, Big Old and the judges didn't seem concerned. That was because Big Old's Frosling corpse puppets were basic, fighter-type models. They were relatively easy to grasp, even for a novice. However, the same couldn't be said for Wyatt's Frosling corpse puppets, which seemed to require understanding of complex spells to wield effectively in battle. Big Old's plan was clear. By using this arrangement, he aimed to tip the odds in his favor during the duel. Despite his puppets being inferior in raw capability compared to Wyatt's, this setup might give him a fighting chance. The judges recognized his intentions. Normally, they wouldn't agree to such an arrangement, but today was an exception. "Do you agree with this, or do you have a reason why we should not proceed?" the judges asked, turning to the unknown demon merchant. Their eyes narrowed slightly, gauging his reaction. The judges couldn't unilaterally alter the terms of the duel without consent from both contestants. In the event of an impasse, they were duty-bound to listen to both sides and deliver a fair verdict that neither contestant could dispute. User-friendliness is indeed a crucial factor for any tool. Wyatt began, his tone measured but confident. "I don't have a problem with the arrangement. However, as crafters, we should have the right to choose who will represent our tools in the duel. Otherwise, it's a no from me." He delivered his words with a calm but firm expression, despite having seen through Big Old's strategy and the judge's reasoning. Wyatt trusted the capabilities of his corpse puppets and made his stance clear. "That's reasonable," the judges admitted, their brows lifting slightly in surprise. Wyatt's lack of resistance caught them off guard. They turned to Big Old and asked, "Don't you think?" "Yes, I agree. It makes it fair," Big Old replied with a faint, crooked smile, as if feigning magnanimity. He spoke of fairness as though he were granting it to Wyatt, though his intent was transparent. Wyatt, however, merely smirked in return, knowing his puppets would soon speak for themselves. Contestants have half an hour to select 3 demon or devil merchants from the audience to operate their corpse puppets in the upcoming match, the judges announced, their tails swishing with satisfaction as they addressed the crowd. To the interested audience, you may use the Dual Realm Network to volunteer as a contestant's champion to their attendants. The judges fixed their gaze back on the unknown demon merchant, their subtle smirk hinting at satisfaction in reasserting their authority as they announced, "Contestants, your 30 minutes start now. Choose your champions." Soon, Dula's Demon Codex chimed with a flurry of notifications. When she saw the sheer number of audience members volunteering to be the unknown demon merchant's champions, her eyes widened in astonishment. The enthusiasm of the crowd, however, did little to distract her from the real issue at hand. Despite her contestant's Frosling corpse puppet being superior to her uncle's in every way, it was likely to lose simply due to incompetent representation. Just when she had hoped her contestant would deliver a satisfying comeuppance to her uncle, teaching him a long-overdue lesson for all the suffering he had inflicted on her, her uncle, like a cornered rat, managed to claw his way out of trouble again. Dula's clenched her fists, unable to suppress a sense of sympathy for her contestant. At the same time, she couldn't help but wonder why he had agreed to her uncle's arrangement so readily, without putting up a fight. "Why didn't you argue against my uncle's appeal?" Dula's asked, her brows furrowing as she turned to the unknown demon merchant. "Why would you agree to something so disadvantageous that it could cost you the duel?" Wyatt met her gaze, his expression calm and composed. With a gentle smile, he replied, "Isn't it obvious? I'm confident in my craft." Dula's blinked in surprise, Wyatt's words sinking in slowly. "Oh ho, she exclaimed, a sudden realization dawning on her. True confidence in one's skill and craft wasn't a choice or an act of resolve. It was a natural byproduct of the quality of one's work. A crafter's confidence in their item was only as strong as the craftsmanship behind it. At that moment, a shiver of admiration and reverence coursed through Doulas. Her respect for Wyatt crystallized into something deeper, awe. In her mind, he transformed into an idol, a role model she yearned to emulate. She resolved to one day grow into a crafter as skilled and self-assured as him. Determined to do her best for her newfound idol, Doulas turned her focus to the task at hand. She began combing through the extensive list of audience members who had applied to be Wyatt's champions, carefully sorting out those she deemed most qualified to operate a corpse puppet. Just as she prepared to present her findings to Wyatt, his voice broke through her concentration. "Don't tell me no one from the audience has applied to be my champion so far," he said, his brows knitting together in a deep frown. Doulas froze for a second, then realized her mistake. In her eagerness to help Wyatt, she had forgotten to inform him about the overwhelming number of volunteers. Hastily, she clarified, No. More than 2/3 of the audience have applied to be your champion. I was just trying to sort out the most eligible candidates and forgot to tell you. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. I should have asked sooner," Wyatt reassured her, his tone warm with appreciation for her enthusiasm. Then he added, "You don't need to sort them out. I've already chosen the people I want as my champions. Could you help me check if they're willing?" "Of course. Just point them out to me, and I'll contact them right away," Doulas replied, her voice brimming with determination. She didn't utter a word of complaint about her wasted effort, instead focusing on fulfilling Wyatt's request. "The champion candidate is you," Wyatt said, pointing at Doulas. His gaze steady, he asked, "Doulas, are you willing to be my champion?" "Me?" Doulas blinked in surprise, her finger unconsciously pointing at herself as if to confirm she'd heard correctly. Though she was technically staff at the Chaos Dwarven Forge, she realized she still counted as part of the audience. A thrill of excitement coursed through her. The idea of being chosen as her contestant's first champion was exhilarating, especially since it gave her a chance to explore the secrets of the Frostling corpse puppet firsthand. What better way to learn its intricacies than by using it in battle? However, her excitement was quickly tempered by practicality. Having gone through the extensive list of volunteers, she knew there were candidates far more qualified than her to serve as champions. Putting her selfish desires aside, she spoke carefully. "No. I think you shouldn't decide this in haste or on a whim. You should look at the list I've prepared. There are many volunteers who are far more eligible and fit to be your champion than me." Wyatt's brows arched slightly, but his voice remained calm as he replied, "Kid, as their crafter, I know who the best champions for them are. If I say you're eligible, then you are." His tone grew firmer, his eyes locking onto hers. "Now the real question. Are you confident enough to take on the responsibility I'm giving you? Be straight with me. Don't give me any nonsense about more eligible candidates. If you're willing, say yes. If not, say no. Simple." The weight of his words settled on Doulas like a mantle. She could feel his trust in her, not as a consolation choice, but as someone he genuinely believed in. Clenching her fists to steady herself, she met his gaze and nodded. "Yes, I am. I won't let you down," she declared, her bright eyes brimming with a newfound confidence. "It's not about letting me down. Just go out there and have fun," Wyatt said with a reassuring grin. His relaxed demeanor wasn't without reason. He trusted the high-ranking artificial he had integrated into his Frostling corpse puppets. With the 2.5-day practice session under their belts, these puppets could handle opponents on their own with basic commands like fight or defend. As Doulas nodded, her expression softening with relief, Wyatt added with a mischievous glint in his eye, "Also, just imagine the item you want them to craft. They'll craft them, use it in the battle. Let's give it a try. Which one do you want?" He gestured toward the towering Frostling corpse puppets lined up in formation. Their resemblance to the snow elven race made them tall, but the mechanical armor they donned gave them an even more imposing presence. "The one in the middle," Doulas said, her gaze locking onto a particular puppet. A small grin tugged at her lips. "She looks like she means business." Handing Wyatt a drop of her blood, she added, "Let's see what she's got." Wyatt accepted the blood with a nod, swiftly transferring temporary ownership of the middle frosling corpse puppet to her. She's yours now. Go ahead, give her a try, he encouraged, gesturing for Doulas to test the puppet's capabilities. Doulas hesitated, glancing back at Wyatt before shaking her head. Not now? My uncle is crafty. Let's not reveal I'm your champion until it's time. Her eagerness to test the puppet was evident, but she kept her priorities in check, her brow furrowed with determination. Wyatt chuckled softly, impressed by her restraint. Fair enough. Keep it under wraps until it's time for the match, he said, his tone approving as he turned his focus back to choosing the second and third champions. All right then. Help me ask the female frosling who chose the species and realm of the corpse puppet for the crafting duel if she's willing to be my champion, Wyatt requested Doulas. Though he suspected the frosling would readily agree, he waited for confirmation. As expected, Doulas soon informed him, she's in. In fact, she's one of the volunteers who applied to be your champion. She's a crafter specializing in corpse puppets. Even if I mess up, she'll hold down the fort. Good, Wyatt said with a satisfied nod. Then, for the third champion, randomly choose one of your friends, someone you trust. Only if they're willing to do it. A small smirk tugged at the corner of his lips as he subtly made a move on Doulas's entire circle of friends. He had noticed that many of the young chaos dwarfs seated on big old side of the Colosseum seemed to know Doulas, as they would occasionally wave at her. Really? I get to choose one of my friends to be your third champion? Doulas's eyes lit up mischievously, and she let out a low, evil laugh. Whatever she was plotting was evident from the sly grin spreading across her face. The reason for her excitement was simple. Many of her friends had already contacted her, begging for her recommendation as a champion candidate to her contestant. Some had even offered her bribes, ranging from helping her clean her uncle's workshop for a week to handing over rare minerals from their personal collections. Doulas had initially ignored these offers, thinking it would be wrong to exploit the influence she had over her contestant. But now that her contestant himself had given her permission, the game had changed. This is great, she muttered under her breath, her fingers steepling as if she were plotting world domination. She planned to extract the maximum benefit from her friends while still ensuring Wyatt got a capable and trustworthy champion. Don't worry, I've got this, Doulas replied with exaggerated confidence, already envisioning the flurry of favors and promises she would secure. Wyatt observed her with an amused expression, arms crossed, shaking his head at her obvious scheming. Hello, sir. My name is Byor Ironhold. I am Doulas's uncle. It's an honor to be your champion. The little chaos dwarf standing before Wyatt spoke with a stiff formality, though his eyes never strayed from the frosling corpse puppets nearby. Byor was bare-chested, wearing terrages much like Big Old. Despite their various attire, it seemed the chaos dwarfs leaned toward this style, at least a few of them opting for shirtlessness. Wyatt's brow furrowed as he considered the possibility that the semi-nude ones all might belong to the Ironhold family or be closely related. Byor appeared to be the same age as Doulas, which prompted Wyatt to muse on the peculiar virility of chaos dwarf race. It seemed her grandparents were still enjoying a particularly lively marital life. Given the extended lifespan of chaos dwarfs, such occurrences were not uncommon. Wow, what a surprise, Wyatt said, his tone dripping with sardonic amusement. Of all the chaos dwarfs, you bring me the one who knows how to kiss ass. Though, I admit, it's humbling to know chaos dwarfs like him exist. Or is it just because he isn't particularly skilled? Wyatt turned to Doulas, raising an eyebrow in mock curiosity. Doulas nodded, her expression a mixture of exasperation and reluctant defense. Yes, he's a kiss-ass, she admitted bluntly. But as for his crafting skills, he's better than me. I can personally vouch for him. The elders don't see it that way, though. They compare him to our parents' generation, and in their eyes, he doesn't measure up. Flattery is the only way he can get by in the family. They look down on him. Doulas continued, her voice tinged with a trace of sympathy. And his title make it hard for him to mingle with the younger ones either. They don't respect him. He's the odd one out in the entire family. If not for Grandma checking in on him once in a while, he probably would have starved to death long ago. But for a chaos dwarf in his 30s, his skills are top-notch. Not to mention, he's on the verge of breaking through to Devil Realm. Byor's jaw tightened as he listened to Doulas's unflinching introduction, his fists clenching ever so slightly at his sides. Years of swallowing his pride and suppressing his anger had taught him how to endure such moments, though the sting never faded. Despite being an iron hold by blood, Byor knew he was treated as an outsider. He was a reject. While his brothers had been granted their own workshops in the Chaos Dwarven district by the time they were his age, he had been relegated to serving as an unpaid attendant at the Chaos Dwarven Forge under the guise of gaining experience. Despite being an iron hold by blood, Byor knew he was treated as an outsider. He was a reject. While his brothers had been granted their own workshops in the Chaos Dwarven district by the time they were his age, he had been relegated to serving as an unpaid attendant at the Chaos Dwarven Forge under the guise of gaining experience. To outsiders, being a Chaos Dwarf and carrying the Iron Hold name meant prestige and power, but Byor knew the harsh reality of his life. Nothing had ever been handed to him. As a toddler, he'd often cried for hours to remind his mother to feed him, her attention absorbed by crafting projects. On particularly busy days, he'd gone hungry for 1 or even 2 days at a time. From a young age, he had understood that, despite belonging to a massive family, he was truly on his own. That knowledge had driven him to practice twice as hard as his nieces and nephews, those of his own age. He knew that only by becoming an exceptional Chaos Dwarf could he hope to carve out a peaceful life and, one day, leave his family behind. Therefore, unlike his brother Big Old, who would even dare to arrogantly fight against the rules of the Devil Merchant Code, Byor was humble enough to even flatter an unknown demon merchant from some dark corners of the myriad realms that no one has ever heard of. The more Wyatt learned about Byor, the more convinced he became that Duelas couldn't have chosen a better candidate to be his third champion. There was an unshakable resolve in Byor that Wyatt felt made him uniquely suited to govern the Chaos Dwarven assembly line. For the other Chaos Dwarves, crafting might have been a passion, but for Byor, it was survival, a means of carving out his existence in a world that had offered him nothing freely. Wyatt's gaze lingered on Byor, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The ancestors of the Chaos Dwarves had risen to the semi-ruler class not through prideful artistry, but by using their craft as a desperate tool for survival. Their ingenuity and grit had etched out their legacy. But now, Wyatt mused, what had once been a fierce determination to thrive had decayed into a hollow arrogance. The current arrogance of the Chaos Dwarves regarding their craft was little more than a facade. In ancient times, their ancestors had created for anyone who could supply the necessary ingredients, trading their skill for the resources they needed to survive. That relentless pragmatism had elevated them to the semi-ruler class. Yet the younger generation, cushioned by the fruits of their ancestors' labor and sacrifice, had grown complacent, their entitlement eroding the foundation that had once made their race formidable. Wyatt's lips pressed into a thin line as he recalled Big Old. The Chaos Dwarf's workshop in the Chaos Dwarven district was immensely valuable, yet he had been willing to let it fall into disrepair, blacklisted, even, because he felt slighted by the Devil Merchant Code. Wyatt shook his head, his expression a mix of disappointment and disbelief. When even the elders of their semi-ruler class had made peace with the Devil Merchant Code's ways, what right did Big Old have to complain? His arrogance symbolized how far the younger generation of Chaos Dwarves had strayed, treating crafting as mere passion instead of recognizing it as the lifeblood of their survival in the myriad realms. Wyatt's thoughts darkened momentarily as he considered the broader implications. The Dark Realms boasted many talented crafter clans and races, but only the Chaos Dwarves had ascended to the semi-ruler class, earning their position by being the best among them. If this decay of discipline continued, how long could that legacy last? After all, the current generation were more like the frauds cashing in on their ancestors' legacy. Previously, he even doubted if cultivating the Chaos Dwarves as allies a double-edged sword. Could their arrogance ultimately harm him? Yet, as his gaze shifted to Duelas and Byor, a faint glimmer of hope stirred within him. Perhaps the Chaos Dwarven race wasn't a lost cause after all, and worth his investment. After introducing Byor to Wyatt, Duelas glanced around cautiously before floating up to Wyatt's ear and whispering, "Also, he's willing to share his SSS rank Niggerite or 3 ways with us after the duel is over." Byor's lips curled into a subtle grin as he caught sight of Duelas whispering their deal to the unknown demon merchant. His posture remained steady, but a faint flicker of satisfaction passed over his face, betraying the pride he took in his calculated offer. Interesting, Wyatt muttered, his gaze narrowing as he regarded Bayor with newfound intrigue. Unlike Dulas, who believed Bayor was sharing the SSS rank Niggerite or to gain access to the Frostling corpse puppet for study, Wyatt saw through the Chaos Dwarf's real intentions. Bayor wasn't merely humble, he was shrewd. Or wasn't just bait for learning from his Frostling corp by using them in the fight. It was leverage for securing a private meeting with Wyatt. With a faint smirk, Wyatt leaned toward Dulas and whispered back, "You can keep my share, as a tip for such excellent service." Dulas's eyes widened slightly, but he nodded quickly, accepting Wyatt's casual generosity with a genuine gratitude. Meanwhile, Bayor's grin faded back into a calm, collected expression, as though he hadn't overheard their exchange. For the average crafter, SSS rank Niggerite was a rare valuable resource, worth scheming or even fighting for. But for Wyatt, it was little more than a footnote. His warehouses already held several tons of the ore, buried among countless other resources. He wasn't interested in acquiring more. His true focus was on finding the right use for the materials he already had. Yes, he had tasked Clown Mask and others with selling off resources, but the scale of the operation barely made a dent. Daily, now a true celestial with the evolved natural celestial array formation, could draw in asteroids and meteoroids faster than his team could liquidate the inventory. With her now being able to sense Rule's source, these resources were useless to her, yet her rate of gathering was overwhelming. At this pace, his warehouse sections would soon be overflowing with resources. This was where his Chaos Dwarven assembly line project came into play. Once he managed to establish it, Wyatt would have the raw materials, the Chaos Dwarven craftsmanship, and the workshop in premium location he'd secure by defeating Big Old in the duel. Together, these elements would allow him to mass-produce high-quality items at minimal cost, then sell them at a premium. Even after generously compensating his Chaos Dwarven labor force, the profits would be staggering. Wyatt's eyes glimmered as the image of his plan unfolded in his mind. With the assembly line in full operation, he would be able to mark the beginning of crafting upstart in the Myriad realm. He aimed to create a brand like the Infinity Library. However, only time would tell if his name would be etched into the Devil Merchant Code as the Myriad Crafter, an unparalleled figure whose ingenuity had reshaped the crafting world, or loser whose name was buried under the pages of the history along with the other losers. Just then, a robed figure gracefully made her way toward Wyatt's corner of the Colosseum. Her movements were smooth and deliberate, drawing attention despite the chaos surrounding the area. Arriving next to them, she bowed slightly and introduced herself, her tone polite yet steady. "Master Crafter, I am Moonfright. Thank you for deeming me worthy to represent your craft in the upcoming match." Beneath her hood was a symmetrical, ethereal blue face framed by cascading silver hair, her beauty almost otherworldly in its perfection. "You are overqualified to be my champion, so you don't need to thank me," Wyatt responded, his curiosity piqued. His gaze lingered on her for a moment before he asked, "But if you truly feel grateful, would you mind telling me why you chose your race as the species to be crafted into a corpse puppet for this duel?" As someone who had been betrayed by his own kind after freeing them from their alien and superhuman oppressors, Wyatt had yet to harbor enough hatred to justify such an act against his own people. He couldn't help but wonder what could prompt someone else to take that step, especially how emotionless and indifferent she was when she named her choice. The Frosling's luminous eyes sparkled beneath her hood as she considered his question. She happy to learn the unknown master crafter's interest in her. Her voice carried a subtle undertone of measured thoughts as she replied, "I don't mind sharing, but I would prefer if we could discuss it privately later." Hearing this, Bayor, who had been meticulously examining the Frostling corpse puppets up close, froze mid-motion. His gaze shifted sharply toward the unknown demon merchant, his expression tight with anticipation. He had been vying for a private meeting with the unknown demon merchant himself, and now it seemed this Frostling was leveraging her opportunity to do the same. Wyatt noticed Bayor's reaction, but chose to remain focused on Moonfright. Her words, paired with the gleam in her eyes, made it clear she had a hidden agenda behind crafting her kin into corpse puppets. Whether it stemmed from ambition, vengeance, or something deeper? Wyatt couldn't yet tell. Sure, Wyatt replied evenly, his tone measured. After the match, you can find me in the Chaos Dwarven District, in his uncle's old workshop, he said, gesturing toward Dulis. He wanted to understand her motives, whether she was a power-hungry psycho driven by personal gain or if there was a deeper, more calculated reason for her actions. The truth behind her choices intrigued him more than he cared to admit. Byor's jaw tightened as he glanced between Wyatt and the Frosling, clearly measuring his next move. Meanwhile, Wyatt's mind momentarily drifted back to memories of his past life. These days, outside of research and crafting, he rarely thought of his past life, but that didn't mean its ghosts didn't linger, haunting him in moments like this. Okay, contestants, the 30 minutes are up. Hope you've chosen your champions wisely, the judges announced, making yet another dazzling entrance. They soared around the Colosseum, their tail leaving shimmering trails of light. With a flick of the judge's tail, the arena began to transform. The two open workshops melted away into the floor, replaced by a vast, open battlefield, ready for the upcoming corpse puppet match. The judges scanned the contestants with sharp, expectant eyes. Contestants, send your first champion to the ring, the judges declared, their voice echoing through the Colosseum. From Wyatt's side, Dula stepped forward into the arena, her confidence radiating in every step. On Big Old's side, a slender demon merchant with 6 arms appeared, drawing murmurs from the audience. This opponent was an Armix race demon, renowned masters of corpse puppetry. The Armix race, infamous among all beings in the Dark Realm and myriad realms alike, were specialists in spiritual puppetry arts. Their unique racial trait, the one that allowed them to control all 6 pairs of their arms simultaneously, made them unparalleled in certain fields. Among their most terrifying skills was their expertise in spiritual arts like inanimate telekinesis and motion manipulation. This allowed them not only to control multiple puppets at once, but also to command puppets far stronger than themselves. Naturally, corpse puppets, known for their durability and reliability, became their preferred weapon of choice. Dula's narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing her opponent. She couldn't suppress the frown that crept onto her face. Where did you come from? I didn't see any Armix demons or devil merchants in the audience, she said, her voice laced with suspicion. She crossed her arms, her stance stiff with unease. When did you even arrive? Her opponent simply smirked, the faintest flicker of a taunt in their expression. The crowd leaned in, eager to see how this unexpected matchup would unfold. Did my uncle hire you for the match? Did he use the Elder's authority to sneak you into the Colosseum halfway through the crafting duel? Dula's fired off her questions, her voice sharp and accusatory. She clenched her fists, her anger barely contained as she glared at the Armix demon merchant. The idea that her uncle, someone she once admired as a genius crafter, could stoop to such low tactics was almost too much to bear. She could accept her uncle exploiting loopholes in the rules. After all, they were chaos dwarfs and demon merchants. Being crafty was practically in their blood. But this was outright cheating. Abusing the unique authority granted to their race's elders for managing the Chaos Dwarven Forge wasn't just dishonorable. It was a betrayal of everything she respected about him. Her thoughts churned like a storm as she struggled to reconcile her frustration. If my contestant had access to the same authority, I wouldn't be this mad, she admitted to herself. Then it'd just be their fault for not thinking of this loophole first. But the unfairness of it all stung deeply. She glanced toward the judges, the urge to appeal bubbling within her, but she knew it was pointless. The rules were deliberately vague, leaving plenty of room for broad interpretation. Still, this one act had shattered her image of her uncle. The respect she once held for him crumbled like brittle iron, leaving only disappointment in its wake. She shook her head slightly, muttering under her breath, "He's not the genius I thought he was, just an incompetent cheat." The Armix race demon merchant said nothing, his expression unreadable, but the faintest flicker of amusement in his eyes suggested he were enjoying her turmoil. The audience buzzed with hushed whispers, sensing the tension building in the arena. Meanwhile, Bigold was grappling with his own storm of betrayal and frustration, much like Dula's felt toward him. He couldn't believe his niece, his own crafting assistant, had chosen to act as his opponent's champion in the crafting duel. The act struck him as a profound betrayal. How could she do this to me? He thought, his jaw tightening. He could understand this kind of treachery from Bior. That little runt had hated him from the birth. But Dulas? He had been nothing but supportive, guiding her through her crafting journey, mentoring her with patience and care. And yet, here she was, siding with his opponent. The realization was devastating. His chest felt heavy as he resolved, then and there, to teach her a lesson once this duel was over. Maybe he'd even go so far as to remove her and Bior's names from the family ancestry, a fitting punishment for this kind of disloyalty. But first, he had a match to contend with. Big Old's eyes narrowed as he considered his options. Perhaps I can appeal to the judges? The thought lingered briefly. He reasoned that Dulas, being his assistant and technically part of the Colosseum's staff, shouldn't count as an audience member and therefore couldn't legally participate as a champion. However, just as he was about to speak, he received a mental transmission from his elder. Big Old, let Dulas and Bior be. The elder's voice rang in his mind, firm and commanding. In the past, it was decided that staff could also be considered part of the audience and could participate in voting or matches. Nothing you say here will convince the judges to disqualify Dulas as your opponent's champion. Big Old gritted his teeth, but the elder wasn't finished. Besides, if you lose this duel, their participation could serve as a silver lining. It won't look like you were defeated by some obscure demon merchant from the far corners of the Myriad realm that no one has heard of. Instead, it'll seem as though you lost to two young and exceptionally talented chaos dwarfs. In other words, you'll have been bested by your own kind, which is far less disgraceful. Big Old clenched his fists, his frustration bubbling to the surface. But Elder, with the Armix race assisting me, I won't lose. His mental tone carried both defiance and desperation, unwilling to accept that his elder seemed to be preparing for his failure. The elder sighed, his voice calm but unyielding. Don't underestimate your enemy. This is merely a contingency plan. Big Old took a deep breath, his nostrils flaring as he fought to keep his emotions in check. Fine, Elder. But if I win, I want Dulas and Bior removed from the family ancestry for this treacherous act, he demanded, his voice dripping with venom. His vindictiveness knew no bounds. Even if those who crossed him were his own little brother and niece, he would stop at nothing to see them branded as traitors. The elder's response came swiftly, with a chilling finality. Don't worry. I already planned to do so, regardless of whether you win or lose. The only difference is this. If you win, you'll redeem yourself. But for them, they sealed their fate the moment they chose to stand against their family. Big Old nodded, his face darkening. He glanced at the arena, his resolve hardening as the match loomed closer. All right, champions, listen up, the judges announced, their voice booming across the arena. Standard corpse puppet combat rules will be used to judge these matches. Keep that in mind. And don't be the reason your master crafter gets disqualified and loses the crafting duel. The warning was clear and harsh. Any fault on the champion's part would lead directly to their master crafter's loss. A punishment severe enough to make the stakes crystal clear. Dulas and the Armix demon merchant both nodded solemnly, their expressions focused. Seeing their readiness, the judges wasted no time. Ready or not, fight, they roared, their voices electrifying the air. At the command, both contestants summoned their respective corpse puppets. Before Dulas, a hulking, blue-armored Frosling corpse puppet materialized. Its presence immediately chilled the arena, the temperature dropping several degrees as frost crept along the ground. The puppet's shimmering ice armor glinted menacingly under the Colosseum lights. Meanwhile, the Armix demon merchant's corpse puppet appeared, a slender, bare-bones Frosling warrior clad in nothing but a ragged loincloth. Its simplicity stood in stark contrast to Dulas's elaborately armored champion. Dulas smirked, her confidence evident. She wasted no time. World Hammer, she commanded, her voice sharp and decisive. In an instant, her Frosling corpse puppet activated its glacier silk skill. Shimmering threads of icy energy coalesced using 3D printing, forming a massive warhammer with a head 3 times its size. Without hesitation, the puppet swung the colossal weapon with incredible speed and force, aiming straight for the Armix merchant's Frosling corpse puppet. The hammer tore through the air with a deafening whoosh, the sheer speed of the attack sending shockwaves across the arena. The crowd erupted into cheers and gasps, their excitement mounting as the first clash of the match began. The Armix demon merchant's eyes gleamed with cunning as their frosling corpse puppet sprang into action. With an almost eerie fluidity, it dodged the colossal hammer swing by a hair's breadth, the icy weapon slamming into the ground with a thunderous crash, sending shards of ice flying in every direction. Seeing her opponent's corpse puppet dodge the world hammer by a hair's breadth, Dulles frowned. She quickly realized that while her uncle's corpse puppet might be subpar, in a sense it was still in the Demon Emperor realm, and crucially, being controlled by a skilled Armix demon merchant. She reminded herself not to underestimate her opponent. What caught her off guard, however, was just how seamlessly her frosling corpse puppet responded to her commands. Manipulating it felt almost effortless. Just like Master Crafter said, she thought, her lips curling into a small, impressed smile. She recalled his instructions. By using the preset commands he shared with her demon codex, she could command the puppet to craft weapons and armor mid-battle and use them with remarkable efficiency. Even more fascinating, if she could imagine an item clearly and convey it to the puppet, it would materialize her vision in real time using its Glacier Silk skill. For now, Dulles had chosen to stick to basic commands that came pre-programmed with the corpse puppet. But after witnessing how quickly and flawlessly it crafted the enormous hammer with its Glacier Silk skill, transforming the raw glacier threads into an item in mere fractions of a second, her confidence surged. Maybe it's time to get creative, she thought, determination hardening her features. Let's teach Uncle a lesson he won't forget. Meanwhile, the Armix demon merchant watched her reaction closely. He couldn't help but feel a flicker of fascination with the capabilities of her frosling corpse puppet. Impressive, but no matter how extraordinary the puppet is, it has weaknesses, he reminded himself, suppressing his admiration. Noticing Dulles momentarily caught in thought, he seized the opportunity. Counterstrike, aim for the neck, he commanded mentally. His unarmored frosling corpse puppet lunged forward with precision, targeting the joints in its opponent's armor. The Armixian merchant knew full well that his puppet lacked the strength to penetrate the SS-rank mechanical ice armor covering Dulles's champion corpse puppet. Instead, he aimed for weak points, hoping to finish the armored puppet before it could react. The arena grew tense. Even the crowd, who had initially erupted in awe at the sight of the SS-rank hammer being crafted so effortlessly, had fallen silent. Their eyes darted between the slender, nimble attacker and the hulking, armored defender. The subtle whirring of the puppet's movements and the sound of cracking ice filled the air, heightening the anticipation. Dulles's frown deepened as she snapped back to attention. He's aiming for the joints, crafty move, but I'm not about to let you have your way. Her frosling puppet shifted subtly, preparing to counter the incoming attack by swinging its colossal hammer in a wide arc. But in a blink, the Armixian's corpse puppet vanished from its path, reappearing behind Dulles's armored puppet with unnerving speed. It delivered a swift and devastating kick directly to the armored puppet's neck. The crowd collectively gasped, expecting the armored puppet to falter, or worse, crumble. Instead, to everyone's shock, the armored frosling corpse puppet stood tall, entirely unfazed. The real surprise came after the impact when the puppet's leg, the very one that struck the armored puppet, began to freeze. A visible sheen of ice rapidly crept up its limb, and as soon as it touched the ground, the frozen leg shattered into countless glittering shards of ice. Forced to balance on one leg, the Armixian's puppet looked visibly compromised. What the heck is going on? It's the Winter Valley's Glacier Plague. I get it now. The armored Frosling's armor is laced with Glacier Plague. What a creative way to weaponize the Frosling's natural immunity to it. Hold up. Aren't you forgetting that the opponent is also a Frosling corpse puppet? How the hell is the Glacier Plague freezing its body parts enough to shatter them on impact? That doesn't make sense. You're right. That shouldn't be possible. If my observation is correct, there are two reasons for this anomaly. First, that unknown demon merchant likely used frost liquid rule power from the Frosel realm to enhance the Glacier Plague's potency. Second, the Chaos Dwarf who created the other puppet must have used an incompatible method to strengthen it. Sure, it's sturdy, but clearly, that sturdiness came with a terrible cost, as we just saw. Holy crap. Since when did non-native demon merchants get this good at crafting? To think he accounted for all this when building his puppet, I can't freaking believe it. The more I watch that demon merchant's puppet in action, the more impressed and greedy I feel. Can't blame you. I feel the same way. Heck, I still can't wrap my head around the fact that it was crafted by some no-name demon merchant from the far corners of the dark realms that no one's ever heard of. The crowd buzzed with excitement and speculation, their awe and curiosity building as the battle continued to unfold. It seems I should have asked for more, the Armixian muttered under his breath, his 6 pairs of arms folding and unfolding in rapid succession. Then, with a resigned shrug, he added, "Anyway, a deal's a deal, and I've been paid. So, I'll deliver. Here goes nothing, spiritual interference technique." As he chanted, his 6 pairs of arms came together in a precise, ritualistic motion. A shimmering, ethereal beam shot out from his body, streaking toward Dulaz's armored corpse puppet. Before she could react, the beam struck her puppet squarely. Instantly, Dulaz felt her connection to her frosling corpse puppet severed, like someone had yanked a cord from her mind. Panic surged through her, her heart pounding as she tried to re-establish the link. The Armixian, meanwhile, smirked triumphantly, his confidence radiating. "And that's how you..." But his words caught in his throat as the armored corpse puppet suddenly moved. With shocking speed and precision, the puppet swung its massive world hammer, its icy form glinting under the arena lights. The hammer arced toward the one-legged puppet before its master could issue another command. The impact was devastating. Crack! The hammer struck the one-legged puppet squarely, launching it across the arena like a ragdoll. It slammed into the wall with a deafening crash, shards of ice scattering in all directions. The armored puppet didn't stop there. It charged forward, relentless, and began raining down blow after blow with its hammer. Each strike was a symphony of destruction, reducing the one-legged corpse puppet to a pile of shattered ice shards. The arena fell into a stunned silence. Dulaz stood frozen, her eyes wide with disbelief. The Armixian stared, slack-jawed, his earlier smugness replaced by sheer confusion. Big Old leaned forward, gripping the edge of his seat as if trying to comprehend what he had just witnessed. Even the judges, typically composed, were startled, their tails frozen midair. And the crowd? They erupted into a chaotic mixture of gasps, cheers, and frantic murmurs. "What just happened?" someone in the stands finally blurted, echoing the thoughts of everyone present. Spiritual interference technique. As the name suggests, it's a spiritual technique designed to disrupt a target's spirituality. Think of it like electromagnetic fields interfering with electronic devices. Just as strong EMFs can fry circuits, a highly skilled practitioner of spiritual interference technique, combined with powerful spiritual energy, can leave their target stunned, unconscious, or even comatose. The effects of this technique aren't limited to living beings. It also impacts anything with a trace of spirituality, including artificial wills. Its effect was more devastating on them than regular living beings. In corpse puppet battles, it's fair game for a puppeteer to buff their own puppet or debuff their opponent's puppet. However, directly attacking the opposing puppeteer is strictly against the rules. To stay within the boundaries, Big Old's Armixian champion targeted Dulaz's armored corpse puppet with the spiritual interference technique, aiming directly at its artificial will. The artificial will, which acts as the spiritual bridge between a puppeteer and their puppet, ensures seamless control and quick responses. Armixians are famous for their formidable spiritual power, and this particular puppeteer seemed to have mastered the spiritual interference technique to at least a grandmaster level. Given this, the armored frosling corpse puppet should have been rendered non-functional. Even if its artificial will was exceptionally advanced, it should have suffered significant damage, likely losing connection with Dulaz, becoming sluggish, or at least being stunned for a few critical moments. But what actually happened left everyone dumbfounded. Despite the Armixian's technique hitting the armored frosling puppet head-on, severing its connection to Dulaz, the puppet recovered almost instantly. Not only that, but it also launched a counterattack with speed and precision far beyond what it had displayed under Dulaz's control. The audience leaned forward, murmuring in confusion. How's that even possible? Someone whispered. Wait a minute, another spectator muttered, scratching their head. Without a puppeteer guiding it, how's it moving so fast? Shouldn't it be sluggish? And they weren't wrong. By design, corpse puppets are inherently slow when operating autonomously. They rely on their puppeteer's spiritual power to remove this sluggishness and optimize their movements. However, they witnessed that it was other way around in the armored Frosling's corpse puppet's case. The Armixian stared at the scene, slack-jawed, while Big Old's face twisted in disbelief. Something was off, very off, and everyone in the arena could feel it. Even Dula's was baffled to see her corpse puppet moving faster after it lost its connection with her. A pang of doubt struck her as she silently lamented, was I the one slowing it down because of my inexperience? The audience, the contestants, their champions, and even the judges were frozen, trying to process the unexpected development. Breaking the stunned silence, the unknown demon merchant's calm, yet commanding voice cut through the air. I guess I won this round, right? The voice wasn't particularly loud, yet somehow, everyone in the Colosseum heard it clearly. It snapped them out of their collective shock. The judges bewilderedly glanced at the armored Frosling corpse puppet before announcing the end of the round, pushing their confusion aside for now. As the decision was finalized, the Colosseum erupted into cheers, celebrating the dramatic conclusion of the first round. The Armixian demon merchant, who had represented Big Gold in the match, begrudgingly stepped out of the arena. But as he did, his gaze lingered on the unknown demon merchant who had crafted the armored Frosling corpse puppet. His eyes flicked to the two identical armored Froslings standing silently beside the mysterious figure. With an air of resolve, he strode directly toward the unknown demon merchant. Wyatt, still standing in the arena with his assigned attendant, watched the Armixians approach, bemused. The crowd held their breath as the Armixian walked right up to Wyatt and asked, loud enough for all to hear, "Can I represent your corpse puppet in the next round as your champion?" Gasps rippled through the Colosseum, followed by a wave of chatter. The atmosphere buzzed with disbelief. What did he just say? Did he seriously ask to switch sides? Big Old's face turned an alarming shade of crimson, trembling with fury. Ignoring his former champion's audacious betrayal, he focused on sending his next champion into the arena. This time, it was another Armixian, but this one was a devil merchant. The significance of this choice wasn't lost on anyone. Devil merchants could supply nearly 100-fold more spiritual energy to their corpse puppets than a demon merchant, especially a young chaos dwarf of Dula's realm. Meanwhile, Dula's weighed her options, torn between pride and practicality. Looking at her opponent, she finally made her decision. Switch, she announced aloud, stepping back. Her reasons were clear. She didn't have the skills to counter the Armixian's devastating spiritual interference technique, and the previous round had left her convinced that she was holding her corpse puppet back due to her inexperience and limited spiritual energy reserves. With that, Dula's and her armored Frosling corpse puppet left the arena, replaced by a hooded and robed figure. As the figure entered the arena, murmurs swept through the audience. Recognition dawned on many faces. Wait, isn't that? It's the Frosling who picked the species and realm of the corpse puppets for this duel. I believe that demon merchant is a necrophiliac. Only those freaks would use their kind as corpse puppet. Big Old's face darkened as he clenched his fists. Losing the first round had made the stakes even higher. He knew that relying on just one of his Frosling corpse puppets to defeat all three of his opponent's corpse puppet was a gamble, no fool's dream. The pressure weighed heavily on him, and his frustration was growing. His champion had to win now, otherwise everything was lost. Meanwhile, Wyatt's gaze fell on the tall, slender figure of the 12-armed Armixian demon merchant. Wyatt's voice was calm but firm as he said, "Sorry, but as you can see, I've already chosen my champions. Besides, I'm pretty sure the duel's rules won't allow me to switch champions mid-match." The Armixian's many hands gestured in a show of understanding, but his next words revealed his true intentions. "I understand. Then how about selling me one of those corpse puppets?" Bior, standing next to Wyatt, smirked knowingly. He had dealt with enough Armixians in the past to anticipate this. Their obsession with corpse puppets was known to all, often driving them to extremes. Just as Bayor was about to intervene and take advantage of the situation to curry favor with the unknown demon merchant, a familiar voice interrupted. "Sir, you're not allowed here. Let me assist you back to your side of the Colosseum." Dula's voice was steady but polite, her expression a mix of annoyance and determination. Without waiting for a reply, she activated her demon codex. In a blink, the Armixian demon merchant disappeared, teleported back to Big Old's corner of the Colosseum. Bayor sighed, his chance to shine slipping away, while Wyatt's lips curled into a faint smile. "Efficient," he remarked, glancing at Dulas. The audience buzzed with animated murmurs, their excitement heightened by the unexpected drama. The tension in the air was almost electric as every pair of eyes in the Colosseum turned toward the arena, eager for the next round to begin. "Little Frosling, are you a necrophiliac? I like corpse puppets, but even I wouldn't consider turning my own kind into one, let alone using it in battle," the devil merchant Armixian quipped, his voice laced with curiosity and subtle amusement. His 12 arms gestured expressively, as if emphasizing his disbelief. Moon Fright, however, didn't so much as glance at him. She stood still, her icy demeanor, and waited for the judges to signal the start of the round. Her silence spoke volumes, frustrating the Armixian, but also intriguing him further. The judges, sensing the anticipation from the crowd, wasted no time. "Champions, ready or not, fight," they declared, their voices echoing through the Colosseum. "Glacier Web," Moon Fright announced with cold precision, her voice cutting through the noise. As she summoned her corpse puppet, the same imposing armored Frosling corpse puppet similar to one before materialized in the arena. Without hesitation, it activated its glacier silk skill, weaving an enormous web that quickly spanned the entire arena. The audience gasped as the arena walls, ground, and even the air near the web began to freeze over. The glistening ice spread with breathtaking speed, isolating the arena in a cocoon of frost. Though separated by the freezing web, the audience could still see into the arena through the ice, which now resembled the intricate strands of a glacial cocoon formed from cobwebs. The beauty and menace of the structure left them in awe. The devil merchant Armixian summoned his corpse puppet, only to find it immediately ensnared in the glacier web. The puppet stood frozen in place, unable to move without coming into contact with the deadly threads. The Armixian's brow furrowed as he realized the predicament. His opponent had cornered him within the first moments of the match. The crowd erupted into murmurs again, their voices a mix of awe and speculation. The Armixian's expression shifted from intrigue to frustration as he tried to devise a way out of this icy trap. Moon Fright, meanwhile, stood calm and collected, her cold, calculating gaze never leaving her opponent. "Mastercrafter, is Moon a necrophiliac?" Dulas asked hesitantly, her voice respectful yet tinged with curiosity. Her gaze remained fixed on Wyatt, the unknown demon merchant. Ever since she discovered that her uncle was nothing more than an incompetent cheat, her admiration for her contestant had grown exponentially. It was bordering on reverence. If he were to point at gold and call it silver, she wouldn't argue. Instead, she'd wonder why he said it. Wyatt shook his head, a faint sigh escaping him. "How would I know? Ask her," he replied, his tone carrying a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had noticed how quickly Dulas was beginning to imprint on him, likely due to the collapse of her previous source of guidance. It was both good and bad. Good, because he could mold her into a skilled craftsman. Bad, because he had no interest in becoming a surrogate parental figure. Yet, with Dulas, it seemed both skill and childlike dependence came as a package deal. "I will do that," Dulas replied with a firm nod, completely missing the subtext in Wyatt's tone. Before he could stop her or change the topic, she pressed on. "Why was your puppet able to withstand the power of the spiritual interference technique head-on?" Wyatt tilted his head slightly, a playful smirk forming on his lips. "Ask Moon. She seems to have figured it out the moment I gave her authority over one of the corpse puppets," he said, wanting to find out whether Moon had indeed deduced the workings of the puppet's entire artificial will or just partially. Either meant that Moon had high talent for crafting. "I'll do that," Dulas responded with the same unwavering determination. Her earnestness was almost endearing, almost. Beside them, her uncle, Bayor, his fists clenched tightly. His face was a storm of frustration and jealousy. Ignoring his earlier failures, he tried once again to probe the artificial will of the Frosling corpse puppet. If a mere Frosling could figure it out, surely he, a chaos dwarf mastercrafter, could as well. He seemed to have conveniently forgotten that he had already attempted, failed miserably, and gave up before. But listening to the unknown demon merchant say Moon had figured it out, his competitive spirit ignited. Meanwhile, in the arena, neither Moon Fright nor the Armixian devil merchant made a move. Their eyes locked in an intense stare, neither daring to blink. While it seemed Moon had the upper hand with her glacier web covering the battlefield, she remained cautious. After all, her opponent was a devil merchant, and the sheer spiritual power at his disposal far surpassed hers. This advantage allowed him to compensate for his corpse puppet's shortcomings, making him a serious threat to her armored Frosling corpse puppet. The silence was oppressive as the two champions measured each other. The tension in the Colosseum grew. Realizing his opponent wasn't going to make the first move, the Armixian devil merchant adjusted his strategy. He had planned to exploit his opponent's arrogance, but it was now clear the Frosling was level-headed and calculated. With a subtle smirk, he broke the standoff and began chanting, "Spiritual Spark." Almost instantly, the slender corpse puppet standing before him was enveloped in crackling lightning. Electric arcs danced across its body, disintegrating parts of the glacier web upon contact. The air around the puppet hissed and popped with energy, and then, boom! A massive explosion erupted around the Armixian's corpse puppet. Moon's lips curled into a triumphant grin. The explosion was no accident. She had anticipated this. Even Wyatt was surprised understanding what Moon had just pulled of. The electricity generated by the puppet had triggered electrolysis in the glacier web, splitting the ice into hydrogen and oxygen. As the concentration of gases in the air reached a perfect 2-to-1 ratio, the electric arcs ignited the mixture, causing the violent detonation. Though he wasn't sure if she understood it as he did. Her frame of reference might be different. However, her grin quickly faded. Through the smoke and debris, she noticed the Armixian's corpse puppet standing unscathed. The lightning coursing through it had formed an electric shroud, protecting it from the explosion's flames. Its sturdy frame easily withstood the shockwaves, leaving it ready to continue the fight. The crowd erupted into murmurs and cheers, their excitement growing by the second. This was shaping up to be one of the most thrilling crafting duels in recent memory. The judges intensely glanced at the arena from above, intrigued by the display of skill. The Armixian's use of spiritual spark, a lightning attribute spiritual art that converted spiritual energy into lightning, was a clever counter. Not only did it shield the puppet, but it also neutralized the glacier web's threat. By infusing the corpse puppet with his own spiritual power, the Armixian had effectively allowed it to wield the spiritual spark ability. The electric aura surrounding the puppet also seemed to grant it counter against the glacier plague, nullifying one of Moon's greatest advantages. Moon's eyes narrowed, her thoughts racing as she devised a new strategy. Without hesitation, she chanted aloud, "Spiritual Snow." Her voice echoed through the arena, carrying an air of confidence. This particular spiritual art, gifted to her race by the Snow Elves during their time as refugees, allowed her to convert her spiritual energy into snow. To everyone's astonishment, Moon's mastery over spiritual snow appeared to verge on the Sage tier, a level rarely seen. The arena's climate began to shift dramatically. Snowflakes swirled through the air, gathering on the glacier web and the frosty arena floor. The temperature plummeted rapidly, diving into the negatives and still dropping further. The cold in air grew rapidly, sending shivers even through the enchanted barriers protecting the audience. "Oh no, you don't," the Armixian devil merchant bellowed, his booming voice cutting through the rising storm. Realizing her plan, he mentally commanded his corpse puppet to attack. Brutal strike. He had discerned Moon's intentions. She was attempting to replicate the frigid climate of Winter Valley. If she succeeded, her corpse puppet could fully weaponize the glacier plague infused in it, giving her an overwhelming advantage. Moon, undeterred, shouted her next move with unwavering determination. "Snow Sword Arts, third form, Avalanche." The armored corpse puppet reacted instantly, executing her command through their spiritual connection. As Moon envisioned herself wielding a massive claymore, the puppet mirrored her thoughts. Using its glacier silk, it conjured a colossal sword through an intricate 3D printing process. The shimmering claymore materialized, crackling with icy energy. With a swift, deliberate motion, the puppet performed the snow sword's avalanche form, its blade cleaving through the air with the weight of an avalanche behind it. Snow, gathered by the bitter winds, surged forward as the puppet's claymore struck. The flurry of snow cascaded down in a massive, roaring torrent, engulfing the charging corpse puppet. The audience gasped, their cheers muffled by the sheer spectacle of the snowfall swallowing the battlefield. Even the judges floating about the arena were covered in snow, their attention riveted on the clash unfolding below them. The Armixian's corpse puppet strained against the onslaught, its movements slowed as the cold and snow pressed down like a suffocating force. Yet the Armixian devil merchant's eyes glinted with determination, and the electric shroud covering its body intensified, breaking through the cold and pressure, retaining its speed. When the Armixian's corpse puppet intensified its electric shroud to counter Moon's avalanche, the audience braced themselves for yet another explosive spectacle. Many assumed the avalanche would be obliterated entirely by explosion, leaving the Armixian's corpse puppet free to use its lightning speed and attacks to overwhelm the armored corpse puppet. But what followed wasn't an explosion. Instead of the expected deafening blast, the arena resonated with deep, rumbling thunder. The melted snow from the avalanche, which had evaporated under the intense heat of the electric shroud, morphed into thick, dark clouds that coiled around the Armixian's corpse puppet. The crowd gasped as flashes of light flickered ominously within the newly formed storm. Moments later, the clouds unleashed a barrage of lightning strikes, each bolt crashing down on the Armixian's corpse puppet, which now served as a convenient lightning rod. Interesting, Wyatt murmured, his eyes narrowing as he analyzed the battlefield. The arena was now a chaotic blend of glacier webs, swirling snow, dark storm clouds, and relentless lightning strikes. It was a masterclass in strategic adaptation. Moon had anticipated her opponent's move. Clearly, she was thinking 2 steps ahead of her opponent. When the Armixian's spiritual spark disintegrated the avalanche into hydrogen and oxygen gases, Moon acted swiftly. She commanded her corpse puppet to channel spiritual snow, freezing the gases back into storm clouds. The electric charge from the Armixian's spiritual sparks then created an imbalance in ion concentration within the clouds, completing the setup. The Armixian's corpse puppet, being the easiest conduit for the electrical discharge, was struck repeatedly by the very lightning it had inadvertently summoned. The crowd erupted in cheers and murmurs, both impressed and stunned by the ingenuity of Moon's tactics. The thundering bolts illuminated the arena in rapid bursts, each strike intensifying the tension of the match. Inside the storm, the Armixian's corpse puppet slowly began to disintegrate into ash under the continuous lightning strikes. The Armixian watched in dumbfoundment, making it evident that even the devil merchant hadn't anticipated this twist. No, not the storm clouds and lightning strike, but the durability of the corpse puppet it was using. What's going on? Why is the corpse puppet falling apart after just a dozen lightning strikes? Yeah, what gives? The Armixian is a devil merchant. With the amount of spiritual power he has, his corpse puppet should have been able to tank those strikes easily. It's not the Armixian's fault. The corpse puppet just couldn't handle the sheer amount of spiritual energy needed to defend against all those lightning strikes. Eventually, it burned out. And, well, you saw the result. Does that mean the corpse puppet was defective? I didn't expect this from something crafted by a chaos dwarf. No, it's not the crafter's fault. Honestly, the frostling species isn't really cut out to be turned into corpse puppets. From what I can tell, that corpse puppet was probably top-notch for something in the Demon Emperor realm. But look at the unknown demon merchant's frostling corpse puppet. It's standing tall like a champ. It could probably destroy a dozen of the other guy's corpse puppets. Well, they took completely different approaches when refining their puppets. You can't just compare them like that. But, if we're being fair, this is a crafting duel, and it seems like the Chaos Dwarf might have made a poor choice. Oh please, Chaos Dwarfs are so overrated. This duel is proof enough of that. The unknown demon merchant clearly had the foresight of a true crafter. They both knew what their puppets would face in this duel. If the Chaos Dwarves are as great at crafting as everyone claims, that unnamed Chaos Dwarf should have built their puppet to handle this better. I'm with you. These people have been talking out of their asses from the start. First, they trashed the unknown demon merchant for using some approach they didn't understand. But now that they've seen the results, they're practically drooling over it. The truth is staring them in the face, but they're too jealous to admit it. Honestly, I don't know about the whole Chaos Dwarven race, but that particular Chaos Dwarf clearly doesn't have a clue what they're doing if this is the best it can craft. Moon's lips curved into a smile, sealing her victory, her confidence bolstered by the success, and she could not wait to wipe the floor with Big Old's next champion. You're lucky, kid. You chose the right master crafter. Make sure he's the right one for you, the Armixian devil merchant remarked, his voice carrying a hint of approval as he turned to leave the arena. Moon frowned, tilting her head in puzzlement. Who even is this guy? She didn't recognize him, yet he spoke as if they were old acquaintances close enough to offer unsolicited advice. Still, his words struck a chord. She understood the weight behind them. Tools were an essential part of any warrior's strength, and the person crafting those tools needed to be more than just skilled. They had to be dependable in both ability and character. Moon sighed softly and shook her head, brushing the thought aside as she refocused on the duel. She waited for her next opponent, her gaze fixed on the arena entrance. When her next challenger finally stepped onto the battlefield, her eyes widened in shock. A bare-chested elder Chaos Dwarf with a thick, gray beard and matching hair strode confidently into the arena. His imposing figure radiated power and authority, leaving her momentarily speechless. The stunned silence wasn't hers alone. The entire Colosseum fell quiet as the audience and judges alike gaped at the newcomer. The judges, who had been grumbling about contestants prematurely declaring victory, froze mid-complaint. An elder Chaos Dwarf, even in the higher devil ranks, were unmatched. They were known for their overwhelming power and had fearsome reputation in crafting and battleground alike. They stood among the strongest crafters and warriors. Moon swallowed hard, her confidence shaken as she prepared to face this unexpected challenger. Granduncle, Doulas cried out in disbelief as the elder Chaos Dwarf stepped into the arena, her voice trembling with shock. Well, I guess shame has officially left the building, Bior sneered, folding his arms as he watched his maternal uncle step into the arena as Big Old's last champion. His tone was laced with bitterness, the scene before him only adding to his frustration. Big Old had already lost 2 of his corpse puppets, leaving him with just 1, while the unknown demon merchant still had all 3 of his intact. For Big Old to win, his remaining puppet would need to defeat all 3 of his opponent's puppets, a scenario that, given the apparent gulf in quality between the 2 sets of puppets, was nearly impossible. The audience murmured among themselves, fully aware of the uphill battle Big Old faced. After all, the crafting duel was governed by strict rules and regulations, which limited the power and strategies of the champions to the capabilities of the corpse puppets they wielded. This meant that regardless of a champion's personal strengths or realm, their effectiveness was bound by the puppet's design and the official guidelines of the duel. This rule was precisely why neither side had objected to the realm of the champions representing them. A ruler class being could still be rendered powerless if their puppet was poorly designed or couldn't keep up. The earlier matches had perfectly illustrated this point. Moon's previous opponent, the Armixian devil merchant, was undoubtedly skilled in puppetry, his techniques even better than hers. Yet, he lost because his corpse puppet couldn't sustain the immense spiritual power he poured into it. It literally disintegrated after trying to handle its master's spiritual power while simultaneously blocking the lightning strikes. Ironically, the puppet might have fared better facing the lightning head-on rather than overloading itself trying to resist it. Everyone knew that a corpse puppet's effectiveness could be negatively impacted if the wielder's level didn't align with the puppet's requirements. This issue had already been demonstrated earlier with Doulas. As a demon lord, her spiritual power wasn't sufficient to fully command her demon emperor realm corpse puppet, causing delays in relaying commands, which resulted in the corpse puppet's reaction time being delayed than its actual speed, making it less effective in combat. With the elder Chaos Dwarf stepping in as Big Old's champion, the tension in the arena shifted palpably. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, their excitement and curiosity mounting. Sure, the Elder Chaos Dwarf's realm was higher than that of the Armixian Devil Merchant, and also when it came to raw puppetry skills, the Armixian Devil Merchant still held an overwhelming edge. Yet, the audience couldn't shake the feeling that Big Old now had a fighting chance. Why? Because the Elder Chaos Dwarf brought something extraordinary to the table: crafter's sense. Millenniums of experience had granted the Elder Chaos Dwarf the fabled crafter's sense, a skill so refined that it allowed master crafters to analyze any item, discern its true potential, and even temporarily enhance it beyond its original design. It was a game-changer. Unlike raw talent or brute force, crafter's sense was earned through countless years, no, millennia, of crafting. Every crafting attempt, every ingredients fused, every failure, and every masterpiece sharpened this instinct. By the time a Chaos Dwarf ascended to become an Elder Chaos Dwarf, they had devoted their lives to the craft, honing their senses to such an extent that it became second nature. Among their race, one wasn't truly recognized as an Elder Chaos Dwarf unless they had achieved this legendary insight. The implications were enormous. With his crafter's sense, the Elder Chaos Dwarf could potentially draw out the full, untapped power of Big Old's corpse puppet. Depending on the extent of his skill, he might even enhance the puppet's abilities severalfold, transforming it from a mediocre fighter corpse puppet into a top-notch fighter corpse puppet. The audience leaned forward in their seats, their eyes flicking between the Elder Chaos Dwarf and the moon, eager to see how this unexpected twist would play out. The judges hovered above the arena, their expressions indifferent as they chose to overlook the fact that the contestants had moved on to the third round without their approval. With a flick of their tail, they cleared the arena, preparing it for the next bout. After formally announcing the unknown demon merchant as the winner of the second round, they signaled the start of the third. Champions, ready or not, fight. Moon wasted no time. Spiritual snow, glacier golem form, she commanded, her voice firm and steady. In her mind, she pictured ice gathering around her, forming into a towering glacier golem with herself as its core. Through her connection with the armored corpse puppet, this image was seamlessly shared. The puppet responded instantly, using its glacier silk ability to conjure the golem. As it formed, it didn't stop at her vision. The armored corpse puppet added its own touch, reshaping the golem to resemble the armor it wore, creating a massive armored glacier golem. Facing an Elder Chaos Dwarf, Moon wasn't holding back. Meanwhile, the Elder Chaos Dwarf appeared unbothered. With a calm wave of his hand, he summoned his corpse puppet. Standing slender and unassuming, the puppet didn't seem like much, until the Elder activated his crafter's sense. The moment he did, the corpse puppet's aura changed dramatically. It radiated an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, a fierce storm swirling around it, as its long silver hair floated upward, defying gravity. It was as if the puppet had just been infused with unimaginable power, stabilizing into a deadly, focused force. Moon wasn't about to let the dramatic display rattle her. With sharp focus, she mentally ordered, "Glacier Strike." The enormous glacier golem raised its arm, then brought it down with terrifying force, aiming to crush the smaller Frosling corpse puppet in one decisive blow. The audience collectively held their breath, anticipating the impact. But just as the punch was about to land, the slender corpse puppet moved. With almost casual ease, it raised a single hand and caught the punch mid-strike, halting the glacier golem's attack as though it were nothing. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Then, in one swift, brutal motion, the Frosling corpse puppet grabbed the glacier golem's arm, yanked it clean off at the shoulder, and swung it like a club, smashing it against the golem with glacier-crushing force. Moon's jaw tightened, her mind racing to process the shocking turn of events. The sheer strength and precision of the Elder Chaos Dwarf's puppet had completely beyond what the corpse puppet should be capable of. The crowd roared, torn between awe and disbelief. They have all heard about the crafter's sense, but they did not expect it to be this overpowered, turning Big Old's trash corpse puppet into a mighty fighting machine. Crafter's sense, Wyatt muttered, watching the Elder Chaos Dwarf's corpse puppet enter what could only be described as a supercharged mode. The scene triggered a memory from an old anime back on Earth in his mind. Though he'd read about Crafter's sense before, This was the first time he'd actually seen it in combat. It wasn't just a skill honed in the forge, it was a versatile ability that could be applied to both crafting and combat. This dual functionality was what made Elder Chaos Dwarfs formidable not only in workshops, but also on battlefields. It was also why their race had managed to maintain their status in the semi-rule class for millenniums. Wyatt folded his arms, his expression unreadable, though his eyes gleamed with interest. He hadn't given Crafter's Sense much thought before, largely because he already had his primordial soul pupils. While they didn't offer the same ability to temporarily enhance items and draw out their full potential, they were unparalleled when it came to crafting assistance, analyzing items, and identifying ingredients. Still, if he had the chance to get Crafter's Sense, he wouldn't say no. Unfortunately, acquiring it wasn't that simple. Crafter's Sense wasn't something that could be gained overnight, nor could it be forced. It was like sword intent or combat sense. There were no shortcuts. It required unwavering dedication, relentless effort, and, above all, an innate talent for crafting. There were countless crafters across the myriad realms who had worked tirelessly for millennia, producing incredible creations, yet only a select few ever managed to awaken Crafter's Sense. It wasn't tied to species or race. You either had it or you didn't. For the Chaos Dwarven race, however, the evolution of their natural affinity for crafting made Crafter's Sense appear almost like a birthright. Over time, younger generations began to believe that acquiring it was a prerequisite for advancing into the rank of an Elder Chaos Dwarf. This misunderstanding wasn't entirely baseless. It was simply a result of their race's deep reverence for crafting and the overwhelming fact that all Elder Chaos Dwarfs had Crafter's Sense. Wyatt sighed softly, his gaze narrowing as the Elder Chaos Dwarf's puppet radiated its enhanced aura. No wonder their race has such a hold on the crafting world, he thought, though the faint flicker of amusement in his eyes hinted that he wasn't particularly intimidated. Meanwhile, Moon watched in frustration as her armored glacier golem was smacked around by its own severed arm, wielded effortlessly by the Elder Chaos Dwarf's corpse puppet. Her brow furrowed deeply as she racked her brain, trying to figure out why the glacier bite effect of her corpse puppet's glacier silk wasn't affecting her opponent's puppet, despite prolonged direct contact. Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden mental transmission from Byor, the young male dwarf on her team. His tone was clipped but informative. Moonfright, my uncle's Crafter's Sense has an additional attribute that temporarily reinforces the durability of any item it influences. That's why his corpse puppet is resisting your glacier bite. The revelation hit Moon like a bucket of icy water. So that's it. She had no idea that Crafter's Sense could come with additional attributes. As a refugee in the Snow Elven territory, she'd been fortunate just to be allowed to study crafting alongside her combat training. While she had read about the legendary Crafter's Sense, the finer details about its advanced capabilities had always been beyond her reach, until now. With a flicker of gratitude, Moon mentally thanked Byor for the timely warning. Her expression steeled with determination as she switched tactics. She ordered her corpse puppet to retreat using Glacier Burst, a skill that golem exploding forward while the corpse puppet which acted its core used the explosion as smokescreen to retreat, creating space between it and its opponent. The only reason she'd engaged in close combat earlier was because she'd relied on the effectiveness of Glacier Bite. Now that her opponent's Crafter's Sense rendered that ability useless, it was time to pivot. If close combat wasn't an option, she'd fall back on her personal combat style, where she could dictate the terms of engagement from a safer distance. Her glacier blue eyes glinted with resolve as she prepared for the next move. Let's see how you handle this, Moon thought, a faint smirk tugging at the corners of her lips. She envisioned herself drawing a bow and unleashing a volley of arrows at her enemy. Responding to her mental command, her corpse puppet used its glacier silk ability to 3D print an icy bow and a quiver of sharp arrows. Without hesitation, it fired the arrows in rapid succession, aiming for the target before the mist from the Glacier Burst skill had even begun to clear. The Elder Chaos Dwarf's corpse puppet reacted instantly, vanishing from its original position and reappearing at the edge of the arena, effortlessly dodging the incoming barrage. But just as the puppet seemed to have avoided the assault, the arrows curved mid-air, homing in on their target. Moon's spiritual power guided each one with precision. The elder Chaos Dwarf raised an eyebrow, his expression a mix of intrigue and mild concern as his corpse puppet continued to dodge. He didn't dare let it take even a single arrow head-on. Each projectile was an SS rank item, crafted with devastating power. Even one landing a direct hit could cause significant damage to the reinforced corpse puppet. Interesting, the elder Chaos Dwarf muttered under his breath, his voice tinged with grudging admiration over Moon's neat trick to guide the arrows with her spiritual power. He found himself in a precarious situation. The corpse puppet, though enhanced by his crafter's sense, had been designed with a singular focus, maximizing its offensive power and physical durability. Big Old, the unnamed Chaos Dwarf who crafted it, had chosen to forego any defensive measures, confident in the puppet's resilience as one of the sturdiest Frosling corpse puppets ever made. While the puppet could rely on its reinforced durability to withstand most attacks, the SS rank arrows presented a unique challenge. Even with his crafter's sense enhancing the puppet's strength and reinforcing its durability, it remained bound by the limitations of its Demon Emperor realm. Each arrow posed a serious threat. The elder Chaos Dwarf briefly considered using his abundant spiritual power to create protective barriers, but he dismissed the idea almost immediately. Overloading the corpse puppet with excessive spiritual power could cause it to collapse under the strain. Exactly what had happened to the Armixian Devil Merchant's puppet in the second round. What's going on? How is the Frosling able to make her corpse puppet control the arrows like that? Is she using her spiritual arts to manipulate them directly? Wouldn't that break the rules of standard corpse puppet combat? Friend, no offense, but are you even paying attention? Look closer. Check the base of the arrows and the bow in the armored Frosling's hands. What do you see? Snow threads. She's using them to steer the arrows. Clever. Not just snow threads. These are far stronger and more subtle. Honestly, I didn't even spot them when they passed through the mist. I still don't get it. Why can't she just manipulate the arrows directly? I mean, didn't the Armixian Demon Merchant directly attack the corpse puppet in the earlier round? It's not the same thing. Manipulation spiritual arts are only allowed if they're channeled through the corpse puppet itself. You can't use them directly on the corpse puppet or other items in the fight. There's actually a funny story behind that rule. Back in the day, stubborn corpse puppeteers would refuse to accept defeat, even after their corpse puppets were destroyed. They'd use their spiritual arts to manipulate the remains of their broken puppets, dragging out the fight endlessly. It always ended in heated arguments over who really won. So, they introduced a rule. Manipulation spiritual arts could only be applied through the active corpse puppet, not directly on the battlefield or its items. It was a tough decision because it limited how much a puppeteer could assist their puppet from the sidelines. But honestly, it made corpse puppet duels way better. Now it's more about strategy and tactics, rather than just spamming attacks to see who breaks first. My question is, why doesn't the Elder Chaos Dwarf just have his corpse puppet cut those threads? I mean, it's clearly able to resist the glacier plague from the armored Frosling corpse puppet. That's because he's baiting her. Honestly, I'm shocked she hasn't figured it out yet. Exactly. By the time he's done with her, that gorgeous corpse puppet is going to be nothing but scrap. What are you guys even talking about? All I see is him dodging the arrows like he's desperate. Ugh, look at the ground, you fool. From this vantage point, with the angle we've got, it should be obvious, even more so to us than to the Frosling down there in the arena. Oh crap, is he using his corpse puppet to set up a natural array formation in the arena? Exactly, and once he's done, it'll be game over for her. The question is, why hasn't her team warned her by now? Who knows? The unknown demon merchant seems ridiculously confident in his craft. His whole strategy seems to be about trusting the corpse puppets he's crafted and letting them speak for themselves. I mean, you can see it in the way he didn't even bother selecting a strong lineup of champions for the duel. I know, right? Who in their right mind would pick a demon lord to pilot a demon emperor rank corpse puppet? It's a miracle she won the first round. I'm still scratching my head over how that armored Frosling corpse puppet managed to recover so fast from the Armixian demon merchant's spiritual interference technique. That's the riddle only the unknown demon merchant who crafted that armored Frosling corpse puppet can solve. Meanwhile, Moon had already noticed what the Elder Chaos Dwarf was up to. Gritting her teeth, She abandoned the idea of chasing the super corpse puppet with her arrows. However, it kept darting around the arena, determined to complete its natural array formation. Frustration bubbled inside her as she recalled the list of desperate commands Wyatt had shared with them. "All right, here goes nothing," she muttered under her breath before shouting aloud. "Gatling Glacier Cannon." Her command echoed through the arena. The armored Frostling corpse puppet sprang into action, its glacier silk weaving rapidly to construct 6 massive cannon barrels, each 7 feet long and 2 feet wide. The barrels were arranged in a circle around a central shaft, with a large hand crank appearing on the side to rotate the barrels. A hopper fed the ammunition into the rotating mechanism. "Fire!" Moon commanded, her voice cutting through the air like a blade. The armored Frostling corpse puppet obeyed instantly, unleashing a relentless barrage of SS-rank armor-piercing glacier cannonballs. Each shot resembled an oversized bullet, and the puppet fired them at a blistering rate of 12 rounds per second. The projectiles tore through the arena with explosive force, forcing the super corpse puppet to halt its array formation and focus on dodging the onslaught. Within minutes, the once pristine arena was riddled with craters, as if a meteor shower had descended on it. The deafening roar of the cannon echoed, and the audience watched in stunned silence, unable to tear their eyes away. As the Frostling puppet paused to reload, using its glacier silk to craft a fresh batch of bullets, the super corpse puppet staggered to the edge of the arena. Its movements were shaky, its once fierce aura now diminished. One of its arms lay in a mangled heap nearby, sacrificed to endure the relentless assault. The special ammunition Moon used had stunned even the Elder Chaos Dwarf. These glacier cannonballs were unique, powered not by gunpowder, but by Moon's spiritual energy. Upon combustion, the energy propelled the projectiles at speeds at which even a card emperor would fail to react. Because of this nature the ammo, their creation took time, giving their opponent room to breath. Though the super corpse puppet had survived, it was clear to everyone, including the Elder Chaos Dwarf, that it was barely holding on. Losing its left arm had thrown off its balance, and its defensive capabilities were practically non-existent. Another round of those devastating attacks, and it would be over. The Elder Chaos Dwarf clicked his tongue in annoyance, his frustration barely hidden. "Natural volcano eruption array, explode," he muttered, his deep voice carrying across the arena. Realizing he couldn't complete the array formation, he chose the next best option, detonate the incomplete one. Without hesitation, his super corpse puppet darted toward a crater at the arena's edge, seeking shelter. A low rumble reverberated through the ground, growing into a deafening roar. The arena beneath the armored Frostling corpse puppet erupted violently. Jets of molten lava burst from the ground, swallowing the puppet in a blazing surge. Flaming embers rained across the battlefield, leaving glowing trails of destruction. The intense heat shimmered in the air, and the arena was quickly consumed by thick, choking fumes. The smoke billowed upward, cloaking the entire space in an impenetrable haze. Spectators shielded their eyes and noses, leaning forward to try to make sense of the chaos. Through the heavy fog, no one could see what had become of the armored Frostling corpse puppet, or whether it had managed to withstand the molten onslaught. The audience buzzed with hushed speculation, waiting anxiously for the arena to clear. While the audience and judges waited impatiently for the smoke to clear, a one-armed corpse puppet shakily emerged from the cozy crater it had been hiding in. Its movements were slow and deliberate as it made its way toward a seemingly shallow puddle of lava and molten rock near the arena's edge. The floor of the Chaos Dwarven Forge Arena was renowned for being made of high-grade materials capable of withstanding battles of any level. But nobody had anticipated that an Elder Chaos Dwarf would blow the entire thing up by detonating an incomplete natural array formation. By the time the one-armed corpse puppet reached the glowing puddle, a few sharp-eyed members of the audience noticed its peculiar actions. Whispers spread like wildfire, and soon, all eyes followed the puppet's movements. Murmurs turned to gasps as the Elder Chaos Dwarf began chanting loudly, "Earth Fire Furnace." Without hesitation, the one-armed corpse puppet dove straight into the puddle of lava and disappeared beneath the surface. It was only then that the audience realized the puddle was far deeper than it had appeared. The arena was abuzz with confusion. Even Big Old, the puppet's creator, wore a stunned expression. Why would the elder chaos dwarf send a frozen corpse puppet, famously weak to flame, into a pool of molten lava? To many, it seemed like a complete surrender. As the smoke finally cleared from the center of the arena, it revealed an expanse of glowing lava. The crowd scanned the pool anxiously, searching for any sign of the armored frozen corpse puppet. Suddenly, the surface of the lava rippled, and out rose a massive, 9-foot-long diamond-like coffin, shimmering with an icy brilliance. The crystal-clear glacier surface of the glacier coffin emits steam while constantly being burned from outside and frozen from outside. Still, the translucent surface of the glacier coffin revealed the armored frozen corpse puppet resting inside, unscathed. Gasps filled the air as the puppet kicked the coffin lid off with a powerful motion and leapt high into the air. "Glacier web," Moon shouted, her voice sharp and commanding. The crowd's astonishment erupted into wild cheers as shimmering threads of ice spread across the arena, weaving a silken trap along its walls and columns. The icy lattice transformed the entire airspace into her domain. The armored frozen corpse puppet landed gracefully on the glacier web, its weight effortlessly supported by the intricate frozen structure. It stood still, scanning the arena alongside Moon to locate its opponent. But to their surprise, and growing unease, the elder chaos dwarf's puppet was nowhere to be seen. It had vanished. A sense of foreboding tugged at Moon as her gaze shifted to the lava pool. Could it be hiding in there? She wondered. Her instincts screamed caution. She resisted the temptation to send her puppet charging into the molten depths. It would be reckless, a sure way to fall into a trap and give up one's advantage. Instead, Moon held her ground. Calm but wary, she issued a mental command to her armored frozen corpse puppet, activating its last resort command. Having received a mental transmission from her chaos dwarven teammate, "It's over. No disrespect, but once that corpse puppet comes out of the lava, neither of us stands a chance. Trust me, I know." The weight of his words made her stomach twist, but Moon pushed her nerves aside. She had one shot at this and couldn't afford to let it go to waste. Under the watchful, hushed gaze of the audience, the surface of the lava pool began to ripple. Tension crackled in the air as something slowly emerged. Not the one-armed corpse puppet everyone had been expecting, but a massive, egg-shaped boulder formed from molten rock. The glowing structure rose ominously from the lava, its heat warping the air around it, and hovered just above the pool. Confusion rippled through the crowd like wildfire, whispers growing louder as no one, not even Moon, could make sense of what was happening. Still, Moon didn't waver. She tightened her grip on the spiritual connection with her puppet, her eyes narrowing with steely determination. Whatever was coming, she would face it head-on. "This is my chance. I won't waste it." Under the watchful eyes of the audience and the judges, the egg-shaped boulder began to peel away, its outer shell cracking like a boiled egg. Inside, an amber-brown humanoid figure was curled up, hugging its knees in a fetal position. The spectators gasped in shock at the sight. Even Wyatt couldn't help but react, his eyes widening as he understood what the elder chaos dwarf had done. The dwarf had reforged the corpse puppet deep in the lava pool, using the original puppet as the skeleton frame, magma rocks as flesh, and lava as its blood. What had once been a subpar creation was now transformed into something monstrous, a predator among demon emperor-ranked corpse puppets. Holy SHD, this is it. This is it. Yes. This is why the Chaos Dwarven race is famous across the myriad realms for their crafting. Damn, I can't believe he reforged the corpse puppet in a duel. FCK? Now that is something. How did he even do that? Had I known, I wouldn't be wasting my precious time here. I'd be in my workshop, crafting the best piece of my life. This is the peak of nepotism. Nephew screws up, and then the overpowered uncle comes in to whip his ass. I feel bad for the unknown demon merchant. He's got real talent for crafting, but I gotta blame him for kicking the wrong rock. I wish I had an invisible uncle who doted on me and spoiled me like that. Now that would be a dream come true. The arena was abuzz with astonished murmurs as everyone struggled to wrap their heads around what they'd just witnessed. The elder chaos dwarf had transformed his nephew's craft to an entirely new level with his own craft. The crowd couldn't help but admire his audacity and skill. "Uncle, how did Granduncle do that?" Dulles asked curiously. Bayor hesitated, not because he didn't want to answer, but because he wasn't entirely sure himself. The truth was, it wasn't a matter of knowledge. It was a matter of power. The gap between his own spiritual power and that of his uncle's rank was vast, and he couldn't begin to comprehend the full extent of what devils of that level were capable of. Though he had a rough idea of what his uncle had done, understanding the precise mechanics of it was beyond him. That made it difficult to explain it to his adorable niece. Dulles wasn't just kind because she was nice to everyone. She was genuinely good-hearted, and one of the few reasons Bayor hadn't completely given up on his family, the Ironholds. "Master Crafter, do you know how he did it?" Dulles asked, turning to Wyatt for an answer, seeing her uncle unable to respond. Wyatt adjusted his stance slightly, his gaze thoughtful. He ran his crafter's sense through the corpse puppet, creating a thin but sufficient layer of protection to let it dive into the magma without being burned. Then he infused it with spiritual power to sustain the crafter's sense, putting an insane amount of pressure on the puppet from all directions along with the extreme heat and pressure from the lava transformed the corpse puppet's skeleton frame into an SS-rank crystal structure as a result. He paused, his tone becoming more impressed as he continued. He delicately used his spiritual power to protect the puppet's core and joints, ensuring they weren't damaged. Honestly, it only survived because of the attribute of his crafter's sense that increased the item's durability temporarily. After that, he used his lava-based spiritual arts to shape the new corpse puppet, using magma stones for flesh and molten lava for blood. Though in a sense it's just the only corpse puppet wearing a magma stone armor capable of spewing hot lava. Wyatt's soul pupils glinted faintly, a reflection of his growing interest. Though his eyes could unravel the secrets of nearly anything, leaving him rarely astonished, the Elder Chaos Dwarf's meticulous plan, crafted to adapt seamlessly to every twist Moon presented, genuinely intrigued him. Despite having much of his original power and capabilities restrained, the Elder Chaos Dwarf had showcased an incredible ability to craft and adapt on the fly, a testament to his years of experience. In this battle, he wielded both his profound realm and unmatched expertise to execute what could only be described as a miraculous comeback. Yeah, Big Old's face finally regained some color, his enthusiasm returning. After both the Armixian corpse puppeteers had failed him miserably, he'd been at his wit's end, until his uncle stepped in to defend the family's name. Sure, for a respected elder to step into a contest meant for the younger generation was undeniably shameless. But losing to a non-native demon merchant from some unknown corner of the myriad realms would have been even more humiliating. The Ironholds would have become a mockery in the eyes of the rest of the Chaos Dwaven race. For Big Old, this was enough. He might not be the one in the spotlight, but his would win the duel, and he'd get to keep his workshop and learn the identity of the unknown demon merchant. Then he could have his fill of revenge and joy. That alone was a victory worth savoring. As for any punishment from the family for involving his uncle, it didn't bother him in the slightest. It wouldn't come close to the disgrace of being disowned, like Bayor and Dulles, who had been labeled as traitors and nowhere near the torture he was going to put the unknown demon merchant through. Things hadn't turned out quite as he'd envisioned, but they were starting to shape up in his favor, and for someone who had been certain he would lose everything, that was more than enough. "Finish it," the Elder Chaos Dwarf muttered softly, his voice carrying through the Colosseum like a resonating drumbeat. The audience, previously engrossed in heated debates over the unfolding events, turned their attention back to the arena. Their eyes widened as the amber-brown corpse puppet slowly ascended into the air, its molten gaze locking onto its opponent with an unnerving intensity. The puppeteer's crafter's sense surged through the reforged corpse puppet with greater intensity than before, bringing out the puppet's full potential and temporarily amplifying its abilities to a level that transcended the limits of the Demon Emperor realm. Moon, who had already activated her corpse puppet's last resort command, remained calm, her expression unreadable. She wasn't naive. She knew that victory against the Elder Chaos Dwarf's reforged corpse puppet, a creation now leagues beyond her own, was nearly impossible. Still, she waited, her grip tightening slightly as her puppet stood poised on the glacial web. This wasn't a battle she could win. After being reforged, her opponent's prowess solidified its supremacy in the arena, erasing any trace of its earlier vulnerabilities. Previously, due to the subpar quality of the corpse puppet, neither of Bigold's champions could fully showcase their prowess and were ultimately defeated because of its limitations. The same held true for the Elder Chaos Dwarf, at least, until he reforged the puppet. Now, with its enhanced sturdiness, greater power, and the ability to handle more of his spiritual energy and crafter's sense, the reimagined creation stood as a testament to his craftsmanship and ingenuity. Though her armored corpse puppet matched her opponent's reforged creation in strength and functionality, Moon knew she lacked the immense spiritual power and the refined crafter's sense of the Elder Chaos Dwarf. Fighting recklessly would only lead to her inevitable defeat. However, if she made her final stand now, perhaps she could ensure neither of them walked away victorious. Suddenly, the lava corpse puppet disappeared from her line of sight, reappearing mere inches away. Its molten hand pierced toward her armored corpse puppet's chest. The impact was fierce, but her puppet's mechanical glacier armor proved too formidable. The lava corpse puppet couldn't break through entirely. "Winter bomb," Moon shouted, her voice carrying the weight of desperation and resolve. A radiant light burst from her armored corpse puppet, followed by a deafening explosion that froze the entire arena in an instant. The lava pool solidified into jagged ice. Molten stones crystallized mid-motion, and the once intimidating lava corpse puppet was encased in a shimmering glacier of frost at the center of the explosion. The crowd held their breath, their eyes fixed on the frozen arena. The lava corpse puppet stood frozen in place, its arms still extended toward its opponent. Just as whispers of a stalemate began to ripple through the audience, the puppet shifted slightly, cracking its icy prison. A collective gasp filled the Colosseum. But the slight movement was its undoing. A sharp crack echoed through the frosty silence, and in a split second, the lava corpse puppet shattered into countless shards of ice, scattering across the arena floor. A heavy, graveyard-like silence filled the Colosseum. Everyone had anticipated Moon's defeat at the hands of the Elder Chaos Dwarf, yet she had managed to claw her way to a draw. The shock of her resilient mind lingered in the air. Now nobody seemed to care if she was necrophiliac. But the silence didn't last long. A wail of despair broke through. It was Bigold, his face a mask of disbelief and horror as the realization sank in. Despite his elders stepping in to help and bending every rule to tilt the odds in his favor, he had lost. His anguish, however, was quickly drowned out by the roaring cheers of the audience, who couldn't hold back their admiration for the unknown demon merchant's ingenious craft and Moon's unexpected tenacity. The judges descended to the arena, their expressions stern and measured as they deliberated. Finally, their verdict was announced. The third round was officially a draw. With that, the unknown demon merchant was declared the overall winner of the duel, having 2 corpse puppets left standing to Bigold's 0. The crowd erupted into even louder cheers and groans, their voices echoing through the Colosseum. The thrilling and unpredictable conclusion left the audience buzzing with excitement, their emotions a mix of awe, disbelief, and satisfaction after witnessing a spectacular showdown where they not only watched a Chaos Dwarf lose, but also an Elder Chaos Dwarf be defeated. Holy SHD. This started out a little slow, but it turned into the best crafting duel I've seen all year. Right? We're lucky we got to see an Elder Chaos Dwarf in action. Even though it was just a corpse puppet duel, it made these overpriced tickets totally worth it. Forget the tickets. A demon emperor beat an Armixian devil corpse puppeteer and then drew against an Elder Chaos Dwarf in a corpse puppet duel. This duel is definitely going to blow up on the Dual Realm network. Yeah, but you've got to admit, the odds weren't exactly in their favor, thanks to the dumb Chaos Dwarf they chose to represent. However, it makes their lose more deserving. Hey, why's everyone crowding around that unknown demon merchant section? Isn't it obvious? He introduced a whole new way to craft a Frosling corpse puppet, and judging by how flawlessly it performed in the duel, people want to learn everything they can about it. You're thinking too small, my friend. It's not just about learning the technique. They want to own that crafting print. It's priceless. Priceless. Come on, I know it's impressive and all, but you're blowing it out of proportion. That's why I said you're short-sighted. Do you even realize that froslings and snow elves are practically the same species, just from different native worlds? Do you see where I'm going with this? Wait, hold up, holy SHD. You're saying that demon merchant just figured out how to craft a snow elf corpse puppet without messing up their soft and supple physique? Damn, that's every necrophiliac's dream. Buddy, are you a necrophiliac? Ahem, no. Of course not. Anyway, it's not just necrophiliacs. Every corpse puppeteer out there is going to want that version of a snow elf puppet. There's so much money in this that the unknown demon merchant could be in the top 20% of the wealthiest across the myriad realms within a few decades. Assuming he lives that long and doesn't get killed for the crafting print. Thanks, brother. I was starting to feel jealous of that demon merchant, but now I feel this weird sense of satisfaction. Still, I don't think he's in too much danger. The elder chaos dwarf is heading his way. If he's smart, he'll turn this into an opportunity and make a deal. Damn it, that should have been me. We won. Master Crafter, we won. Duelist shouted, her voice full of excitement as the judges officially declared the unknown demon merchant the victor of the duel. Bior's lips twitched into a reluctant smile. Though he wasn't thrilled that Moon had stolen his spotlight, he couldn't deny the satisfaction of the win. It wasn't every day he got to stick it to his family, after all. Wyatt gave a small nod, his eyes following Moon as she returned to his side, bowing her head in apology. Sorry, Master Crafter, she said quietly, her voice tinged with genuine regret. Wyatt gave her a reassuring look and waved off the apology. It's all right. You did well, he said, his tone calm and approving. She'd done everything she could to secure the win for him, after all. Plus, it was Big Gold who had paid for it all. He turned his gaze to Bior, who was watching them closely, and said, hand over the authority of the corpse puppet to Moon. Bior clenched his fist, his fingers curling in reluctance. The corpse puppet wasn't just a tool of combat for him. It was a chance to expand his craft. There was so much he could learn from it, and the idea of giving it up was a bitter pill to swallow. He knew it wasn't right to covet something that wasn't his, but the temptation gnawed at him. Duelist, noticing her uncle's internal struggle, stepped in with a soft smile. Uncle, it's okay. You can borrow mine. Bior looked at her, grateful for her understanding, his features softening. With a sigh, he relented and passed the authority of the corpse puppet to Moon. Wyatt nodded in approval, then spoke, his voice firm but appreciative. I've transferred the master key of the corpse puppet to you too as a thank you, he said, handing the puppet over to Duelist and Moon. It was a gesture of gratitude for their help, and also a subtle reminder to Bior. He wouldn't hesitate to reward merit. While Duelist was naive and easy to manage, Bior was another matter, scheming and calculating. Subduing someone like him wouldn't be as simple as it had been with Duelist. Thank you, Master Crafter, both Duelist and Moon said, their voices full of gratitude. They bowed their heads, their respect for Wyatt clear in their expressions. All right, let's get out of here. If you guys are free, feel free to join me to check out the workshop I just won, Wyatt said, extending the invitation to all three of them while glancing at the growing crowd swarming around his section of the Colosseum, eager for his attention. Bior and Moon exchanged a quick look before nodding almost immediately. They both had their own reasons for wanting to get to know the unknown demon merchant better. Yes, we'll come. Thank you, Master Crafter. They responded in unison, their voices polite but eager. Duelist hesitated, her expression shifting with a hint of reluctance. I'm sorry, Master Crafter, she said softly, her gaze dropping. My shift isn't over yet. Bior, sensing her hesitation, quickly stepped in with a warm smile. Duelist, I'll help you take a half-day off. Just come with us, he offered, his tone persuasive. He needed her by his side as knew that unknown Master Crafter had a soft spot for her, something he could use to his advantage. But before Duelist could respond, a familiar voice rang out, sharp and cold. You don't need to worry about taking a day off. As of today, you both are disowned by the family. The words hung in the air, freezing both the young chaos dwarfs in their tracks. Uncle, granduncle, both Bior and Duelist exclaimed in unison, their surprise evident as they turned to face the source of the voice. Standing before them was a gray-haired, bearded old dwarf radiating authority, an elder chaos dwarf. You too lost the privilege to call me that when you decided to stand against your own family. The elder Chaos Dwarf said coldly, his voice indifferent. He ignored the murmurs bubbling up from the crowd around them, unbothered by their growing interest in his unexpected appearance at his opponent's stand. Oh yeah, old fart. I don't want to call you uncle either. Old fart. Byor suddenly exploded, his voice filled with defiance as he hurled the insult. His outburst shocked both Wyatt and Moon, who exchanged startled glances. This was not the scheming and calculative young dwarf they knew. Then it dawned on them that no matter how mature Byor acted for his age, he was still a child hitting puberty in terms Chaos Dwarf lifespan. Duelis, however, stood frozen in place, her expression caught somewhere between confusion and disbelief. She couldn't understand how participating in this duel against her Uncle Big Old had equated to standing against her family. Since when did her Uncle Big Old represent the entire Ironhold clan? And why hadn't anyone informed her about this change? The elder Chaos Dwarf narrowed his eyes at Byor's outburst. His voice was low and dangerous as he said, "If I were you, I'd watch my mouth. You're no longer an Ironhold, so I have no reason to hold back." With that, a crushing pressure filled the air as the elder Chaos Dwarf's majestic intent sense bore down on Byor. The sheer force was enough to make most men kneel, but Byor clenched his fists and stood his ground, his teeth gritted against the overwhelming power. "Arg," he roared, refusing to yield. "Good riddance," Byor yelled back, his defiance unwavering. "I've been wanting to leave the family anyway, but didn't know how. You just did me a favor. And if you so much as harm a single hair on me, you'll have my mother to answer to. Go ahead, try it. I dare you." The elder Chaos Dwarf scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. "Funny that you think my sister would fight me, her own brother, over you, a drunken knight's mistake," he said with an icy sneer. Despite his harsh words, the elder Chaos Dwarf didn't physically harm Byor. Even his oppressive intense sense, though suffocating, was carefully controlled, ensuring it didn't actually harm him. It was a show of dominance, a warning. "Don't overestimate yourself, old fart. You're the brother she cares the least for, and I'm her favorite son," Byor shouted defiantly, ignoring the murmurs of the growing crowd of chaos dwarves gathering around them. Most of them were from the Ironhold family, their expressions shifting between surprise and disbelief. Byor's words left nearly everyone stunned. The scene was beginning to feel absurdly comical, and many in the crowd couldn't help but wonder, does Byor even know what being disowned means, or what it implies? "Who told you that?" the elder Chaos Dwarf asked, his mocking smirk widening. "Was it your mother?" To his astonishment, Byor nodded earnestly. "Yes, she did. She said I'm her favorite, and that she cares for me so much she'll even paused her crafting just to check up on me." Wyatt, standing to the side, shook his head slightly. He was beginning to understand Byor more deeply. To those unaware of Chaos Dwarves' lifespans and cultural nuances, Byor might come across as a crafty and manipulative schemer. But Wyatt saw him for what he truly was, a bullied and neglected kid who had learned to survive by being resourceful. Born centuries after his older siblings, Byor had grown up in a household where his parents were too preoccupied with their own priorities to give him any attention. From a young age, he'd been left to fend for himself, developing habits born of necessity rather than malice. His outward confidence and defiance masked years of loneliness and a desperate need for validation. But while Wyatt could sympathize with Byor's actions, he was struggling to wrap his head around the Chaos Dwarves' cultural norms. How does a prestigious elder Chaos Dwarf think it's acceptable to publicly humiliate someone of the younger generation? Even if Byor technically outranked Duelis' generation due to his familial connections, he was still a child in dwarven terms. From the way things looked, this wasn't the first time Byor had been harassed by this so-called uncle. The elder Chaos Dwarf narrowed his eyes at Byor, clearly unimpressed by his declaration. "You truly don't get it, do you?" he said, his tone dripping with disdain. Yet, for all his bluster, the elder made no move to escalate further, perhaps out of recognition, or perhaps out of some unspoken restraint. Byor's stance remained firm, though his clenched fists and slightly shaking frame betrayed the effort it took to stand his ground. The crowd murmured in hushed tones, watching intently as the family drama unfolded, their intrigue growing with every word. "You really do live in a world of your own," don't you? The elder Chaos Dwarf teased, his voice dripping with mockery. How about I call her right now and let her know you've been disowned? Care to guess how she'll react? Bior's face paled instantly. His bravado faltered as he raised a trembling hand, pleading, please don't disturb her. She must be busy with her crafting. His voice wavered, and though his words seemed practical, the truth lay deeper. Bior knew exactly how his mother would react. Her indifference was predictable. He simply couldn't bear for his uncle to shatter the fragile image of her love he clung to in his mind. Ha! Don't worry. The elder Chaos Dwarf chuckled darkly, savoring the despair beginning to seep into Bior's expression. My sister is a very talented crafter. She can handle her work and answer the call at the same time. Bior's fists clenched at his sides, his nails digging into his palms as he struggled to maintain his composure. His usual fiery retorts were replaced with a telling silence that didn't escape the crowd's notice. Enough! Wyatt's voice cut through the tension like a blade, commanding immediate attention. His calm demeanor carried an edge as he turned to face the elder Chaos Dwarf directly. Locking eyes with the older dwarf, Wyatt said firmly, I'm sure you didn't come all this way just to torment these two with your words. What do you want? The elder Chaos Dwarf raised a bushy brow, a flicker of amusement in his expression. Such insolence and arrogance, he remarked, his tone carrying both disapproval and begrudging respect. I suppose all the geniuses across the myriad realms think they have the right to be so until they find out that they don't the hard way. But, he paused, leaning in slightly, with the talent you've demonstrated, I suppose you can afford it. Straightening, the elder continued, his voice taking on a more formal tone as he delivered his proposal. Join the Ironhold Crafters Guild. We will spare no expense to nurture your skills and provide you with shelter and resources. In return, you will serve us for 2 millennia. The crowd, composed largely of chaos dwarves and spectators from the Colosseum, collectively tensed. Bior, Doulas, Moon, and even the nearby staff, their expressions a mix of astonishment, envy, and disbelief. Bior glanced at Wyatt, his thoughts racing. He couldn't deny that this was the kind of opportunity most crafters would kill for, yet something in Wyatt's demeanor suggested he wouldn't be so easily swayed. The young chaos dwarf bit his lip, a flicker of jealousy mingling with reluctant admiration. Doulas, meanwhile, couldn't hide the awe in her eyes. Master crafter, she murmured under her breath, wondering what choice he would make. Moon, standing just behind Wyatt, remained silent but observant. Her sharp gaze darted between the elder chaos dwarf and Wyatt, her mind working to gauge what this offer might mean for her. The audience held its breath, waiting for Wyatt's response. The Ironhold Crafters Guild was renowned across the myriad realms, an elite organization that accepted only the most skilled crafters, regardless of race or origin. To be invited into its ranks was a dream shared by countless crafters. Yet here was this unknown demon merchant, being offered membership on the spot. As the guild's name suggested, it was run by the Ironholds, a prestigious and influential family among the Chaos Dwarfs. The Ironhold family had created the guild not just as a symbol of their mastery, but also as a means to assimilate talent from outside their lineage and even beyond their race. For all their arrogance and pride in their craft, even the Ironholds couldn't deny that there were always others out there who could rival or surpass them. The guild was their way of strengthening their family's legacy by absorbing such talent. Wyatt crossed his arms, his expression unreadable but his gaze steady as he addressed the elder chaos dwarf. After seeing how you treat your own blood, what makes you think I would join your guild? His tone was calm, but carried a sharp edge. A faint smirk tugged at his lips as he added, Besides, I already belong to a guild, and I'm happy where I'm. His words, though simple, hit like a hammer. The crowd collectively gasped, their disbelief palpable. The Ironhold Guild wasn't just any organization. It was a dream many didn't even dare to dream of. The elder chaos dwarf's brow twitched, though his expression remained composed. Behind the mask of indifference, his irritation was evident to those who paid close attention. To the onlookers, Wyatt's rejection was almost incomprehensible. Yes, a 2-millennium employment term might seem lengthy, but it wasn't a life of slavery. It was more akin to an extended, elite education. Joining the guild meant access to the vast resources and knowledge of the Chaos Dwarfs, a semi-ruler class race. Under their protection, Wyatt could have grown exponentially. For most, the offer was a golden ticket. By the time the 2 millennia were up, a crafter under the guild's wing could reach heights they wouldn't have dreamed of on their own, perhaps even becoming a semi-ruler class entity themselves. The Chaos Dwarves had the resources and track record to make such transformations happen. They had done so for others in the past, and continued to do so now. Yet here was this unknown demon merchant, rejecting the offer with an air of casual indifference. His smirk and the unwavering confidence in his tone conveyed one thing clearly. He wasn't even tempted. Bayor, standing nearby, blinked in astonishment. He just said no, he muttered under his breath, unable to process it fully. Dula's bit her lip, her awe for Wyatt deepening. She didn't know whether to admire his courage or question his sanity. But one thing was certain. The master crafter was true to his words. He was really confident about his craft. He never doubted it, even in face of such temptation. Moon's sharp eyes darted to Wyatt, her admiration for him growing. The elder Chaos Dwarf finally broke the silence, his voice low but carrying a dangerous undertone. You are either arrogant or more ignorant than I thought. Do you realize what you're turning down? Wyatt's smirk widened, his confidence practically radiating off him. I know exactly what I'm turning down. I'm flattered by the offer, but it's not my cup of tea. The elder Chaos Dwarf's eyes narrowed, his expression turning colder. Without a word, he summoned his Devil Merchant Codex. As he prepared to leave, the elder Chaos Dwarfs nodded at him, saying, "Make sure you won't come to regret it later." Wyatt nodded, unfazed, though he remained cautious. He hadn't expected the elder Chaos Dwarf to let his rejection slide so easily, especially considering his hostility towards Dulas and Bayor. He was starting to think there was something calculated about the elder Chaos Dwarf's hostility toward Bayor and Dulas. Wyatt's gaze flickered briefly to Bayor and Dulas, who stood awkwardly on the sidelines. Bayor's jaw was clenched, his hands balled into fists, while Dulas looked visibly shaken, her usual spark dulled by the weight of the situation. Wyatt then turned his attention to the young Chaos Dwarfs, who were watching Bayor and Dulas as if they had seen the bogeyman. It was clear the elder Chaos Dwarf had made an example of the two to remind the others of what happens to those who stand against their own. At the same time, he demonstrated that Chaos Dwarves welcome outside talent with open arms. Wyatt knew he had to fix this if he wanted to see his Chaos Dwarven assembly line to come into existence. There were 2 reasons why Chaos Dwarfs were rarely found outside their territory. First, because every powerful being out there wanted a Chaos Dwarven slave to create and maintain their precious items. Second, because their elders raised them to prioritize their family and race above all else, right after their craft. That's why it stunned Wyatt to see an elder Chaos Dwarf publicly disown 2 young Chaos Dwarfs. What made it even more shocking was when the elder told Bayor and Dulas they no longer needed to worry about working at the Chaos Dwarven Forge. Wyatt's brow furrowed as he tried to make sense of it. Were Bayor and Dulas just disowned by the Ironhold family, or the entire Chaos Dwarven race? The Forge didn't belong solely to the Ironhold family, but to their entire race. How could an elder from the Ironholds have the authority to dismiss workers who served the Chaos Dwarven race unless they had been cast out completely, not just from their family, but from their entire people? That thought seemed ridiculous. The Chaos Dwarfs should know better than him that the moment Bayor and Dulas left their territory, they'd be hunted by slave traders. Wyatt's fists clenched as his confusion deepened. If he hadn't stepped in, the elder Chaos Dwarf would have shattered Bayor's spirit entirely. Meanwhile, Dulas still hadn't recovered. She stood there, dazed, barely reacting to anything around her. Moon's sharp eyes caught Wyatt's furrowed expression. With a sigh, she said, "They're paying for their part in the greatest humiliation the Ironholds have suffered since their family was founded." Wyatt blinked, the realization dawning on him. His features tightened, a mix of understanding and frustration crossing his face. Moon too noticed of it, and continued, her voice calm but bitter. "It's not their fault. It was the elder Chaos Dwarf who chose to double down on your challenger's mistake. He's covering his blunder by sacrificing Bayor and Dulas," Wyatt said, his tone edged with realization. Moon's earlier words had hinted at it, but she hadn't dared to say it outright. His comment drew the attention of the two young chaos dwarfs. Dula's, her eyes glistening with tears, looked at Wyatt and, with a trembling finger pointing at the demon codex, said, "Master Crafter, I can't reach my parents. They've blocked me." Bior's jaw tightened as he glanced at Dula's. While his life had prepared him for hardships like this, hers clearly hadn't. Seeing her so broken stirred memories of his own childhood. Taking a slow, heavy step toward her, he gently placed a hand on her head. "Don't worry, Dula's," he said softly. "You still have me." Moon, standing just beside Wyatt, whispered, "It's going to be hard for those two to survive on their own." Wyatt frowned, his voice low and questioning. "Are they disowned by the entire Chaos Dwarven race?" Moon nodded, her gaze darkening. "Yes, their race is set on making an example of them, especially after what happened to the Ironhold family. They don't want a repeat of this disgrace with their younger generations." Her explanation sent Wyatt into deep thought. He could see the root of the problem clearly now: longevity. These long-lived races, while blessed with enduring lives, were shackled by the weight of their traditions. The very elders who had once propelled their people to greatness were now holding them back, unable, or unwilling, to understand the world the younger generation had been born into. On Earth, old age and natural death helped bridge generational gaps, clearing the way for new leadership, ideas, and perspectives. But here, the longer one lived, the stronger they grew, and the longer they held on to power. The elders, who had built their race's traditions and enforced its rules, clung to them with an iron grip. Meanwhile, the younger generation, raised in vastly different circumstances, struggled to relate to those traditions or to the power structures that upheld them. And when someone dared to challenge the old ways, they were crushed, made into a public example to ensure no one else tried to follow suit. Back on Earth, in some parts of the world, families would hunt down couples who eloped and kill them. Entire villages would gather to stone women suspected of being unfaithful to their husbands. Daughters were murdered for becoming pregnant out of wedlock. Interracial couples, homosexuals, people struggling with depression or other mental illnesses, wives unable to bear children, anyone who was seen as different in any way, were often killed in horrific ways. These acts weren't just punishments, they were warnings to everyone else. Heck, women were treated like livestock, be it a princess or a common man's daughter. If they weren't killed in the womb, they had no right but to serve their family, then their husband and his family. The fact that when he was back on Earth, still many countries treated women as such spoke volumes. If those men were still alive and in power, the future for women would undoubtedly be bleak. Wyatt remembered reading about a tribe on Earth that used to sacrifice breech babies to their god. They believed that babies born feet first were demons. This barbaric tradition continued for generations, because if a family refused to sacrifice their child, they were labeled demon worshippers and sacrificed alongside their baby by the rest of the tribe. But times changed. The people who upheld those cruel traditions eventually died, and those left behind were too old to stop progress from erasing the horrors they had created. This kind of transformation wasn't possible in the Dark Realm, where the stronger one was, the longer they lived. Here, despite all their strength and knowledge, they still clung to the law of the jungle. Grudges and feuds ran deep, lasting millenniums, mega-years even. Even divided, the inhabitants of the Dark Realm had the power to dominate the myriad realms. Wyatt couldn't begin to imagine the force they'd become if they ever united. Understanding the culture and norms of a species with such long lifespans was fundamentally different from understanding humans. Wyatt stopped trying to make sense of why the elder Chaos Dwarf had treated Bior and Dula's the way he had, especially Bior. Looking at the two of them, Wyatt took a deep breath. His gaze softened, but his voice remained steady. "I know this isn't the right moment to bring this up," he began. "But I'm afraid if I wait for the perfect time, I might not get another chance to see you two again." He hesitated briefly, then continued. "So, forgive me if this seems insensitive, given everything you're going through. But I want to invite both of you to join my guild. It's not as big or renowned as the Ironhold Guild, but it can be your new family, if you want it." Wyatt had originally planned to get to know them better first, share his vision, hear their thoughts, and gradually win them over before inviting them to join his guild. He wanted to make sure they wouldn't turn him down. But their situation had changed everything. His carefully laid plans no longer mattered. He had no clue what their answer would be, but he asked anyway. This was unlike him, but did as something in his gut told him it was now or never. Family? New family? Bayor asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he glared at the mask hiding the face of the unknown demon merchant. Then, his voice rose sharply, anger spilling over. You want us to be a new family when you won't even show us your face or tell us your name? His glance hardened, turning into a full scowl, eyes blazing with hatred. He screamed, I don't want a family. I want vengeance. His voice cracked with raw emotion as he jabbed a finger at Dula's, practically shaking with rage. I want each and every one of them to feel what she's feeling right now, what I've been feeling for as long as I can remember. I want them to look at me and ask, beg me, why? Just like I've been asking them since the day I can speak. Whyyyy. Bayor's voice echoed through the Colosseum as he spun on his heel, his scowl piercing into every chaos dwarf present. The younger dwarfs instinctively took a step back. Their sheltered lives offered no explanation for the raw, consuming anguish Bayor was feeling right now. Even Dula's flinched, moving behind Moon in fright, her face pale with unease. Bayor turned back to the unknown demon merchant, his voice quieter now, but no less intense. I don't care what you look like. I don't care what your name is. The only thing that matters to me is this. He paused, locking eyes with the masked figure. Can you help me achieve what I've just asked for? If you can. Bayor took a step closer, his gaze unwavering. I'll be your slave for the rest of my life. His words hung heavy in the air as he stared into the unknown demon merchant's eyes as he named his price. I can, Wyatt said, his voice calm but probing as he locked eyes with Bayor. But are you sure that's what you really want? He didn't look away, letting the question linger before continuing. I don't know your mother. I don't know if she loves you or not. But I do know enough about you to say this. She's the reason you both hate and love crafting. That's yours, it's a part of you. They might have disowned you, but they can't take that away from you unless you let them. Wyatt leaned forward slightly, his tone steady but firm. So I'll ask you again, one last time, is that really what you want? Bayor's frown deepened, and he fell into a contemplative silence. Wyatt's words struck something within him, pulling him into a rare moment of self-examination. For the first time in what felt like forever, his emotions stopped shouting over his reason. In that brief stillness, clarity began to dawn. It wasn't vengeance that he wanted, it never had been. What he truly wanted was to reach the level of craftsmanship his mother had always strived for. He wanted to stand beside her, not in anger, but in shared purpose. The realization came slowly, like a fog lifting. The elder Chaos Dwarf's words didn't matter. He knew, deep down, that his mother loved him. She wasn't perfect, but she was his mother. She had given him the gift of crafting, a way to express both his intellect and his emotions. Bayor's chest tightened as he thought about the real reason he had never been able to leave the Ironhold family. It wasn't because he didn't know how. It was because leaving meant he would lose her. He understood now. His mother needed resources to chase the dream she had been climbing toward her whole life. The Ironhold family gave her the means to earn them. And even with her ambitions and duties pulling her in every direction, she still found time to check on him. The rage clouding his mind began to dissipate, replaced by an overwhelming sense of purpose. What he wanted, what he truly wanted, was to reach the pinnacle of craftsmanship, not for revenge, but to help his mother achieve her dream. He wanted to stand by her side and guide her to the top the way she had once held his hand and guided him to the base of the mountain named crafting, introducing him to this new way of expressing himself. Whenever he crafted, Bayor never felt alone. It was as if his mother was standing right behind him, silently watching. That's why, every time he worked, he gave it his all. No shortcuts, no cutting corners. In those moments, he realized she had never truly abandoned him. She had given him crafting, a companion for when she couldn't be there herself. The weight of his realization hit him like a hammer, and tears began to stream down his reddened eyes. He looked at the masked demon merchant, his voice trembling but soft. She used to check on me, stay for a bit, and then leave. But if I ever asked her about crafting, he paused, a bittersweet smile tugging at his lips. She would stay longer. So even though I hated crafting at first for keeping her away from me, I decided to learn it anyway. I thought maybe, just maybe, It would make her visits more frequent, spend time with me a little longer. Bayor exhaled shakily, his gaze dropping as he spoke. She taught me all the basics I know about crafting. The first thing I ever successfully made was an automated scrunchie, something to tie and style her long, silky black hair. I wanted her to save time on her hair so she could focus on her work, undisturbed. He let out a quiet chuckle, his voice tinged with nostalgia. She wore it every day, right up until it got destroyed in a crafting accident. He looked up, his expression softening further. You know, my mother, she looks her most beautiful and happiest when she's crafting. I'll never forget the first time we worked on something together. That was the best day of my life. She told me I had talent for it, that I shouldn't let it go to waste. His voice grew steadier as he continued. Ever since then, I've worked 3, sometimes 4, times as hard as my peers. Over time, I lost sight of why I started. I forgot what drove me. Bayor's eyes shone with a mix of clarity and resolve as he turned back to Wyatt. But now I remember. Thank you. Now I know what I want. His voice softened again as he asked, Can you help me achieve it? Wyatt tilted his head, the faintest trace of a smile behind his mask. No, I can't, he said calmly, watching Bayor's expression shift in surprise. Because, Wyatt continued, his tone firm yet inviting, I haven't achieved it myself either. If you're willing, you can accompany me. Together, we can climb to that elusive peak that every crafter dreams of. Wyatt extended his hand, the offer not just of a partnership, but of shared ambition and hope. Listening to Wyatt's words, Bayor's eyes widened with realization. His journey didn't have to be a lonely one. A smile tugged at his lips. Sure, he said, but then, with a cheeky grin, added, I know I've got a lot of catching up to do, but I will, and I'll climb higher. You sure you can keep up with me? Wyatt chuckled, his laughter rich and easy. Ha ha, I'll hold you to that. Just don't come crying to me if I'm too fast for your pace. Then, turning to Doulas, who was still half hidden behind Moon and nervously peeking at them, Wyatt extended his arms with a warm smile. What do you say, Doulas? Want to join us too? Can I? I'm not, Doulas began, but her voice faltered, weighed down by her self-doubt. Before she could finish, Bayor stepped forward, extending his arm toward her. His expression was resolute. Yes, you can. I'll make sure of it. So what do you say? Doulas blinked, looking from Bayor to Wyatt and back again, her hesitation melting into determination. Okay, she exclaimed, grabbing both Wyatt's and Bayor's hands. The trio exchanged glances and nodded, silently acknowledging one another's resolve. They were climbing the same peak though for entirely different reasons. United, they would reach it undeterred by the looming challenges ahead. Standing off to the side, Moon observed them. Her arms were crossed, but her gaze was soft, thoughtful. A strange feeling stirred deep within her, a quiet certainty. This moment, and these 3, would become stories retold for generations to come. However, the crowd surrounding them didn't share her optimism. Whispers passed through the gathered onlookers, their faces marked with doubt and cynicism. From Bayor's earlier rage to Doulas's visible self-doubt and the masked demon merchant's arrogant demeanor and boastful words, they couldn't help but see a doomed venture. They all thought the same thing. They'll be enslaved or dead the moment they set foot in the dual realm. Earlier, many had believed unknown demon merchants' escape to be a near impossibility. But now, with the 2 dead weights he had attached to himself, the crowd was certain of his fate. In their minds, Wyatt would be caught, tortured for his crafting print, and ultimately sold as nothing more than a crafting slave along with the other 2. Wyatt, on the other hand, was more than satisfied. He had managed to recruit 2 of the brightest young Chaos Dwarfs the Ironhold family had to offer. After the scene the elder Chaos Dwarf had caused earlier, he'd worried he might not be able to snag even one of them. But now he had 2. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he thought ahead. Soon, he'd have enough for an assembly line. He was certain of it. Bayor wouldn't be the only Chaos Dwarf seeking to leave behind his lineage and race. There were others out there, others who felt the same yearning to break free. Wyatt just had to find them. Or perhaps, he mused, leaning back slightly and glancing at Bayor and Doulas, they might find him. Once word spread of how well these 2 were faring, leaving not just their family but the entire race, others might follow their example. Wyatt's eyes glinted with quiet determination. This was just the beginning. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.